Hearing resumed.
Magandang hapon. Nasa ikasyam na pagpupulong na po tayo kasama ang Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability para ipagpatuloy ang pagdinig sa prangkisa ng paglabag ng ABS-CBN. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa mga members ng Committee on Legislative Franchises at ng Kamara na nasa Zoom at nasa plenaryo sa kanilang patuloy na pagdalo. Atin pong itatala ang attendance sa mga members para po sa hapon na ito. Comsec, paki-recognize po ang ating mga resource persons sa hapong ito.
Good afternoon. From the DOLE, we have Yusek Ana Dione, ASEC Maria Teresita Cocueco, Senior Labor Employment Officer Mark Abner Acosta, ECC Executive Director Estela Banawis, and BLR Attorney Ramon Saura III. BLR OIC Director Maria Consuelo Bacay, BWC Attorney Judelin Aldecampo, and NLRC Attorney Porday Perez. From DOJ, we have ASEC Nicolas T. and State Counsel Charles Romulus Cambalisa. From PhilHealth, we have Vice President Gregorio Rolyoda. From Pag-ibig, we have Senior Vice President Amado Isabela Dizon III and Attorney Jopert Po. From NTC, we have Deputy Commissioner Cabarrios, Commissioner Gamaliel Cordoba, and Engineer Alvin Blanco. From ABS-CBN, in the plenary, we have Mr. Martin Lopez, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, Ms. Socorro Bidanes, Attorney Enrique Quiazon, Attorney Cherry Cruz, Mr. Mark Nepomuceno, Ms. Emilda Bayani, Attorney Maxim Uy, Attorney Josebet Alonso, Attorney Francis Suburbinas, Attorney Vladimir Del Rosario, Mr. Ricardo Tan, Mr. Aldrin Cerrado, Attorney Lucille Becerra, Attorney Otelo Carag, Attorney Laura Victoria Layug, Tax Counsel, Attorney Marvin Ibarra, and via Zoom we have Attorney Mario Bautista and Ms. Consuelo Lopez. From ABS-CBN's former employees, we have in the plenary Mr. Jornally Bayonan, Mr. Christopher Mendoza, Mr. Enrico Adriano, and Mr. Rogelio Tugade. Via Zoom, we have Mr. Joseph Ong and Mr. Elmer Evaristo. From ABS-CBN's former news anchors, we have Mr. Jay Sonsa and Ms. Rowena Hidalgo Otida in the plenary. From Centro, we have Mr. Benjamin Miguel Alvero III. From ABS-CBN Rank and File Employees Union, we have Mr. Generoso Villanueva Jr. From ABS-CBN Supervisors Union, we have Mr. Raul De Asis. From OPM, we have Mr. Ogie Alcacid. From PAMI, we have Ms. June Torrejon Rufino. And from ABS-CBN Lingkod Kapamilya Foundation, we have Ms. Susan Alan. We have also resource person from Pag-ibig, Senior Vice President Amado Isabela Dizon, and Attorney Jobert Po.
Maraming salamat, Comsec. The Comsec is hereby directed to execute the oath for our new invited guest.
May I ask the newly invited resource persons in the plenary as well as in the Zoom to please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this joint congressional inquiry? So help you God. Thank you.
Comsec, pati po ba yung mga kasama natin via Zoom ay nakapanumpa rin, Comsec?
Yes, Your Honor. I specifically mentioned that those newly invited resource person attending the Zoom meeting should also participate in the swearing of oath.
Maraming salamat po, Comsec. Sa bahagi pong ito ng Blue Ribbon Committee o ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, atin pong pinapahalagahan ang pagdalo ng ating mga membro upang atin pong mahanap ang katotohanan sa gitna ng mga aligasyon sa ABS-CBN na magiging mahalaga sa pagpapasya ng Committee on Legislative Franchises sa aplikasyon nito sa kanilang panibagong prangkisa. Muli, tayo po ay napapanood ng live stream sa Facebook page ng House of Representatives, gayon din po sa Facebook page ng inyong Congressman Kuya Jose Antonio R.C. Alvarado. Chairman Chikoy.
Atin pong itutuloy ang pagtatanong sa ating naiwang paksa kagabi, ang aligasyon paglabag ng ABS-CBN sa mga batas paggawa. At kung matapos po ito, tayo po itutuloy sa pagtalakay naman sa aligasyong paglabag ng network sa mga batas sa pagbubuwis. Napakinggan po natin kagabi ang ABS-CBN, ang mga pinatalsik na empleyado na naglahad ng kanilang mga naging karanasan sa ABS-CBN, ang Dole at ganun na rin si Mr. Sapaldito. Nais natin ang balanseng paglalahad ng mga nangyari. Kaya nag-imbita rin po tayo sa mga papanig sa ABS-CBN. Ito ay upang magkaroon ng balanseng pananaw sa ating mga members. Chairman Jonathan.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Chikoy. Bago po tayo tumungo sa pagtatanong ng ating mga membro, atin rin pong munang tatawagin ang kinatawan ng sentro, si Ginoong Benjamin Alvero III, at meron po siyang imumungkahing probisyon para mailagay sa House Bills na application ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN na inaasahan nating lalo pang magpoprotekta sa mga empleyado ng nasabing kumpanya. Mr. Benjamin Alvero ng Sentro, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor, honorable members of Congress and all those present. Ako po si Benjamin Miguel G. Alvero III, kasalukuyan pong campaign officer ng Sentro ng mga Nagkakaisa at Progresibong Manggagawa. Ang sentro po ay isang National Labor Center na nagre-representa sa mga manggagawa sa sektor sa pampubliko, pribado at informal na sektor. Sa pamamagitan ng aming affiliate o kasaping federation, ang National Alliance of Broadcast Unions o NABU, napapabilang po ang ABS-CBN Rank and File Union sa aming mga miyembrong union. Magsisimula po kami sa pagbibigay ng mensahe ng pakikiisa sa Rank and File Union at sa libo-libong mga manggagawa, empleyado, talent, technical personnel at kanila mga pamilya na kasalukuyang nangangamba para sa kanilang kabuhayan dahil sa banta ng non-renewal ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Naniniwala kami na dapat nakasentro ang ating pag-uusap sa prangkisa sa kapakanan ng mga manggagawa. Tulad nga po nung nangyari kagabi. Naniniwala po kami na dapat natin ito ituloy upang pag-usapan din ang kapakanan ng mga kasalukuyang empleyado ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Ang magkaroon ng aabot sa 11,000 na manggagawa na humaharap ng pangamba sa kanilang kabuhayan sa gitna ng isang pandemya ay naniniwala po sa aming pananaw ay isang immoral, hindi makatao at simpleng maling pangyayari. Ang aming pong posisyon, hindi po dapat isaalang-alang ang seguridad ng mga manggagawa habang pinag-uusapan po natin ang mga espesipiko o mga posibleng violation sa prangkisa. Ang posisyon po ng sentro ay mas mapag-uusapan po ng mga representante sa lower house ang mga espesipiko ng prangkisa kung mas madali po itong proseso kung ating pong maigagaranti, maisisigurado na magagalang ang dignidad ng mga manggagawa ng ABS-CBN. Paano po ito mangyayari? Marahil po, masasabi po namin ang tanong, ang pangamba sa isip ng maraming mga manggagawang nakikinig ngayon, kung tatanungin ko po ngayon ang liderato ng lower house at ang mga representante na nakikinig ngayon, kung ating bang maipapangako sa mga manggagawa ng ABS-CBN na magagalang, makikilala ang kanilang mga trabaho, ang kanilang mga karapatan at CBA, at ang kanilang mga union bilang sole and exclusive bargaining unit sa dulo ng prosesong ito. Naniniwala po kami na dapat ito po ang ating siguraduhin. Kahit po, hindi po natin dapat i-sideline ang kapakanan ng mga manggagawa. Marami dito na dekada nang nag-alay ng serbisyo in the service of the Filipino people. Ang suwestyon po, ang mungkahi po ng sentro upang maprotektahan, makilala ang dignidad ng mga manggagawa ng ABS-CBN ay ang pagdagdag ng mga explicit na pro-worker provisions sa prangkisang pinag-uusapan. Ang posisyon po namin sa sentro ay dapat ipagpasa ng isang pro-worker franchise. Ano po ang pro-worker franchise? Simple lang po. Naniniwala po kami na ang prangkisang pag-uusapan ngayon sa lower house ay dapat may nakasaad na mga klarong probisyon na kinikilala at pinoprotektahan ang karapatan ng mga manggagawang mag-organisa, maging regular, magpahayag ng saloobin, magkaroon ng makataong sahod, makatanggap ng angkop na benepisyo, marepresenta ng kanilang unyon sa board of directors at magkaroon ng isang sistema ng profit sharing. Bagkus, sa madaling salita, ang aming pong posisyon ay hindi lamang po kami humihingi ng simpleng pag-renew ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Ang aming pong mungkahi bilang representante ng mga manggagawa ay ang pag-aproba ng mas magandang bersyon. Isang bersyon na clearly pro-worker, sumusunod sa mga batas at kinikilala ang dekadang serbisyo ng mga manggagawa sa loob ng ABS-CBN, tulad nga ng sabi ko kanina, in the service of the Filipino people. Ano po ang mga spesipikong lengguwahe na aming pinapropose na isali sa pinag-uusapang prangkisa? Nagpo-propose po kami ng dalawang maikling seksyon na sasabihin, ipepresent ko po dito ng mabilisan. Una pong seksyon, the grantee, its successors and assigns shall guarantee respect for workers and trade union rights, including the workers' rights to self-organization, collective bargaining and negotiations, and peaceful concerted activities, including the right to strike in accordance with law. The grantee's workers shall participate in policy and decision-making processes of the grantee affecting their rights and benefits as may be provided by law. The grantee's workers are entitled to full employment, equality of opportunities, security of tenure, humane conditions of work, and a just share in the grantee's fruits of operation. Second section po na aming pinopropose, the grantee shall allocate at least 2 seats of the board of directors to the workers, with one of these being assigned to a woman. These seats shall be occupied by persons determined by the certified and exclusive bargaining agent or agents of the grantee's employees. Ngayon, ang susunod po na tanong bakit kailangan ng isang pro-worker franchise? Mayroon po akong 3 punto upang pong suportahan itong argumentong ito. Una po, umamin na pong ABS-CBN na hindi po silang perpektong kumpanya. Wala naman po institusyon na perpekto. Ngunit nangako po sila sa mga pampublikong deklarasyon at mga press release na committed sila to striving to maintain the highest level of integrity. So, klaro po sa mga nakaraan na diskusyon, na mga ilang buwan na po itong pag-uusap, na willing ang ABS-CBN na mag-improve, na akuin ang kanilang mga pagkukulang kung mapapatunayan. So naniniwala po kami sa hanay ng sentro, kabilang ang mga manggagawa ng Rank and File Union, na complementary po ang proposed pro-worker franchise sa kasalukuyang effort ng ABS-CBN na pabutihin ang kanyang operasyon sa loob at labas ng kumpanya. Ikalawa po, naniniwala po kami na ang pro-worker franchise, ang paglalagay ng mga pro-worker provisions ay maaaring maging modelo para sa broadcast industry sa buong bansa. Naniniwala po kami na hindi lang po ito usapin ng ABS-CBN. Tulad nga po na naklarok kagabi, nasa unique position po ang mga kumpanya sa broadcast industry dahil sa kanilang sa uniqueness ng kanilang craft, sa uniqueness ng kanilang sektor. Naniniwala po kami na kung unique ang posisyon ng mga broadcast companies, di dapat unique din ang ating attempts na mag-regulate at magprotekta ng kapakanan ng mga empleyado na matatagpuan dito. Ayun. So, naniniwala po kami na ganoon nga po dapat. Tingnan po natin itong pro-worker provisions bilang stepping stone upang ma-guarantee, masigurado na protektado ang mga manggagawa sa buong industriya ng broadcast. Bilang panghuli, dahil po klaro po na ang usapin sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN ay ay may klarong labor rights dimension, ang pinapropose po namin sa Honorable Chairman na i-invite sa mga susunod na labor deliberations ang mas malawak na kilosang paggawa. In particular, we suggest the invitation of representatives from the Nagkaisa Labor Coalition. The TUCP party list, the TUCP itself is part of this labor coalition, and we believe that they would be able to provide valuable insights and suggestions regarding labor rights in the franchise. So, to end, we urge the honorable representatives of Congress to stand for truth, fairness, and justice in this crucial moment, not only for ABS-CBN, its workers, but for our entire democracy. So again, and to reiterate, we are for the granting of the franchise. But our position is that workers, the needs, the welfare, and the concerns of workers should be at the center of our deliberations. And we propose this policy intervention in the firm belief that this will improve not only the situation of workers in the broadcast industry as a whole, but the operations of all broadcast corporations. Pare-pareho lang naman po tayo ng gusto, ang makapaglingkod na sa sambayanan. Siguraduhin naman po sana natin na sa proseso ng paglilingkod ay meron po tayong mga institusyon, mga agreement na kumikilala din sa dignidad at kontribusyon ng ating mga empleyado sa sambayanan. Ayun lamang po. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Speaker, and sa lahat po na nakikinig.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Alvero. Atin naman po sunod na pakinggan ang presidente ng Original Filipino Music o OPM, si Ginoong Ogie Alcacid, para sa kanyang pahayag. Mr. Alcacid, you have the floor po.
Maraming salamat po. Ako po ba ay naririnig?
Malinaw po.
Maraming salamat po. To the Honorable Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano, the Honorable Chairman Congressman Franz Alvarez, at sa ating pong kagalang-galang na Congressman at Congresswoman, isang mapayapang araw po sa inyo. Ako po ay si Ogie Alcacid, Presidente po ng Organisasyon ng Pilipinong Mga Awit, isang organisasyon na bumubuo ng 407 na members, 187 po ay active at 220 po ay inactive. Kami po ay isang NGO at tinutulungan po namin ang mga membro namin sa kanilang mga problemang legal at minsanan ay pinansyal sa abot po ng aming makakaya. Kami po ay nakikiisa sa ABS-CBN sa paghingi po sa inyo na bigyan po ang ABS-CBN ng pagkakataon na mabigyan ng panibagong prangkisa. Naniniwala po kami na napakalaki po ng naitulong at maitutulong pa ng kanilang mga music platforms upang matulungan po ang ating mga local singers at songwriters na maipalabas at maiparinig ang kanilang created content tulad ng kanilang mga awitin at ang kanilang pong mga performances. Napakarami na po mga singer ang nabigyan ng pagkakataon na maiahon ng kanilang pamilya at mabigyan ng kaliwanagan ng kanilang mga pangarap na maging isang ganap na singer sa mga programa ng Channel 2 tulad ng Tawag ng Tanghalan, Philippine Idol, The Voice, at sa mga musical variety programs tulad ng Asap Natin To at Showtime. At ang mga songwriters po rin natin ay nasasalihan din po ang mga patimpalak tulad ng Himig Handog. Ang mix po, ang kanila pong mga AM at FM radio stations at ang Star Music ay napakalaki po ng ambag sa pag-produce ng musikang original Filipino music. Nais ko pong i-quote ang ating pinagpipitaganang singer-songwriter na si Jose Marichan nung kanya pong sinabi sa amin that music is the language of the soul. Naniniwala po kami sa OPM na ang OPM po ang diwa po ng bawat Pilipino. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat. Good afternoon and God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po. Atin naman kung tawagin si Miss June Torrejon Rufino ng PAMI para po sa kanyang pahayag. Miss Rufino.
Good afternoon, honorable members of Congress. We, the officers and members of the Professional Artist Managers of the Philippines, hereby declare our full support and express our plea to the honorable members of the Franchise Committee to respectfully approve the application of ABS-CBN for the renewal of its franchise. Without the production employment from ABS-CBN, a significant number of tax-paying Filipino artists will be burdened by their subsequent loss of income. PAMI collectively having over 400 artists in their management rosters could easily represent over 5,000 families at any given productive time. Each manager and their artists employ several personnel and professional assistants for every project they are assigned by ABS-CBN. Multiply them with each having a family to support at the minimum. Beyond the satisfaction of being able to entertain the millions of Filipinos watching the programs of ABS-CBN nationwide, the joy these projects bring to the kababayans worldwide brings unquantifiable pride to us managers and our artists to be part of these top quality programs produced by ABS-CBN. In our own little way, we are deeply blessed and honored to be part of ABS-CBN's many ways to be in the service of the Filipinos worldwide. And it is our prayer that we will be allowed to keep on doing what we are truly and passionately love to do. We would like to strongly amplify our heartfelt request to take into consideration the loss of our source of livelihood and will undoubtedly have a very devastating impact to the 5,000 families within the PAMI universe should the franchise renewal be denied. It is therefore our humble plea to the Honorable Franchise Committee to find it in your hearts and consciousness the future of over 5,000 families who are dependent and hopeful for your affirmative decision in the franchise renewal of ABS-CBN. That's all. Thank you very much and God bless you all.
Maraming pong salamat, Ms. Rufino. Ngayon naman po ay ating pong para po sa kaalaman natin mga members, bahagi po ng ating mga resource persons ang mga nagsalita ngayon lang at pwede rin po natin silang tanungin mamaya. Ngayon naman po ay babalik po natin ang pag-preside kay Chairman Jonathan Alvarado. Chair Jonathan.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Chikoy. Tutungo na po tayo ngayon sa pagpapatuloy natin ng interpellation kagabi tungkol pa rin sa aligasyon ng paglabag ng labor laws ng ABS-CBN. Atin pong tatawagin si Honorable Mark Go at binigyan po siya ng karagdagang 5 minuto ni Congresswoman Tambunting. Congressman Mark Go.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Mark Go, I stand corrected. Hindi pala si Congresswoman Tambunting ang magbibigay sa iyo ng oras, kung hindi si Congressman Zarate, Gaite at Castro, kaya magkakaroon ka po ng 20 minutes in total, Congressman.
Marami pong salamat. Magandang hapon po sa lahat, sa ating pong Honorable Chairs, Chikoy Alvarez at Jonathan Alvarado, fellow members of the House, our resource persons, mga kaibigan, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Kahapon po, naimbita natin ang kaibigan natin na dating audioman ng ABS-CBN, si Mr. Christopher Mendoza. Kung siya po ay nandyan, gusto ko po siyang tanungin doon po sa kanyang binanggit kahapon. Nandiyan po ba si
Nandito
Mr.
po.
Mendoza?
Nandito po.
Okay, salamat po. Kahapon kayo po ay nagbigay ng inyong salaysay tungkol sa pagka-dismiss po ninyo sa inyong trabaho. Gusto ko pong malaman ngayon, Mr. Mendoza, kung ano po ang kasong ipinail ninyo laban po sa ABS-CBN, sa labor arbiter or sa NLRC.
Illegal dismissal po.
Ano po yung status ngayon ng kasong yan?
Nasa Supreme Court po.
So, 10 taon po at ngayon ay nasa Supreme Court.
Opo.
Ano po ang prayer natin dun sa ating ipinail na case laban sa ABS-CBN? Ang ibig sabihin, gusto po nating bumalik sa ABS-CBN. Yung po ba yung ating prayer dun sa complaint na finail natin sa ABS-CBN?
Before po, yun po ang ano namin, ang claim namin. Ang makabalik kami, makapagtrabaho lahat uli. Pero sa ngayon, sa akin po, ako hindi na po. Wala na akong balak bumalik. Gusto ko na lang pong makuha yung hustisya, ibigay nila yung dapat na kinita ko nung taon ng 2010 until now. Mula nung ako'y tanggalin doon.
Okay. Doon po sa labor arbiter, ano po ang desisyon ng labor arbiter sa kaso ninyo?
Sandali
Nanalo
lang.
ba kayo doon o natalo kayo sa labor arbiters level? Tapos sa NLRC, tapos demanding yan sa Court of Appeals.
Sandali lang po. Ang sa pagkakaalam ko po, nanalo po kami, tapos umapila po sila.
Nanalo kayo sa labor arbiters level.
Opo.
Tapos dun sa NLRC, sa commission level, ano ang nangyari doon?
Ito ba yun? Hindi, kailan. Kagalang-galang na congressman, pagpaumanin niyo po, wala po sa akin yung document namin. Ang narito po sa akin ay yung mga kasamahan namin na nanalo na. Kasama namin sa mga na tinanggal sa ABS-CBN. Ang nandito po sa akin ay entry of judgment from Supreme Court. Pangalan nila ay si Noel Macatuno, Ruel Dagli, Alan Caringal, Rodel Natividad, Floybert Agdinaway, and Oliver Gucor.
Yung po sa inyo, Mr. Mendoza, ano po yung sa inyo?
Wala po sa akin.
Pending ito sa Korte Suprema. Pero ang prayer ninyo ngayon, hindi na yung reinstatement, ang sa inyo na lang is payment siguro ng back wages
Opo.
upang benepisyo. Yung po
Opo.
ba?
Opo.
Okay. Ngayon, kahapon, ako'y medyo nabigla, pero umahanga ako po sa inyo, kasi kahit na nangyari po yan sa inyo, ay bilanggit ninyo na kayo ay pabor, no? In effect, na ipagpatuloy ng ABS-CBN ang kanilang franchise. Yung sinabi nyong no shutdown.
Opo,
Bakit po ganun ang inyong posisyon ngayon?
Bakit po? Or
Bakit? Bakit po sinabi kahapon ilang beses?
Opo.
No shutdown to ABS-CBN.
Opo, sinabi ko po yun, no to shutdown po ako.
Mhm.
Pero
Bakit kayo?
Pero
Bakit?
po, kung may paglabag talaga, kung may mga violation po ang ABS-CBN, ang karampatang kaparusahan na dapat na igawad sa kanila ng kongresong ito, kung ang nararapat ay i-shutdown, bakit po hindi? Pero kung ako po, no to shutdown po ako. Yun po ang position ko po.
nabanggit naman ni President Carlo Katigbak na kung ano ang desisyon ng korte ay kanilang susundin. Ikaw ba ay satisfied sa ganong sagot ng ating ABS-CBN? Kung halimbawa ang desisyon ay bayaran o kaya reinstate ka bilang isang empleyado ng ABS-CBN, kanilang tutuparin yun at gagawin. Ikaw ba ay pabor sa ganong magiging desisyon?
Kung ano po ang desisyon ng korte, susunod po ako.
Okay, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko namang tanungin ang ating Undersecretary of the Department of Labor and Employment, si Yusek Ana Jone. Kahapon, binanggit ni Yusek Ana Jone na ang ABS-CBN ay fully in compliance with the General Labor Standards, Occupational Safety and Health, and measures to ensure the security of tenure of its employees. Tama po ba yun, Yusek Jone?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yes, that refers only to the inspection that has been conducted.
And you said that you do the inspection every 2 years.
Yes, Your Honor.
Am I made to believe that in the previous years that you had the inspection at ABS-CBN, they are also in compliance and they have no pending issue that has not been resolved by ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, we've been, since the committee had been asking us previous years' data, we've been trying to look for those data, but ang data po ng aming bureau in charge of inspection is way back only in 2014. So wala po kaming record previously. So what we are referring to only is this year's 2018 inspection.
Okay. On that premise, would you consider that ABS-CBN is a good employer?
I cannot categorically say that because maraming factors din and we're only looking at the area that has been given us. I think I agree with the statement a while ago that there is no perfect employer.
But that's true. We are not looking here for perfect employer. We are simply saying or asking you as to whether you believe that ABS-CBN is a good employer.
If our this would be,
you look at their, you have seen their salaries and benefits that they give to their employees. You look at the working conditions obtaining in the company when you visited the place. You have looked at several items in the operations of ABS-CBN. And when you say they are compliant, you have satisfied the requirements of law and at the same time of the department. And you have put your signature into this statement. And therefore, I would like to ask as to whether you can consider that they are a good employer.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if the basis is looking at the compliance that ABS-CBN did with the findings that has been done during this particular inspection, then my answer would be yes.
You know, many employers, even when I was in the private sector, I always look forward to the visit of an audit of the Department of Labor and Employment. And when we receive a positive response from the Department of Labor and they say they're compliant, we are very proud of our company. That means that we respect and we believe that you are doing your job and you have supported us in terms of the things that we have been doing. And therefore, the perception of many people, if the signature of the Department of Labor says that they are a compliant company or enterprise, they feel proud of this. They know that they can be proud also not only to themselves but to their employees. And the employees are very happy with this. Having said that also, would you recommend to this honorable joint committee to grant a new franchise to ABS-CBN?
Uh, how would I say? It's just like what I said last night. The focus now of the department is for employment preservation, and along that line, if the renewal would help, why not? But of course, the renewal or not would still belong to the decision of Congress.
But you will recommend or view it as a positive move if Congress will renew the franchise of ABS-CBN?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, our role here is to give inputs to Congress, and I think it's up to the honorable members of Congress to evaluate and make the appropriate decision.
You will have more problems if ABS-CBN will not have its franchise renewed. Can you imagine 11,071 employees who will lose their jobs will come to the Department of Labor and ask for help? Considering the situation that we are right now in this country, if that happens, you will have more problems. The problems will be transferred to you. That's why it's important that you take a positive action. By your statement that they are a compliant enterprise, you are in effect saying to us that we should really do and renew the franchise of ABS-CBN.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if I may go back, with respect, as I was saying, with respect to the inspection, after our findings and they have complied, then we say yes, they complied with the findings of our inspection. But, Your Honor, we also know that there are pending cases, not in the Department of Labor, but in the other agencies that has been shown last night. So I'd like the body, I'd like Congress to take a look at it that way. That if the inspection with respect to that routine inspection conducted, yes, we already issued our decision. But with respect to cases pending, I think it has also to be taken into consideration. There are cases pending in the Supreme Court. Even one of the case that is with us in the Bureau of Labor Relations, it's still a case. So, yun po, kailangan po kasing tignan na whole. Kasi pagka sinabi mong compliant totally, I think that's not a totally correct view.
Mr. Chair, ABS-CBN and its subsidiaries has 11,071 employees. Based on record, to date, there are 67 pending labor cases in different levels of government, NLRC, Court of Appeals, and the Supreme Court. Okay, these cases were accumulated through the years. Can you imagine 67 with 11,071 employees in a period of 2 decades or so? I think what should have been done here is we should have immediate resolution of these cases. And as stated by Mr. Katigbak, they're willing to comply. If the department, if the Supreme Court says that they should be reinstated, they will be reinstated. If the Department of Labor in some of these cases that you have brought to them should be complied with, they did. As you said, in January of this year, they did. What I'm only worried here is, on March 3, we conducted a hearing of the Committee on Labor and Employment, where I sit as a vice chair. Our chairman there is Congressman Eric Pineda. We heard the so many companies that are terminating their employees. We invited Nokia, Wells Fargo, Philippine Airlines, Honda Philippines. And they told us that they're really laying off people. Honda is going to, or had already terminated, as of today, more than 300 employees. Nokia, 700. And the reason for Nokia why they are terminating 700 is because they are going to move their operation to India. No? Because they want to rationalize their people. Philippine Airlines, because of the situation, they laid off hundreds of employees. And in that forum, I was there. I interpellated all of them, and I begged, literally, for them to reconsider the decision. Here we are. We have problems. As the company said, it's not a perfect company. We had some problems with them. We are supposed to help them to resolve these problems. And I know that you will have more problems. Secretary Bello and all the other USECs, undersecretaries will have problems. We are going, the only thing we will do is approve their franchise. And we need the support of the Department of Labor here. Kasi kung paano natin ma-explain if all these 11,000 will come, some of them are in Baguio. I talked to some of our ABS-CBN employees in Baguio and I asked them, what do you feel right now? They're all worried and they don't know where to have jobs after we do not approve the extension of the franchise of ABS-CBN. And I really felt so unhappy when I hear all of this. And this is the opportunity for us to help this company so that we will not have problems. Can you imagine? The Philippine Statistics Authority has announced that the unemployment in this country as of April of this year is 17.7%. And this is equivalent to about how many millions of Filipinos who are going to or lost their job? In the millions. I have the data here with me, 7.3 million. And this is even aggravated by the underemployment. Can you imagine, instead of focusing on resolving these problems, you will have another 11,000 people. This is excluding our OFWs who are coming over to the country. How much income that we're gonna lose because of this? Napakadami niyan. Million. I heard that they're paying about close to almost $1 billion a month or 600 to 700 million. That income tax that they pay. So it does not only affect those who are working, but even the government. How much taxes do they pay? So I think we cannot say, no, we are only here to monitor whether they comply or not. And it's up to you to approve or disapprove. I think it's high time that we are one in this endeavor. This is not only for ABS-CBN. This is not only for the employees of ABS-CBN. This is for all of us. I sworn when I got elected that I will do public service for our people. And this is one clear example that we should be united. If the ABS-CBN has problems, let's help them resolve the problems. And they're willing. I saw the demeanor of Mr. Katigbak, notwithstanding the many questions that were raised. Makita mo, napaka-gentleman niya sa pagsagot. And I know that this is a very humbling experience for him and the whole of ABS-CBN. But ito siguro, let's take this an opportunity to work together and help this company. We are helping all companies. We do not know what to do in Congress to create a package to stimulate the economy. Eh dito, nandito na. Tapos, pababayaan pa nating masira. E paano natin may papaliwanag yan sa 11,071 families who will come to us, who will go to the Department of Labor. To us in Congress, all my constituents in Baguio are now working with ABS-CBN. What will I tell them? I will tell them no, because Gabi Lopez is not a citizen of the country. Yung ganon. I think this is the time that we should be united. Let's forget the divide between whatever. Mr. Chair, medyo naging emotional tayo. But I think it's high time that we work together in this situation. I always believe we are worried of what's going to happen to our country. We are losing people. Can you imagine how many millions we can expect to lose? 7.3 last April, and this will increase. And this is the time. Let's protect the jobs. This is not only for ABS-CBN, this is for the entire country. And we want to help this country, let's help ABS-CBN keep its franchise. And if there are problems that we saw, let's correct them. And I will help them correct all these things. And they're willing. We heard them. All of them said that whatever is the decision, they will follow. It's, of course, this is on top of all the other problems, the entertainment that they bring, the information, the educational impact that they create with their programs. Mr. Chair, after things are said and done, I think it's not what we debate today that matters. It's the impact of our debate to our people. And if we want to be relevant, responsible in the delivery of service to our constituents and to our people, it's high time that we decide to renew for another 25 years the franchise of ABS-CBN. We will not be only helping their people, but the entire country. Can you imagine a country without ABS-CBN? I cannot imagine. So, Mr. Chair, I think I will end my my interpellation at this point, and I appeal to my fellow members of the House that we should support ABS-CBN in this. I would suggest that as soon as possible, we approve this in this committee and have it discussed in the plenary, and we will ask everybody to support this particular bill. Again, thank you very much at magandang hapon sa inyo lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Mark Go, sa inyong linya ng pagtatanong at sa inyong pag-aapila sa ating mga kasama. Bagamat sa araw pong ito, puwera po kahapon ay meron po tayong 28 na kinatawan o kongresista na nagpalista ng kanilang kagustuhan na magtanong. Kaya kung atin pong mamarapatin na idirekta po natin ang pagtatanong sapagkat lahat naman po ay nananawagan na mas mabilis nating mahusgahan ang pagbibigay ng prangkisa o hindi pagbibigay ng prangkisa sa ABS-CBN. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay ang ating kasamahan, Congressman Reynaldo Democrito Mendoza. Nandito po ba si Congressman Mendoza, Comsec? Pakitingnan po via Zoom. Kung po hindi pa online si Congressman Mendoza, ay tutungo naman tayo kay Congressman Ron Salo na binigyan ng oras ni Congressman VG Lacson, Congressman Kanama at Congressman Abuel Saldivar. Kinatawan Ron Salo, nandyan po ba kayo?
Nandito po ako.
Maaari na po kayong magsimulang magtanong.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Magandang hapon po sa bawat isa po sa inyo. Magandang hapon po sa mga source persons po natin ngayong hapon. Una ko pong tatanungin, pwede po bang matanong po sa ang CEO po nila, si CEO Katigbak?
Maaari po.
Mr. Katigbak?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Apo. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. May mga ilan lang po akong lilinawin. Ilan po yung total employees po ng ABS-CBN?
Pakiulit lang po yung tanong, Mr. Chair, hindi ko po narinig.
Ilan po yung total employees ng ABS-CBN?
Yung buong ABS-CBN po, pati yung mga subsidiaries po namin is 11,071. Yung mga empleyado ng ABS-CBN Corporation lang po, yung broadcasting network is 5,918 po.
5,908. Kasi kinukompare ko po ito, Mr. Chairman, dun sa PSA disclosure po ninyo sa page 19. So anong taon po yung binabanggit po ninyo as of the moment, Sir Katigbak?
As of the end of 2019 po.
End of 2019. So ang kabuuan po ay
11,071 po.
yung sa ABS-CBN subsidiaries po yan.
Kasama po yung subsidiaries, yes po.
11,779. Ilan po ang
11,071.
regular sa non-regular?
6,705 po.
Ang regular?
Yes po. 6,705.
Ang non-regular?
Project employees po is 2,208 and independent contractors po is 2,158.
Okay. Meron po, familiar po ba kayo doon sa inisyong ni BIR Commissioner Dulay, doon sa request po ni Solicitor General? Meron po siyang inisyu dated February 21, 2020, si BIR Commissioner Dulay. Wala po akong official copy pero nakita ko lang po ito sa nakapost sa Facebook. Pwede pong ma-request po si Comsec, baka pwede nilang ipakita. Finoward ko po kay Comsec po ito. At binabanggit po dito, Mr. Katigbak, ng ABS-CBN Corporation and Convergence, ang total employees is 4,401. Yung ABS-CBN Corporation lang is 4,322, 79 yung Convergence, ABS-CBN Convergence. So nais ko lang i-confirm kung alin ba exactly, alin yung tama, alin ba yung pinag-uusapan po natin, bakit magkaiba po yung nakadeklara sa BIR.
Mr. Chair, kung pwede lang po, if I can ask Mark Nepomuceno to be recognized to answer your question.
Sige po.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Honorable Congressman. We submit two BIR reports, Your Honor, annually to the BIR that covers our headcount. These reports are 1604CF and 1604E. So for the entire group po, yung all 17 companies, yung 1604CF showed that we had 8,809 regular and project employees. Yung pong 1604E showed that we had 15,466 independent contractors and suppliers po. Yung ano po yung pagkakaiba ng numero ito dun sa numero namin, na sinabi namin. The BIR reports show all the individuals and suppliers that were paid for the entire year of 2019. Anumang buwan sila nabayaran, masasama sila sa report na ito. So yung total po nitong 1604CF at 1604E is 24,275. What is the significance of this number po? Ano? This number shows the number of jobs that ABS-CBN creates within a year. So for the year 2019, ABS-CBN created 24,275 jobs. Ngayon po, yung numerong 11,071, those were the number of workers that ABS-CBN hired for the month of December 2019 only. Para sa buwan lamang ng December 2019. So, roughly...
Lilinawin ko po yung nakasulat po dito. Pinadalan din po ako ni COMSEC. Ang sabi niya dito, ni Commissioner Dulay, address naman kay Chairperson Franz Alvarez, please be informed that based on the remittances made to BIR as reported in BIR Form 1604-CF for TY 2019, the total number of employees of ABS-CBN Corporation is 4,545. Because ito po yung concern ko po, bakit hindi po nagtutugma yung binabanggit po ninyong numero ngayon?
Ito po.
Hindi rin nagtutugma yung filing sa SEC at hindi rin nagtutugma sa BIR. And hindi ko lang alam po kung sinire-report din po niyo ito sa DOLE, kung may numbers din yung DOLE. Hindi ko lang alam kung pareho rin.
Opo. Ito po, ano? For ABS Corporation alone, yung 1604 CF, so for the year 2019, the number is 4,340. 1604 CF lang po yun. For broadcast, ABS-CBN broadcast network only. Yung numbers na binasa ko po kanina is for the entire group of companies, composed of 17 companies. So yung 1604 CF namin, for 2019, for broadcast corporation only, is 4,340 po. At nadagdag po dito yung...
Sa ABS-CBN Corporation, na pinag-uusapan po natin, ang employees po ninyo is 4,500 something.
Saan galing? Saan? Hindi, 4,500 something daw. Kasi, di ba? Yung 4,500 or 4,442 yata yun or something like that. Kasama doon, idinagdag po rito sa 4,340 yung ABS-CBN convergence. If you could look at that number po, hindi ko po hawak yung tinitingnan nyo.
Siguro i-flash po ni COMSEC kung po pwede. Dalawa po actually itong document na ito. Yung document na ibinigay po niya kay Solicitor General at document na ibinigay po niya kay Chairman Franz Alvarez. And makikita po natin hindi po pareho. At the same time, hindi rin po siya nagtutugma doon sa binabanggit po ninyo na numero ever since, na 10,955 or 11,000. So hindi ko exactly alam kung ano ba talaga yung numero na pinag-uusapan po natin when it comes to employees po ng ABS-CBN.
No, hintayin ko lang po ma-flash yung numero. Mr. Chair, Your Honor, nakita po rito yung sinubmit ni Commissioner Dulay is 4,545. Yun po yung tinutukoy niyo, no?
Opo.
Okay. Based on 1604 CF... ito po. Okay. Sige, solid pa. Okay, thank you. Opo. So, based on the 1604 CF for 2019, the number indicated here is 4,545. Based on our records po, yung sinabit po namin 1604 CF for 2019 is 4,340. So mas mababa po ng 115 yung numero namin. I don't know why hindi nagtutugma yung numero po. Pero batay rin po sa 1604 CF namin ito.
Anong ibig sabihin po ba noon kapag dineclare ninyo sa BIR na 4,300 something yung employees po ninyo?
Opo.
Hindi ba dapat yun yung employees as employees? Bakit iba po yung binabanggit po ninyo ngayon na 11,000?
Okay. So, yung binabanggit ko pong 4,340, yun lang po ay para sa ABS Corporation. Yung 11,071 is for the entire group of companies within ABS-CBN. Kasi yung grupo...
Okay.
Opo.
So klaro po tayo ngayon kasi every time kasi na binabanggit po ninyo from the very start si CEO Katigbak, binanggit po niya yung 11,000. So kapag itong issue dito sa ABS-CBN Corporation Broadcasting, ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito para klaro ay 4,300 ilan po?
4,340. Pero wala pa po doon yung mga independent contractors na tulad ng mga artista, creative writers that ABS hires on an annual basis. Ano?
Okay. So pupunta po tayo doon. Ilan po yun?
For independent contractors.
Excuse me, Congressman Ron Salo, bago po sumagot si Attorney Nepomuceno, nabanggit niyo po na ABS-CBN Group of Companies.
Opo.
Ano-ano pong mga kumpanya yung bumubuo po sa ABS-CBN Group of Companies, Attorney Nepomuceno?
Hindi po ako attorney, sir. Okay. That is
Mr. Nepomuceno.
Opo. That is ABS-CBN Corporation, ABS Convergence Inc., ABS Film Productions, ABS-CBN Global Limited, ABS-CBN Lingkod Kapamilya Foundation, ABS-CBN Shared Services Limited, ACJO, ABS Themed Experiences, Cinescreen, Creative Programs Inc., iConnect Convergence, Play Innovations, ABS News Channel, Sky Cable Corporation, Big Dipper Digital Content, TV Food Chefs, at The Chosen Bun.
Maraming salamat po. Ipagpatuloy mo na po, Congressman Ron Salo.
Maraming salamat po sa binanggit po ninyo. So, ilan po lahat po yon? So, yung 4,340, attorney, lahat po ito regular employees, tama po ba?
Yung 4,340, batay sa 1604 CF for 2019, covers only the project and regular employees. Marami po kaming hire na independent contractors na nakabilang sa 1604E. Doon sa independent contractors na yon, na nakabilang sa 1604E, that is 4,035. So that brings, for ABS Corporation lang po, no? For ABS Corporation lang po, that brings the number to 8,375 employees and independent contractors.
Okay. So, 8,375, ito na yung kabuuan na pinag-usapan po natin. Regular employees, project contractors, talents o independent contractors. Tama ba yun?
For the ABS-CBN Corporation po, that is correct po.
Okay. So, klaro, based doon, bakit hindi po sila nakakasama dun sa, kung yun yung binabanggit niyo po ngayon, bakit hindi sila kasama dun sa fina-file sa BIR?
Kasama po sila dahil
4,340 lang po yung naka-reflect po sa BIR.
dalawang reports po ito, no? May 1604CF tsaka 1604E. Wala pong isang BIR report na binubuo yung project employees, regular employees at independent contractors. Kaya dalawang report po ang sinasubmit namin. So yung one report covers the project and regular employees, the other report covers the independent contractors. So doon po nanggagaling yung numerong yon.
Okay. So ang total number ng project employees is 4,035. Tama ba yun? Binanggit niyo po kanina?
Independent contractors po yon, 4,035 based on 1604E. 4,035
4,035 independent contractors. 4,035 independent contractors. Tama ba yun? Binanggit niyo po kanina? Independent contractors po yon, 4,035 based on 1604E. 4,035 independent contractors. Tama ba yun? Binanggit niyo po kanina? Kapag 4,035,
4035.
4,035, ito yung mga project employees.
Independent contractors po yun.
Independent contractors.
Opo.
Ang tawag po ninyo sa kanila.
Opo.
Independent contractors, sila rin ba yung binabanggit ninyo na talents?
May mga kasama doon na tinatawag na talents. Ito yung mga on-camera, yung mga artista. Nandyan din yung mga creative writers, directors. So yung classification po na yan ay yung classification ng BIR. So doon po
Kasi
sila
hindi
pumapasok.
ko maintindihan, actually, pasensya na po kayo, attorney, hindi ko masituate exactly, makuha yung totoong numero, dahil iba rin po yung naka-add sa PSE disclosure po ninyo na nasa page ng ABS-CBN. Ang binabanggit po doon is 3,325 yung talents ng ABS-CBN at lahat ng subsidiaries niya. Pero ngayon, lumalabas po sa inyo, binabanggit po ninyo 4,340 yung independent contractors. So mas malaki, ibig sabihin, based doon sa sinabi po ninyo ngayon, mas malaki po yung independent contractors yung in actual than what is being written doon sa PSE disclosure po ninyo. Ganun yung intindi ko. Am I right?
Hindi ko po hawak yung PSE report, but if that is the case, then tama po yun. Mas malaki yung nasubmit namin sa 1604 CF for the year of 2019 and 1604E for the year of 2019.
Which I don't understand actually, attorney. These are very important documents. Bakit hindi po sila magtutugma? These are also documents that we file to various regulatory agencies. Magkaiba lang po silang regulatory agency, BIR, tapos nandun sa kabila naman ay PSE o kaya sa SEC. Bakit hindi po sila magkakatugma o magkakapareho?
May I consult your honor? Hold on lang po. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, your honor, the variance could come from the difference in timing, the date of the PSE report versus our year-end 2019 report.
Di pa masyadong malaki namang variance po yon, attorney. Kung pag-usapan po natin 2019, actually yung PSA disclosure 2019 din. Then yung binabanggit niyo po kanina rin na document, sabi po ninyo based sa 2019 din. And yet, you're giving us different figures. So alin po dapat talaga yung susundin natin? Kasi nung nagsalita rin si CEO Katigbak, iba rin yung numero na binabanggit niya. So how do we reconcile these numbers? So at least we exactly know ilan talaga yung pinag-uusapan po natin.
Based on the 1604 CF and 1604E, ito yung final namin sa BIR. We don't have the PSE report with us now.
Nasa website po ninyo yon, doon po nakuha.
Sige.
Nonetheless, alin yung susundin natin for the purpose of this hearing? Yung po bang final sa BIR?
I would say po sa BIR dahil yun po yung mga may remittances at withheld taxes.
That makes me think also, attorney, yung mga hindi nare-remit, hindi nababanggit doon sa disclosure sa BIR, ano ibig sabihin po noon? Hindi po ba tayo nakapag-remit ng kanilang corresponding taxes?
For the independent contractors po, because they are considered self-employed, they take care of their own remittances po. We only withhold the contractor's tax on the independent contractors. So ganun po yun.
Siguro kung okay lang po sa inyo, attorney, mas maganda kung hihingi na lang po kami sa inyo ng detailed na disclosure kung ilan po exactly yung pinag-uusapan po natin ng mga employees po. Kung okay lang po sa inyo para ma-compare na rin po natin at hindi kami makukonfused. Kasi we will be using different numbers based kung saan po ninyo final. Ngayon, siguro for one purpose, bigyan nyo na lang po kami.
On June, all the BIR.
Sige po. we submitted to the committee in June 15, 2020, all the BIR reports po. Pero sige po,
Okay.
yun po siguro yung suggestion nyo po.
Ilan po yung nakasulat po doon na total doon sa sinabit po ninyo?
Ito rin yun, di ba? Ito rin pong binanggit ko.
Ito rin yung binanggit po
Opo.
ninyo. So ilan yung regular independent contractors? Regular is 4,340.
For ABS-CBN Corporation lang po, ano?
Contractors is 4,035.
Sige.
So,
For ABS-CBN
tama ba?
Corporation lang po, for 1604 CF, it's 4,340.
Okay.
For 1604E, 1604E counts independent contractors plus suppliers.
Okay.
Okay. Yung number po na makikita nyo doon sa 1604E is actually 9,151. Hindi po binibiyak ng BIR yung independent contractors sa suppliers. So kami na po yung
klaro.
bumibilang doon.
Klaro po yan, attorney.
Okay, sige po.
Hihimayin po ngayon yung datos na 4,340. Ang sinabi niyo po kanina, is comprised of regular employees and project employees.
Opo.
Ilan po yung regular employees po doon?
Ang regular employees po doon, hindi, that's our December count. Sandali lang po, no?
Apo.
When this is submitted to the BIR also, this is not split. But based on our count for the month of December 2019, we had 2,661 regular employees. Count po namin to, no, for the month of December 19.
2,661
661 versus 1,600 and 1,641 project employees.
Okay. So basically, sabi ninyo ngayon, 2,061 ang total na regular employees po ninyo. But
Opo.
you have a total of 8,375 employees, including independent contractors o yung mga talents.
Hindi po, hiwalay po yung independent contractors pa.
Yes, and suppliers, 4,035. Yung binanggit ninyo po
Opo,
kanina.
yung independent contractors doon ay 4,035. Tama po.
Yes, yes. Tapos, kapag kinumpit ko po ngayon, sa totoo lang, kapag kinumpit ko po yung regular, project employees plus your dependent contractors, that translates to more than 6,000. Pero yung regular employees po ninyo is only 2,061. Kapag kinumpit po ninyo ito, ang regular employees po ng ABS-CBN sa totoo lang is only 24.6% lumalabas.
Opo, and that is due to the nature of the industry po.
Yes, I completely agree. Ang sinasabi ko lang po ngayon, ang regular employees po ng ABS-CBN Corporation, broadcasting is only 24.6% of the total number of its employees.
He's adding this one.
And yan nga eh.
So ina-add niya to with that one. So it comes up.
Yeah.
Anyways, siguro compute nyo na lang po, pero sinasabi ko, based on my computation now, I have a calculator, 24.6 lang po yung regular employees po ninyo. Well, of course, you will argue that it depends because of the industry. Subalit, ang nakikita ko po rito, hindi ko pa masyadong maliit yung less than 1/4. Doon sa total employees po ninyo, ay regular.
I agree, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I agree that the number of regular employees compared to the project employees plus independent contractors will be a smaller percentage. What that exact percentage is, so, po, Your Honor, when we reconcile the numbers, we can arrive at that.
I ask you to reconcile. Pupunta po ako sa next question ko po.
Opo.
So far, ilang labor cases ang final laban sa ABS-CBN since 1995?
For that, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, may I ask that Attorney Uy be recognized?
Please.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I request for the question to be repeated? I did not understand it.
ilan pong labor cases ang final laban sa ABS-CBN Corporation Broadcasting simula noong 1995 nung naibigay po yung prangkisa?
I don't have that data, Mr. Chairman. What I do have is the number of pending labor cases at the moment, which is 67,
67 labor cases. As of the
that are
moment.
pending at the moment, Mr. Chairman.
67 cases. Ilan pong employees lahat po yan?
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman.
Ilang employees ang involved doon sa nag-file ng 67 cases na yon?
The number of workers involved, Mr. Chairman, are 302.
Pardon?
302 workers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So 302 cases. Itong binabanggit po ninyo na 302 cases at 67 cases, simula noong 1995 ba ito o ito yung current, ito yung ngayon lang, yung buhay na kaso?
Those are the current pending cases, Mr. Chairman, from as far back as 1996.
As far back as current pending. So ibig sabihin, hindi po ito kasama yung mga na-resolve na.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Pwede rin ba kaming makahingi? Since 1996 po yan to present, is it safe to assume na mas maraming na-resolve kaysa pending?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Pwede po ba kaming makahingi ng listahan ilan talaga yung kaso na final laban sa ABS-CBN? Ilan yung employees involved from the time that your franchise was granted? Ilan na yung na-resolve? Ilan po yung pending? Yung pending, at least you've already given me, it's 67 cases ang pending ngayon. I suppose these are pending in various courts or agencies or tribunals and at various stages. And there are 302 employees involved. Ano po yung kadalasan na rason bakit sila nagpa-file?
Mr. Chairman, the reasons or the basis for the various cases are different. There are cases that are filed of employees who were dismissed for violations of the Code of Conduct. There were also cases filed by employees who were dismissed for failure to qualify for regular employment, those who were engaged as probationary employees. There were also cases filed by employees who failed performance appraisals and were dismissed. And also there were cases involving questions of status of engagement, and also there's a petition for certification election, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mukhang sunod-sunod at sabay magkakasunod yung mga nagpa-file ng mga labor cases laban sa ABS-CBN. Kasi mag-handle din po ako previously ng mga cases sa ibang kumpanya and hindi naman ganoon karami, quote-unquote, yung mga cases. So, ito ba'y peculiar sa industry?
No, Mr. Chairman. As was stated earlier, these cases accumulated over the years, the earliest of which was in 1996. Considering that ABS-CBN has approximately 6,000 workers, and the cases were filed over a span of 25 years, Mr. Chairman. So 67 pending cases is not a high number, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Pero kung papansin po ninyo, 67 cases yung pending, hindi po kasama po dito yung mga na-resolve na. 67 divided by 25, that's what translates to almost 3 per year. Imagine, a corporation being filed by its employees almost 3 times every year. Ito lang po yung current, ito yung pending. Hindi na natin pinag-usapan po yung mga na-resolve na, which I suppose because these long years, mas marami na po yung na-resolve. So, imagine, every quarter almost, may kaso na fina-file. And yet, ano po yung action na ginagawa para ma-address these labor issues?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, we need to consider that ABS-CBN engages approximately 6,000 workers. So if we're going to compute percentages, the number of workers over a span of 25 years should be considered, and not just the number of years.
I completely agree. That's the reason why hindi ko na po binabanggit, Mr. Chairman, yung mga number of employees. Ang binabanggit ko lang po actually is the number of cases being filed. Kasi kapag pinag-usapan po natin yung number of employees, there are more employees who actually have been filing cases. Ngayon, pupunta po ako sa tanong ko ngayon, sino yung mga considered na talents o independent contractors?
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman?
Sino po yung mga sino po yung tinutukoy o kinukonsider na talents ng ABS-CBN?
Talents, Mr. Chairman, are those who are engaged specifically for the production of television programs.
Talents. Sino po ang mga yon kung babanggitin po ninyo? Yung mga actors.
Your Honor, can I take the question?
Yes?
Opo.
Yung pong mga artista, I suppose mga talents po yon.
Opo, yung mga artista po, mga dancer, mga performers po namin, mga singer, yun po ang mga talents.
Performers, singers. Yung mga scriptwriters, I suppose. Talents din po sila.
They're intellectual property creators po. They're program-based
Mga reporters,
independent
anong status po nila?
contractors.
Anong consideration sa kanila?
The reporters, Mark, are regular. The reporters po are regular employees.
Reporters or regular employees.
Opo, Your
Cameraman.
Honor.
Cameraman.
Ang cameraman po, program employees po if they are assigned to a specific program. Regular employee po if they are assigned to the studio and attached to the facilities and the studios.
Pakiulit po.
Your Honor, may ibang cameraman po na program employee, they are attached to a specific program, they are engaged for a specific program. There are cameramen po who are regular employees because they are attached to the studio and facilities. So anuman pong programa ang gawin sa studio, kailangan nila pong trabahuin. So yun po ang regular.
So dalawang status, pwedeng regular, pwedeng non-regular.
Opo,
Yung audio
pwedeng
man?
Program
Audio
employee
man?
po. Ang audio man po, program employee po.
Program employee. So ibig sabihin po nito, considered hindi po sila regular, talents po sila, tama ba?
Your Honor, we were able to veer away from talent production, calling talent the production or engineering personnel as talents. Kaya po kami nagpapirma ng program employee contracts. So ang naiwan pong tinatawag
bago po
naming
tayo pumunta
talent.
po dyan, ika-clarify ko lang po ma'am, ano yung mga categories po ng mga to, then pupunta po tayo doon.
Opo.
Audio man, mga drivers.
Mark, the drive.
Drivers.
Third-party contractors po.
Contractors ang drivers.
Opo.
Videotape recorders. Mga recorders.
Ang reporters po ay regular.
Recorders are regular.
Opo.
Lightman.
Program employees po.
Program employees. Camera control.
Kung studio po sila, CCU sa studio, regular po sila.
Naputol po yata, Mr. Chair.
Ay, Your Honor.
Kong Salo? Siguro balikan na lang natin si Kong Salo. Pag naka-connect siya ulit, isingit na lang po natin siya. Ngayon siguro, lipat muna tayo kay Congresswoman Tambunting para sa kanyang interpellation. Congresswoman Tambunting, you're recognized.
Paki-unmute po ako.
Okay na po, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon.
to our chairman, Honorable Chicoy Alvarez, and Honorable Jonathan C. Alvarado, and to all our colleagues. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask a question to any of the lawyers of ABS-CBN. Sino po sa mga lawyers ng ABS-CBN ang pwede ko pong tanungin?
Pwede niyo na po, siguro ma'am, pwede niyo na po diretso tanongin.
Okay.
Sino na po na...
It was mentioned yesterday. Yes, Chairman. It was mentioned yesterday that ABS-CBN has regular employees. Ito na naman yung, although kabisado ko po ito, pero tatanungin ko po ito para maintindihan po ng madla kung ano ba talaga. Regular employees, program employees, and independent employees. Kahapon pa po ito na pag-uusapan, pero it was also mentioned how this is the setup as it is industry practice and given the uniqueness of the industry. My question to ABS-CBN is, has DOLE ever prohibited ABS-CBN from having program employees or independent contractors? Has this practice been declared illegal?
Mr. Chair, there was never an instance that the Department of Labor has found this illegal. As a matter of fact, no less than the Secretary of Labor and Employment came out with Policy Instruction number 40, which clearly defines that there are two kinds of employees in the broadcast industry, one of which are studio employees and the other set would be called program employees.
Okay. Precisely. It has not been declared illegal because having project employees, program employees, and independent contractors is legal under our laws. It is because our labor laws recognize different kinds and forms of employment. To ABS-CBN, another question. Isn't it true that you have program employees or project employees because when a show or program ends, you cannot simply put the talents in another ongoing show because may mga talents na rin po yung mga show na yon. Or, halimbawa, meron kayong natapos na show, hindi naman pwedeng ilagay sa bagong show because it is still being conceptualized. Can you confirm this, ABS-CBN?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
The intention of the company is always to have shows that will last for as long as possible, but in reality, some programs do succeed and air for months or even years, but sometimes there are shows that cannot even finish one season or 13 weeks because the ratings are poor, so they have to stop the show.
Okay, precisely is it true that having program employees in fact protects the rights and benefits of these employees, especially considering many of them are freelancers? Ito nga po ang tanong ko. Halimbawa, nasa kontrata sila and the contract is supposed to last for some time, but the show is shelved earlier than it's supposed to be shelved. Are they paid for the contract duration still? ABS?
Mr. Chair, once a program ends, the talent fees also end. The compensation also ends.
Okay, so that is the contract.
There,
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask a question to our friends from DOLE. You said, Anna, I'm sorry, is Yusek Anna still there?
Nandiyan pa po siya, ma'am. Sige po.
Okay, to our friends from Dole, as mentioned earlier, according to the statement of Dole Secretary Silvestre Bello III on the April Labor Force Survey posted on Dole website on June 5, 2020, the unemployment rate rose to 17.7% or 7.3 million unemployed Filipinos in the labor force in April 2020. This is a record high in the unemployment rate, reflecting the effects of the COVID-19 economic shutdown to the Philippine labor market. In addition, the labor force participation rate among Filipinos 15 years and older is estimated at 55.6% in April 2020. This is the lowest in the history of the Philippine labor market. That is almost 1 out of 2 working age Filipinos who are not employed nor looking for a job. Undersecretary, Madam, can you please confirm this information? Yusek?
Hello? Naririnig
Yes,
po ako.
Yusek.
Yes. Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yes, that figure is, the figure quoted by the Secretary is released by via PSA.
Okay, para maintindihan po natin na mas maigi, Madam Yusek, ilan po ba talaga ang nawalan ng trabaho ngayong COVID? Ngayon, as of today, ilan po ang nawalan ng trabaho?
I don't have the figure. I'll ask yung aking kasama.
Wala kayong rough estimate, ballpark figure, kahit ilan, 2 po bang nawalan ng trabaho, Madam? 3, 4, 5 milyon po ba?
Your Honor, if I remember, the reports coming from our regional offices, that is being reported by establishments, is running between 90 to 100,000 na po.
Yusek, ang nawalan ng trabaho sa Pilipinas, 100,000 lang po during itong pandemic. Parang mali yata, Yusek. 100,000 lang po. Sa companies ng mga kamag-anak namin, medyo malaki-laki na po.
Yun po yung retrenchment figures that is being submitted to us.
Yusek, I will request for a report on that, please.
Yes.
Kung ilan po ang nawalan ng trabaho sa Pilipinas para makita po natin yan. Talagang ilan po ang nawalan ng kanina. I listened to my colleague, si Vice Chairman Mark Go, at yung kanyang report ay medyo substantial ang nawalan ng trabaho. At muntik po ako naiyak sa report na yon. So, Undersecretary, I would like to request for a report on that.
Yes, sir.
Maaari lang po.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. In an hour, I'll give it to the Secretariat po.
Thank you. Maraming salamat po, Yusek. Ang susunod kong tanong ay para sa isang kaibigan ko na bibigyan ko po ng pagkakataon na makapagsalita. Si Ma'am Cory Bidanes. Ma'am Cory.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am Cory, ano po ang nararamdaman ng mga kasamahan po ninyo sa trabaho ngayon na malapit na po ang posible nilang retrenchment?
Your Honor, nakakalungkot pong isipin na malapit na ang posibleng retrenchment. Napakabigat po sa puso at damdamin naming lahat. Ang mga kapamilya namin ay puno ng pangangamba at takot sa kinabukasan, para sa kinabukasan nila at kanilang pamilya. Sinabi po ninyo kanina, Your Honor, na mahirap talaga maghanap ng trabaho sa panahon ng pandemya. Yun po ang bumabagabag sa mga puso nila. Pero, Your Honor, patuloy po sila na nagdadasal, sumusuporta, tumaasa na ma-renew ang aming franchise para po makasigurado sa kinabukasan ng kanilang mga pamilya at para po makapagpatuloy kaming magserbisyo sa mga Pilipino sa pamamagitan ng aming mga programang nagbibigay impormasyon, edukasyon, inspirasyon, pag-asa at saya. Yun lang po, Your Honor.
Thank you po, Cory. I would just like to manifest, Mr. Chair, that we are in the middle of an unprecedented employment crisis in our country. The greatest labor problem is unemployment. Masakit po na makita ang ating mga kababayan na walang trabaho. Lahat po tayo dito sa Kongreso ay naghahanap ng paraan para makatulong sa ating mga kababayan na walang trabaho dahil sa COVID-19 crisis. I hope that when the committee decides on the franchise, we will consider the many employees whose livelihoods are dependent on our decision. As mentioned yesterday, the management of ABS-CBN has undertaken and commits to continue to undertake reforms. Let us give them a chance to implement these reforms. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Tambunting. Ngayon naman po, balikan po natin yung naputol kanina, Congressman Ron Salon. Nandiyan na po ba kayo? Kong Ron? Paki-unmute si Kong Ron. Comsec, paki-unmute po. Hello? Sino may hawak ng technical natin? Paki-unmute po dahil sarili ninyo.
Okay na po ako, Chairperson. Maraming salamat po. Pasensya na po kayo. Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Babalik po ako doon sa pagtatanong ko po sa ABS-CBN po kanina. Yung kausap ko po kanina, sino po ang pangalan po nila from ABS-CBN?
Si Cory po.
Yes,
Your
Ms. Cory.
Honor.
Ang kanina, pinapa-identify ko po sa inyo kung ano pong status ng mga employees. Yung pong makeup artist, ano pong category po nila?
Independent contractors po.
Makeup artist, independent contractors.
Opo, self-employed po.
So, ano po ba yung lumalabas dito? Kapag nasa specific program po sila, they're considered independent contractors. Kapag nandun sila sa studio, sila po tinatawag po na regular employees.
Your Honor, may I explain? If they are engaged for a specific program po, they are called program employees. But
Yes.
if they are attached to the studio and facilities po, they are regular po. I'm
Okay.
talking about po the
Klaro
crew and
po yun.
the...
Pag-attach po sila doon sa facilities na binabanggit po ninyo, then they are regular. Kapag hindi po, doon attach sila sa specific program, then they are considered independent contractors.
Considered program employees po.
Okay. Program employees or independent di ba hindi sila regular? Sino yung hindi regular?
Opo, pero po iba ang program employees sa independent contractors. Ang independent contractors po na program-based ay creatives po namin, director, writers, at ang on-camera artists. They are program-based independent contractors po.
Okay. So program-based po sila at hindi sila considered regular employees. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
Okay. Kahit na paulit-ulit po silang gumawa at ilang taon po sila na nire-renew, paulit-ulit nire-renew at ilang taon po silang nagtatrabaho dahil attached po sila doon sa programs, various programs na kinikreate po ng ABS-CBN, they would still be considered non-regular employees. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Maraming salamat po doon sa paglilinaw na yon. So kahit tumagal po sila, that's the reason why yung mga nandyan po na nag-file ng mga kaso dahil binasa ko rin po yung mga cases that we filed before various agencies at yung mga iba pending ngayon sa Supreme Court. Ito tama po yung sinasabi po ninyo. They're considered actually talents doon sa kanilang sinasabi. Well, sabi po ninyong kanina, you've already decided not to use the word talent. May I just inquire, kailan po nagsimula po yun na hindi po na po sila tawagin na talent?
2001 po, Your Honor.
2001.
Opo.
Pero bakit yung mga nag-file po dyan, nandyan pa rin po, ang tawag pa rin po sa kanila, they filed it sometime 2006 ata po yun, and they were still considered to be talents at that time.
Sorry, Your Honor. I think I misunderstood your question. Was your question about the independent contractors and program employees po? Because we started...
Yung kanina, binanggit po ninyo kanina na hindi na po niyo ginagamit yung word
opo.
talents para dito sa mga cameraman, audioman, drivers, videotape recorders, lightman, camera control, mga makeup artists, kundi mga independent contractors. Tama ba?
Your Honor, kasi po, ang makeup artist po, independent contractor po yun. Ang kalakaran po ng industriya noon, ang tawag po sa mga program employees are talents lang po, na walang mga kontrata.
Ito po yung isa sa nais ko pong banggitin, ano po. Kaya umiiyak yung puso ko actually when there was a time na interview po ako sa ilang studio. Tinatanong ko po kung matagal na po sila yung mga nagme-makeup po sa akin. At ang sagot po nila sa akin, kahit matagal na po ako rito, hindi naman po ako regular employee. Kahit na make-upan po lahat ng mga pupunta dyan sa show, o kahit yung mga artista o kung sino man yung nag-guest dito, at required ako, under the control ako, I'm still an independent contractor. Ngayon pupunta po ako sa DOLE. Kay Yusek. Yusek, Ana?
Yes po.
Opo. Tatanungin ko po kayo, ano po yung pamantayan kung kailan sinasabi na regular employee ang isang manggagawa at hindi?
Yun pong pamantayan natin according to the labor code ay yung pagka nag-serve po siya, he was engaged to render services beyond 6 months and 1 day, ay regular na po siya.
And at the same time, hindi ko lang alam kung may kopya po kayo, Article 280 ng Labor Code, anong sinasabi po niya doon. An employment shall be deemed to be regular for the employee has been engaged to perform activities which are usually necessary or desirable in the usual business or trade of the employer. Tama ba yon?
Yes po.
Apo. Nakabase po ba yung pagiging regular niya doon sa kanyang place of assignment?
Hindi po.
Tama, hindi po, di po ba? Whether or not assigned po siya doon sa specific program or specific doon sa studio, it doesn't matter under the law. Tama ba yon?
Yes po.
So, ang pamantayan, whether or not that particular employee is performing a work that is usually necessary or desirable in the usual business or traded employer, then he would be considered a regular employee. Ngayon, sa tingin po ninyo, Yusek, sa business na or dito sa industriya ng broadcasting, yung po pang cameraman, ito po ba'y necessary and desirable na piniperform?
Your Honor, before we go further, yan po yung issue that is in the certification election. Nag-decision na po ang...
Yes, precisely, Yusek. Ito po yung tinatanong ko nga po, based sa inyo po, bilang undersecretary po ng DOLE. Tinatanong ko nga po kayo sa industriya ng media, yung po bang cameraman, necessary po ba ito sa usual business or desirable the business or traded employer?
Yes po.
Yes. Yung audio man, mahalaga po ba to? Necessary po ba ito?
Opo, kasama po kasi yan. Lahat po ng trabaho na na ginagawa para magkaroon ng production
Yes.
ay necessary po.
Ulitin po ninyo, yung lahat po ng mahalaga sa paggawa ng production ay
Necessary and desirable po.
necessary. And based po sa Article 280 ng Labor Code, ilan po yung binabanggit ninyo rin po kanina kung nakapag-render po siya ng gaano katagal? 6 months.
6 months and 1 day.
6 months and 1 day. And ito rin po yung makikita po kasi natin, that's exactly the reason bakit po tinanong kanina kung ilan po yung mga kaso. And hindi po nakapagtataka na paulit-ulit po yung mga nagpa-file in a year, ilan po yung cases na pina-file laban po dun sa employer, specifically sa ABS-CBN, because hindi po, mukhang hindi po talaga sumusunod dito sa pamantayan na nakasad po sa Labor Code, Article 280. Ngayon, first, ang sabi ko nga na ginamit ko pong rason ay isang example po kanina, yung makeup artist. Imagine a makeup artist, isang dekada na po na mag-make-up sa lahat po ng mga guests na dumarating po doon. And yet, considered talent po siya. Talent noon, ngayon ang tawag po sa kanya independent contractor. And he would not be considered a regular employee. Despite kung yung function din po niya necessary, desirable, at kung yung control na kanino nandun sa employer. So, with that, Mr. Chairman, ito lang po yung nais kong sabihin. Yes, dinidinig po natin, Mr. Chairman, yung prangkisa ng ABS-CBN at nakikinig din po tayo doon sa kanilang undertaking that they will be a better company in case, in the event that we will be granting this particular franchise renewal. But nonetheless, kailangan po nating himayin at tingnan that indeed, yung pinaglalaban po ng marami po sa mga employees po nila ay may basihan. This is the reason why I filed my bill at sineset ko rin po na minimum dapat na regular employees should be 60%. Dahil based dun po sa computation na ginawa po natin kanina, lumalabas na sa dami po ng employees po nila, and yet, while they are necessary and desirable in the performance of their functions and then the business of the employer, hindi po sila regular employees. And 24.6 lang po lumalabas ang regular employees po ng ABS-CBN. With that, Mr. Chair, maraming pong salamat at binibigay ko na po yung pagkakataon para doon sa mga iba na magtatanong.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman
may we be recognized, please? I think there's a need to clarify, Mr. Chair, what broadcasting is all about, because there seems to be an impression that automatically broadcasting is equated to production of shows, which is not correct. Because a franchise is only granted for the maintenance, creation, operation of TV and broadcast studios. And the purpose of broadcasting is in fact transmission of programs via radio and television. So what actually a company does is invest in studios and transmitters. Hindi po necessary na kapag ikaw ay nasa broadcasting industry, may sarili kang shows na gagawin. In fact, pag nagsisimula ang isang kumpanya, ang nangyayari po niyan ay nagla-license sila ng content madalas. Bumibili sila ng mga soap operas abroad at pinapalabas dito sa ating bansa. And also, they have contracts with other companies to co-produce shows o di kaya magkaroon sila ng block timer arrangement.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment on the comment of the
Just
lawyer.
1 minute. 1 minute. Chairman Chikoy?
Yes.
Yes, Chairman Chikoy, the Honorable Remulla would like to interject.
Kung Boying, pwede bigyan natin ng 1 minute lang para up lang natin si Attorney Alonso and then
Baka mawala lang kasi yung yung thought natin The thought process kasi was called into play by the remarks of the lady lawyer from ABS-CBN.
Thank you. Attorney Alonso?
I just wanted to clarify that even under policy instruction number 40, the broadcast industry has in fact been divided into regular or studio employees or station employees rather, as well as program employees who belong to a work pool. And following the decision in Marginot versus Viva Films and citing the Manila Hotel decision, all of these people who belong to the program employees are members of a work pool and are regarded as regular seasonal employees, which also apply to project-based employees insofar as the continuity of their employment, which is only defined by the duration of the project that they are attached to. So in other words, there is security of tenure during the duration of the project. They don't have any regular working hours, and they are allowed to enter into employment contracts with other companies kapag nag-end po yung proyekto nila. The broadcast industry is very unique in the sense na marami po mga tao na nai-involve sa maraming multiple projects. Meron pong mga tauhan na nagtatrabaho sa isang TV show ng Monday, Wednesday, Friday, at kasabay noon sa Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, nagsushoot din po sila ng pelikula. So these are people who are part of the work pool, which has been recognized by no less than the Supreme Court as a valid mode of employment, but it is only until the duration of the activity that they are attached to and for as long as it lasts. Pati po sa desisyon ng Nazareno versus ABS-CBN, ganun din po ang nakalagay that they are regarded as regular insofar as that particular activity is concerned and for as long as it lasts. So kapag natapos po yun, balik po sila sa work pool, mag-aantay po pa ng panibagong proyekto at kapag nagkaroon na po ng panibagong project, magra-run po ulit ang tenure nila. So
Mr. Chairman,
sorry.
may I now...
Kong Boying?
Yes, in other words, Attorney Alonso, ang sinasabi nyo, kung meron kang pangarap na maging regular para ikaw makabili ng bahay, huwag ka na lang pumasok sa ABS-CBN kasi 20% lang ang chance mo na maging regular employee. Yun ba sinasabi nyo?
I would not know how to...
Kasi sinasabi nyo, ang broadcasting, you invest in studios, you invest in equipment. Ang human resources is not important. Parang yun na sinasabi nyo nung opening statement nyo. Ano yung una sinabi nyo? In the nature of broadcasting, you invest in studios, you invest in equipment, where you import canned programs that you will broadcast for content.
I was only trying to clarify, Mr. Chair, that it is not automatic that when you engage in the broadcast industry, you produce your own shows.
In other words,
but if you do produce
the human
your own
dimension
shows,
of ABS-CBN does not really make the investment in human resources very important. Hindi mahalaga human resources, mas mahalaga sa inyo yung makina nyo, yung transmitter nyo, yung camera nyo, yung tao, pwedeng labas-pasok, mas mahalaga yung gamit.
hindi po. Meron din po kami
Kasi kagaya niyan, we have an actual case here, no? Si Journally, isa cameraman. Alam na ba natin, pag news and broadcasting and meron kayong gumagawa kayo ng mga intellectual property na mga bagong programa, kailangan nyo lagi ng cameraman. Am I correct or not?
I'm sorry, what was the
Basta
last?
meron kayong locally produced program, you always need a cameraman. Am I correct or not? Ms. Vidanes, tama ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you always need a cameraman because if it's news and current affairs, the angles of the angles by which you take the pictures of the hosts or the anchors, importante yung cameraman. Tama ho, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ganun din naman, pagka gumagawa kayo ng sabihin natin, probinsyano o terserye, mahalaga rin ang cameraman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya ang inyong trabaho, meron talagang kailangan nyo na mga katulad niyan, necessary and desirable, ang trabaho ng cameraman. Tama o mali?
Lahat po ng trabaho namin ay necessary.
Honorable
and
Boying,
desirable, Your Honor.
our guest, sorry. Session suspended. Thank you. With the indulgence of the Honorable Remulla, those points will be raised again during his time to interpolate our guest. So may I now go back to our chair, the Honorable, I relinquish the presiding duties to our chair, the Honorable Chiu Alvarez.
Kung Mike, ano mo natin, hearing resume po muna natin.
Sorry. Hearing resume.
Diretso na po tayo kay Congresswoman Biolago para po sa kanyang interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. But first, I would like to greet happy birthday, Vice Chair Mike Defensor.
Thank you, Honorable Biolago.
I have only po a few questions. My first question is for Sir Christopher and Sir June. Kayong dalawa po. Ang gusto ko lang po malaman, may trabaho po ba kayo ngayon?
As of now, Your Honor, meron po. Sa panahon ngayong COVID, natigil po dahil sa COVID, pero syempre may trabaho tayo.
Kayo po, Sir Christopher, may trabaho po kayo ngayon?
Ngayon po, meron po. Meron po kami.
Next question ko po sa inyo, saan po kayo nagtatrabaho ngayon?
Ako po, freelance cameraman ako sa GMA. At saka sa mga pelikula, commercials.
Kayo po, Sir
Ako po,
Christopher.
meron po kaming burger station sa Novaliches po.
So, it means po hanggang ngayon, kayong dalawa po ay hindi pa rin regular employee. Tama po ba?
Sa GMA po, ang estado ko po roon, isa rin po, in case nalatagan ako ng regularization, tatanggapin ko. Pero so far, dahil nga po nakafile ang case ko sa ABS, inaalagaan ko rin po, minarapat dapat ko na tumanggap muna bilang sideline para hindi makaapekto sa kaso ko sa ABS dahil hindi nga po ako abogado, pero kailangan kong mag-ingat para sa patuloy na nagtatrabaho ko.
Salamat po, Sir June. Kayo po, Sir Christopher.
Ako po, tumutulong po ako sa kapatid ko. Family business po.
Family business po.
Opo.
Correct me if I'm wrong, 1995 po ba kayo pumasok sa
Opo.
ABS-CBN? So, noong 1995, may kontrata po ba kayong napirmahan?
Wala po.
Wala. Kayo po, Sir June.
Wala pong contract. Noong 1997, kumbaga 1996, trainee cameraman ako. So 1 year ako nag-train. 1997, doon ako ni-recognize as talent cameraman without benefits yun. Tapos hanggang 2002 na nag-file ako ng case. Pero yan ho, studio, remote ang trabaho namin. So gusto ko po yung i-clarify doon kasi tulad na sinabi ni Ma'am Cory, pag remote, ikaw ay talent or program employee. Pero studio, ikaw ay regular employee. Ang nakakasama kong mga trabahador na mga cameraman, audioman, lightman, yung iba regular, yung iba talent. So I have my evidence here na breakdown ng aking payslip way back that time na studio, remote studio. So ibig sabihin 24 hours taping na kami sa labas, makakatulog lang kami ng 2 oras, 3 oras, diretso kami ng studio. Pagkatapos, kinabukasan, remote na naman. So talagang continuous po yan.
So, ibig pong sabihin, parang nagtatrabaho kayo ng 7 days a week, ganun po ba?
Opo, mahigit pa nga po eh.
Okay. Salamat po. Kayo po, Sir Christopher.
Ganon din po. Kung magkasama po kami sa location or sa studio, segue po eh. Galing kami ng remote, mas lalo pagkakulang ang tao sa studio. I-idlip ka lang po sa, meron po kaming bat cave dun sa ABS.
So,
Pag oras na, studio ka naman po.
So, ibig po sabihin, you work also for 7 days, more than 8 hours.
More than,
Okay po. Pero aware naman po ba kayo nung kayo po ay nagtatrabaho na kayo ay considered program employee?
Your Honor, nung umpisa kasi, siyempre nung kabataan natin, pag sinabing ABS-CBN, talagang masisilaw ka dahil napakagandang kumpanya, respetado. Actually, ang isang nag-udyok sa akin dyan na mag-file ng case, isang nagturo sa akin sila din. Kasi unang-una, sa mga news reporting nila, madalas bumabati ko sila ng mga kumpanya na hindi nagre-remit ng tamang wages sa mga manggagawa na kung matatandaan nyo, kasagsagan, ang galing nila bumira ng bumira. Nung sa part ko na po, hanggang kailan ko ililihim ito? Na kung saan may pamilyang umaasa sa akin. Parang ganun po.
Opo. Pero in some instance po, during 1995, until nag-file kayo noong 2010 ng case against ABS-CBN.
Your Honor, 2002 pa lang po nag-file na kami.
2002.
Ng
Kayo po, Sir
regularization
Christopher.
case. Opo.
opo.
2002 din po.
Opo, sabay-sabay po kami nag-file.
Is there any case o instance na kayo po ba ay nakipag-usap sa pamunuan ng ABS-CBN? Nagkaroon po ba ng dialogue between the employee and the employers?
Your Honor, maraming beses na po. Ibig sabihin, minsan nire-reach out na po namin hanggang sa humihiling kami ng mga meetings. May mga nagkaroon pa nga po ng mga chat with the chairman. So, yung hinaing namin, pero still, yung stand nila, hindi para sa mga manggagawa. May time na rin ho, sakto po nandito yung Sendro, yung nagre-represent ng NABU. Usually, kinikilala nila yung mga regular employee in different channels. Pero ako, bilang cameraman, bilang kabaro nyo sa trabaho, ako ay talent. One time, umattend ako ng meeting ng National Alliance Broadcasters Union. Yun ho ang isa sa mga ikinasasama ng loob ko. Na kapag regular employee ka, medyo may askad ang dating. Pero nung humarap kami, sabi ko, humarap ako rito bilang cameraman at hindi po ako regular. Ano ho ba ang magiging pananaw nyo sa katayuan namin, nakaparehas lang tayo ng ginagawa?
Thank you po. Mr. Chair, I would like to recognize Attorney Maxim para po i-clarify lang sa atin kung ano ang ibig sabihin ng regular and program employees.
Attorney Maxim is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the employment is a legal declaration of the relationship between an employer and an employee. Article 280, which was mentioned earlier, supposedly as the basis for determining whether or not a person or a worker should be considered a regular employee, is in fact not the proper basis for making such a determination. The Supreme Court has ruled that Article 80 is not the yardstick for determining whether or not a worker is a regular employee. In the case of Singer Sewing Machine Company versus Honorable Franklin Drilon, a case that was decided as early as 1991, GR number 91307, the Supreme Court said, and I quote, "The court finds the contention of the respondents that the union members are employees under Article 280 of the Labor Code to have no basis. The definition that regular employees are those who perform activities which are desirable and necessary for the business of the employer is not determinative in this case. Any agreement may provide that one party shall render services for and in behalf of another for a consideration, no matter how necessary for the latter's business, even without being hired as an employee. This is precisely true in the case of an independent contractorship as well as an agency agreement. The court agrees with the petitioner's argument that Article 280 is not the yardstick for determining the existence of an employment relationship because it merely distinguishes between two kinds of employees, regular employees and casual employees. For purposes of determining the right of an employee to certain benefits, to join or form a union, or to security of tenure. Article 280 does not apply where the existence of an employment relationship is in dispute." Unquote. Together with this, Mr. Chairman, the court has said, Supreme Court has said that management has the prerogative to outsource any activity to independent contractors. What this means is any activity of any business can be outsourced to independent contractors or can be given to employees, regular or project employees. Therefore, the necessity and desirability of any activity in any business is not the measure or is not determinative of whether or not a worker should be considered a regular employee. We take particular note of the statement of the resource person, Mr. Payonan, that he works presently as a freelancer or as an independent contractor. Mr. Chairman, I think this is a confirmation that engagement as an independent contractor is legal and valid, despite the functions that Mr. Payonan performs. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Just a point, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Congressman Villago. I think it's unfair for Tony Maxim to point out to Mr. Bayongan, Journalin, as an example of making it legal. Because in this case, it was his choice. It was his choice to be an independent contractor. In the case of ABS-CBN, he wanted to be a regular. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Congressman Villago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir June, ilang taon na po kayo nagtatrabaho sa GMA as a freelancer?
Mula po nung tinanggal nila ako noong 2010 until now.
2012 po?
10 po, 10.
10.
Opo.
Since 2010 until ngayon po, freelancer kayo ng GMAs as cameraman, ganun po ba?
Opo, at hindi lang po sa GMA, mapa-commercial para makasurvive lang.
Okay po. And my next question po sa inyo, bakit hindi nag-offer ng regularization sa inyo ang GMA?
Kasi po, siguro by that time, nung mga panahon na yon, kung ano lang yung pangangailangan doon sa project na yon, yun po, hinahire kami pag kulang sila ng mga cameraman during that time. So, hinahire po kami.
So, hanggang ngayon po, hindi kayo hinihingi ng regularization sa GMA?
Nilatagan po kami regular program employee. So tinanggap namin kasi unang-una may benefits, binigay po yung benefits as regular employee, regular program employee, at bukod roon, mas 4 times na mas malaki ang offer na bayad kaysa nung panahon na nasa ABS ako, na yung trato nila as program employee sa akin, pero 4 times double ang mas mataas na rate na binibigay ng GMA.
Di nakabuti po sa inyo. Ano po?
Kaya po tinanggap ko siya.
So kung kayo po ay regular program employee na ng GMA, so correct me if I'm wrong po, so hindi na kayo pwedeng tawaging freelancer. Tama po ba? Kasi
Opo,
regular
Your
na
Honor.
kayo eh.
Opo. At pangalawa po, kasi nakasad rin po sa condition na yon, yung mga benefits na nakalatag sa amin.
Kaya hindi rin kayo dapat gumagawa ng nagtatrabaho sa commercial kasi regular employee kayo. So, hindi ho kaya kayo din ay may binabiolate?
Ang as per GMA naman, as long as committed kami sa programa nila, okay sa amin na gumawa ng ibang trabaho sa labas. So, ganun sila kaluwang sa amin. Unlike po sa ABS na hindi ka kinilalang regular employee, pero naka-tie up ka sa kanila, hindi ka pwedeng rumakit sa labas.
Okay po. Salamat po to inform everyone na maganda po pala ang pamamalakad ng GMA. Ano po? And then, my next question to both of you. Sa tingin nyo po, sa inyong pananaw, bilang nagtrabaho ng matagal mula sa ABS-CBN, Ano ho kaya ang dahilan ng ABS-CBN para hindi kayo gawing regular na empleyado? Dahil sa akin pong pagkakaalam, ang ABS-CBN po, kahit kayo ay program employee, pwede kayong maging regular. Saan ho kayang dahilan bakit hindi kayo naging regular employee? Sa inyo pong palagay, ano po ang... Kasi po ang tingin ko, kung kayo ay skilled and you do your job properly and good, bakit naman hindi kayo magkakaroon ng tsansa na maging regular? Kaya in your own opinion, ano ho kaya ang nakikita niyong dahilan? Bakit hindi kayo naging regular na empleyado?
Sa ako po muna, bago po si Samson, kasi magkaibang departamento kami. So kasi po, sa totoo lang, ang environment ng mga manggagawa dyan sa tulad ko mga cameraman, alam ho ng karamihan ng mga kasama namin na ako ay may mga kasama kaming regular employee na which is syempre, sila yung mga seniors. Pag ikaw ay nakikisama sa kanila, sa mga gimmick nila or in ka sa kanila, ibig sabihin may chance na pwede kang ma-regular kasi mas dikit ka sa kanila. Although parehas kayo ng ginagawa. So may mga ganong status. At the same time, syempre, hindi naman kaagad na pag naisip mo, magpa-file ka ng case. So nandyan na minsan binubuo nyo na halika, mag-file nga tayo, bakit sila merong ganitong hanggang sa nakita nila sigurong threat ako. Kaya wala ho akong offer nung pag-alis nung tinanggal kami. Yung iba inoferan pero ako parang na-single out ako na although pinatawag ako pero walang offer na nilatag sa akin na ganito ang gagawin. Automatic tinanggal na lang po ako. So nakita nilang threat ako kasi talagang very vocal ako para sabihin ko yung karapatan namin bilang manggagawa.
Sir Christopher, para po may pagkakataon din kayo ma-explain kung anong dahilan at bakit tingin nyo, bakit hindi kayo naging regular ng ABS-CBN?
Siguro po ang dapat tanungin ay ang ABS-CBN. Kasi po, sa akin, sa party ko, ginawa ko po ang nararapat na bilang isang empleyado nila. Nag-shoot po ako 7 days a week. Minsan po, umaabot pa ako ng 1 buwan. Meron pa pong, gumawa pa nga kami ng kanta dyan dati ng 1 linggong pag-ibig Dahil dire-diretso po kami, wala po kaming pahinga. Galing ng remote, diretso studio, kinabukasan, remote na naman. Pagbalik mo ng studio, may Big Brothers, lahat po ng programa po, hinahawakan namin sa studio o mapalabas. Ang tingin ko po, siguro kaya hindi nila kami ma-regular or ma-regular. Isa po, ang tingin ko, pagtitipid, na maling pagtitipid. Tinitipid po nila kami. Ako po, madalas po nila akong pinadadala sa ibang bansa para mag-shoot ng mga programa. Abroad, Asia, halos naikot ko yung Asia. Tapos, huling remote ko, Lovers in Paris sa France. Ilan lang po kami. Isang programa yung sinushoot namin. 3 lang po kami na dapat ay 7 katao. Pagtitipid po yun. Hindi po makatao po yun. Ang dala naming equipment ay napakarami. May ilaw, may camera, may audio. Katulong pa minsan kami ng mga sa production, kung ano yung gamit ng production. So, tingin ko isa sa factor ay pagtitipid nila. Kahit maging sa pagkain po namin sa remote o mapa-studio, iba po yung pagkain nila, iba yung pagkain namin. Sa amin, naka-styro. Sa kanila, parang laging may birthday, laging buffet, parang. So, siguro, sa akin, ayun masama loob ko, kaya nag-file ako ng case. Kasi hindi na po makatao, hindi ko na, yung touring nila bilang isang kapamilya, hindi ko po maramdaman. Ayun ang hinahanap ko po. Sana po, para sa mga manggagawa, Ma'am Cory, para po sa panibagong prangkisa niyo po, ayusin na po niyo lahat. maawa po kayo sa mga manggagawa nyo. Kay Sir Gabi, alam ko nanonood ka, Sir Gabi. Pasensya na po para po sa panibagong prangkisa, Sir Gabi, ayusin po niyo lahat ng gusot. Kayo po ang nagdala po sa akin dito sa Congress na to. Hindi ko po inakalang makakarating ako dito sa Kongreso. Kung hindi niyo po ako, kung tinrato niyo akong isang tunay na kapamilya, wala po ako dito nagsasalita laban sa inyo. Ayusin po natin kay Sir Carlo Katigbak. Sir, sana po sincere yung yung paghingi nyo ng tawad sa Pangulo o yung sabi nyo handa kayong ituwid ang pagkakamali. Siguro po ito po yung time para po sa sinasabi nyo mga manggagawa nyo, para sa lahat po ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas o sa abroad. Sa DOLE, panawagan ko, ayusin po natin ang sistema. Kawawa po ang mga manggagawa. Pagka merong katulad ng ABS-CBN, isang institusyon, sa Congress po, sa mga mambabatas po, na gumagawa po ng batas, humihingi po kami ng tulong sa inyo bilang isang mga manggagawa. Panahon na po, baguhin na po natin yung mga maling kultura po. Hindi po natin madadala po ang pera.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Christopher.
Salamat din po. Pasensya na po.
Gusto ko lang din po sanang tanungin si John and Paul, ang union heads po, kung kamustahin naman ang kanilang work conditions nila.
Mr. Paul, you're recognized.
Ako po ba, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead. Kayo po ang presidente ng union, no? Ano po?
Pakiulit po yung tanong.
Gusto ko lang lamang po malaman kung ano po ang work conditions nyo ngayon sa ABS-CBN.
Sa akin, na masasabi ko na maayos yung kondisyon ng trabaho namin. Yung relasyon, kung tinatanong niyo po kung relasyon sa management, masasabi ko rin po na maayos. Kasi po, kami po ay may respeto sa isa't isa. Kami po ay patuloy ang pag-uusap. Hindi po kami nagsasara ng pinto o hindi kami nagsusunog ng tulay sa kanila. Patuloy po yung pag-uusap namin. Katunayan po, minsan po sa broadcast industry tripartite council meeting, napansin po nung taga-kabilang istasyon yung relasyon namin ng management. Kasi po yun, ay meeting po yun ng management and labor. So napansin nung taga-kabilang istasyon, nagpayag siya, naiinggit siya sa relasyon namin kasi ang lapit-lapit daw namin sa management. Sabi ko, yun nga, pinayuhan ko sila na respeto lang kasi sila hindi ganun yung relasyon nila sa management. Katunayan, kada isang kibot lang, nagpapalagad sila ng reklamo sa NLRC. So, yung mga bagay na maliliit, hindi nila napapag-usapan, nare-resolve dun sa local nila. Yun po.
Maraming salamat po. My last question po is sa DOLE kay Secretary Ana. Andito pa po ba?
Department of Labor is recognized.
Yes.
Secretary Ana, my last question po is, in your own humble opinion, sa inyo pong pagkakaalam, meron po ba na nilabag ang ABS-CBN sa Labor Code? Maraming salamat po.
Katulad po ng sinagot ko kanina kay Kong Marco, may iba-iba po kasi opisina na humahawak ng mga kaso. So, if you say labor code, buo po yun. So, as I said, tungkol po when it comes to the inspection conducted in 2018, nag-comply po sila. But there are pending cases po, and at labor code provisions din po yun. So, we have sa amin po sa dole proper, ang pending po ay yung certification election na nandun sa Supreme Court ngayon. Pagkatapos po yung NLRC, per the report na sinadmit, may pending po silang mga isa yata. So, yun po. So, kung ang tanong ay they are compliant, kailangan pong tignan natin yung pending cases na nasa iba't ibang offices at different stages.
Maraming salamat po, Yusek Ana. Pahabol na lang po. Sabi nyo nga po, sa ibang larangan, wala silang violation, hindi nyo masasabi lahat kung talaga bang totaling wala silang violations. Ang may last question na lang po sa inyo. Sa inyong pong opisina, nasa inyong lamesa, alam nyo naman ang records ng pending cases and the dismissed cases ng laban sa ABS-CBN. Sa tingin nyo, mas marami ba ang na-dismiss o mas marami ang pending cases tungkol sa violations ng ABS-CBN?
Sa ganang amin po, wala na pong pending sa aming opisina. Lahat po ay na-desisyonan na po.
Pakiulit po, parang hindi ko masyadong naintindihan.
Pag dito pa sa aming opisina, wala na pong pending. Ibig sabihin na desisyonan na po namin lahat.
So, ibig sabihin, walang pending, na-desisyonan nyo na lahat, so it means it's already dismissed. Ganun po ba yon?
Yes po.
Ma'am, ang tanong po ni Congresswoman Villago, anong mas maraming case ang nanalo at natalo ata po sa ABS? Yung po ba, Congresswoman Villago?
Opo, kasi gusto ko lang po malaman kung sa mga case na na-file against ABS-CBN, mas marami ba yung na-dismiss o mas marami yung pending cases?
Maybe I would refer to the NLRC cases. Attorney Perez, nasa Zoom din po yata siya, if he can answer that.
NLRC Attorney Perez is recognized.
Attorney Perez, naka-unmute na po.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. Based po sa aming records from 2017 to 2019, with respect to illegal dismissal with money claims, in favor of labor po is 60%, or in favor of the workers, and 40% in favor of the ABS-CBN or management. That is with respect to the labor arbiter level. Pero kung titingnan po natin ang datos sa Supreme Court from 2006 hanggang 2019, meron po kaming nakita na nanggaling sa labor arbiter, ito po ang 4 na kaso. Pag-gitin ko na rin po para sa informasyon po ng lahat. Noong 2006, ABS-CBN versus Nazareno, ito po ay tungkol sa illegal dismissal. Ang decision po ng labor arbiter are regular po ang employee. So pagdating po sa Supreme Court, regular po. So natalo po ang ABS-CBN dito. Sa pangalawang kaso ng Colache et al. Versus ABS-CBN ng 2010, ang decision po ng NLRC ay illegal dismissal. Pagdating po sa Supreme Court, sabi ng Supreme Court, illegal dismissal. Talo po ang ABS-CBN. Ng 2012 sa Imbong versus ABS-CBN involving illegal dismissal case, ang decision po ng NLRC is illegal dismissal. Pagdating po sa Supreme Court, valid daw po ang dismissal. In this case, ABS-CBN won. Sa next case po, sa Castulio versus ABS-CBN ng 2019, ang issue po ay illegal dismissal. Ang decision po ng NLRC is valid po ang dismissal. Pagdating po sa Supreme Court, valid po ang dismissal. Panalo po ang ABS-CBN. In 2019 of July, ABS-CBN versus Hilario, ang issue po ay illegal dismissal. Ang decision po ng NLRC is illegal dismissal. Pagdating sa Supreme Court, illegal dismissal. So talo po ang ABS-CBN. And then yung last po is 2019, by August 2019, yung De La Rosa versus ABS-CBN, ang issue po ay illegal dismissal. Ang decision po ng NLRC is illegal dismissal. Pagdating po sa Supreme Court, sabi po ng Supreme Court, valid ang dismissal. So panalo po ang ABS-CBN. So dito po sa nabanggit kong 6 na kaso na dumating sa Supreme Court, 3 po ang panalo ng ABS-CBN, 3 din po ang talo nito. So yun lang po, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, last na lang po. I would like to recognize Mr. Raul De Asis, please. Mr. Chair, nasa Zoom yata si Mr. De Asis.
May we know from what office? Mr. Diasis is recognized. ABS-CBN?
Supervisors President Union. Union President ng Supervisors po.
Union President of the Supervisors, Mr. Diasis. With your nudges, Mr. Chair, is recognized.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, ano po yung tanong?
Congresswoman Villago, may tanong po ba kayo kay Mr. Diasis?
Gusto ko lang po kasi maklarify yung tungkol sa union cases o union leaders po ng ABS-CBN. Gusto ko lang po marinig yung side ng ating union leader regarding dun sa trato ng ABS-CBN sa kanila.
Salamat sa pagkakataon niyo, Mr. Chair. Since I took up union supervisor as a president, ang relasyon din po namin ng management is continuous through LMC. Lahat po ng problema po namin ay na-solve through LMC. At yan po ay natutugunan kaagad ng management. At kami po ay natutuwa sa Supervisors Union dahil sobrang open po ng management sa mga ganong usapin. At patungkol naman po sa aming mga miyembro, sila din po ay open sa mga kung ano man mga pag-uusap. At kami naman po ay natugod na tinatanggap namin yung mga ganong sitwasyon. Sobra pong ang ano lang ng union is supportive po ang management kung ano man. Kahit 2 union ang nasa loob ng ABS-CBN compound, manageable po nila yung 2 union, kaya sobra kami nagpapasalamat. Ganun din, sa ngayon ongoing yung CBA namin, so sana po, ito na yung pagkakataon din na may i-share ko sa committee ito na sana po madinig pa rin yung aming panalangin at kami po ay araw-araw kami mga union members, araw-araw po kami nagdarasal para po sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN at hindi lang po doon, para po sa aming mga pamilya, yung umaasa sa amin para, dahil alam naman po natin, ito lang po yung bread battle namin sa trabaho namin, sa buhay ko, ito lang din ang ABS-CBN, sila lang din ang nagbigay sa akin ng magandang oportunidad. I-share ko lang, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, na nagsimula din ako sa pinakamababang position sa ABS. Na-recognize nila dahil hindi sa kung ano yung profession ko, kundi yung galing ko. Minsan sa broadcast, kailangan magpakita ka ng, hindi lamang pwedeng magaling ka lang, kailangan yung attitude mo rin dapat maganda rin na ipapakita mo. Yan, pinagsama ko yung 2 na yun, siguro kung bakit ako nandito ngayon sa supervisors, na-appreciate ng management yung ginagawa ko para sa kanila, na-appreciate din nila yung ginagawa ko para sa akin. So, Mr. Chair, in general, wala ho kaming problema sa management. Sila, kung kumakain kami ng burger sa labas, kasama ang management. Yun lang po, Sir Carlo, pag inaya mong minom ng tubig sa labas, nakikipag-halubilo po sila sa mga empleyado. Yun lang po masasabi ko sa management, Mr. Chair, na sobrang bait po ng management.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. De Asis.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. At nagpapasalamat din po ako sa mga nagsalitang empleyado ngayong hapon na ito, bagamat ako po ay nalulungkot dahil nag-issue na po ng CDO ang NTC para sa lahat ng programa na lumalabas ngayon sa ibang channel ng ABS-CBN. Kaya asahan po natin na mas marami pang mga empleyado ngayong araw na ito ang nawalan ng trabaho. Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat, Kong Diolago. At ngayon po, ang susunod ay si Congressman Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, na kung saan binigyan din siya ng oras ng 4 o 5 nating mga kasamahan. Congressman Marcoleta.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. I'd like to present a few labor issues, Mr. Chair, surrounding ABS-CBN. This is a way in order for us to be able to get at least a bird's eye view of the nature of the cases filed against ABS-CBN and how these cases were resolved by the courts of law. Number 1, ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation versus Marlene Nazareno et al., GR number 164156, September 26, 2006. The respondents in this case, all employees of ABS-CBN, filed a complaint for recognition of regular employment status, underpayment of overtime pay, holiday pay, premium pay, service incentive pay, sick leave pay, and 13-month pay with damages. The NLRC ruled that respondents were entitled to the benefits under the CBA because they were regular employees who contributed to the profits of ABS-CBN through their labor. ABS-CBN appealed the NLRC decision to the Court of Appeals. The CA junked the petition, holding that the respondent workers are regular employees who perform tasks necessary and desirable in the usual trade and business of ABS-CBN. ABS-CBN went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court denied their petition and affirmed the decision of the Court of Appeals. Number 2, Farley Polace et al. Versus ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, GR number 183810, January 21, 2010. The petitioners are workers of ABS-CBN, and they filed 2 separate complaints for regularization, unfair labor practice, and several money claims against ABS-CBN. The labor arbiter ruled for petitioner workers, finding them regular employees of ABS-CBN, not independent contractors, entitled to the benefits and privileges of regular employees. In the illegal dismissal case, the workers' dismissal was affirmed by NLRC and by the Court of Appeals. Petitioner workers appealed their case to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court granted the workers' petition and reversed and set aside the decision of the Court of Appeals, ruling that the petition workers are regular employees entitled to CBA benefits and declared the terminations of the drivers illegal. Number 3, Nelson Begino et al. Versus ABS-CBN Corporation, GR number 199166, April 20, 2015. Petitioner workers filed a complaint against ABS-CBN and its manager for Regional Network Group for regularization as they perform functions necessary and desirable to ABS-CBN's business, work under its direct control and supervision, and were subjected to annual competency assessment. The NLRC affirmed the labor arbiter's decision favoring the petitioner workers. Court of Appeals, however, reversed the findings of the labor arbiter and the NLRC and ruled against the existence of an employer-employee relationship. The petitioner workers appealed their case to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court reversed the decision of the Court of Appeals and held that, notwithstanding the nomenclature of their talent contracts and/or program project assignment forms and the terms and conditions embodied therein, petitioner workers are deemed regular employees of ABS-CBN. It said that the test to determine whether employment is regular or not is the reasonable connection between the activity performed by the employee in relation to the business or trade of the employer. Konti na lamang po ito. ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation versus Honorato Hilario et al. GR number 193136, July 10, 2019. Respondent workers filed a complaint for illegal dismissal, illegal deduction, non-payment of meal allowances, with prayer for damages against ABS-CBN. The labor arbiter ruled that respondent workers were illegally dismissed and ordered ABS-CBN to reinstate them to their former or equivalent positions and to pay their full back wages and other allowances. The NLRC affirmed said decision. ABS-CBN appealed the decision to the Court of Appeals. The CA likewise affirmed the decision of the NLRC. Not satisfied, ABS-CBN went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court upheld the decision of the CA in the payment of back wages and in lieu of reinstatement of respondent Banting and heirs of Hilario, ABS-CBN was ordered to pay them separation pay equivalent to 1 month pay for every year of service from the respective dates of employment up to the finality of the Supreme Court's decision. ABS-CBN Corporation versus Noel Macatuno et al. is a case where 7 television crew members were dismissed by the ABS-CBN. Amid the clamor for regularization, ABS-CBN forced them to sign employment contracts containing a waiver of the right to regularization. Refusing to be downgraded to project employees, the network fired them from the service. The CA upheld the NLRC ruling that the 7 employees of ABS-CBN were illegally dismissed. The court further noted that the workers performed vital tasks necessary to ABS-CBN's delivery of its programs for about 7 years. Having established the employer-employee relationship, the CA held that the network is liable to reinstate the illegally dismissed employees and to pay full back wages. ABS-CBN Corporation versus ABS-CBN 1JM Workers Union. Petitioner ABS-CBN petition for the cancellation of the certificate of registration issued by the DOLE on ABS-CBN IJM Workers Union as a legitimate labor organization. The main claim in the petition was that union misrepresented itself as legitimate labor organization and its members are not employees of ABS-CBN. Regional Director of DOLE NCR ruled in favor of the union, giving credence to the latter's assertion that its members are indeed employees of ABS-CBN. ABS-CBN appealed the order to the Bureau of Labor Relations, but the appeal was denied. It then appealed to the resolution to the BLR, to the Court of Appeals, and the CA denied ABS-CBN's petition. Again, not satisfied, ABS-CBN resorted to the Supreme Court. A minute resolution was issued by the Supreme Court resolving to deny the petition with the effect of recognizing the union members as employees, not independent contractors, considering the power of control of ABS-CBN over said workers. Mr. Chair, I think these cases I presented are good representative samples indicating how ABS-CBN treated its workers. If these workers are, I would say, characters in one of their telenovelas, it will probably serve a microcosm of how ABS-CBN regard our labor laws that protect the interests of the working class. How ABS-CBN pay lip service to the kapamilya concept that they pontificate from their ivory towers. Charity begins at home. We always say that, Mr. Chair. Pero pag kapamilya mo, Mr. Chair, hindi mo tinatrato ng parehas. Meron kang paborito. Palagay ko hindi nagagamit yung salitang kapamilya. With all due respect, Madam Cory Bidanes, please. Kayo po ba ay meron ng pamilya?
Yes, Your Honor.
Meron na po.
Yes, Your Honor. I have 3 children po.
Opo. Ipaghalimbawa lamang naman po ito. Ano? Halimbawa lang na yung pong inyong asawa ay nakagawa ng isang bagay na labag sa batas. Halimbawa, ang asawa po ninyo, iniisip ko naman siguro mabait yan, bukod sa gwapo siguro, matulungin, kaya naman nagustuhan nyo siya. Pero lahat po naman ng tao nagkakamali kasi. Halimbawa lang po na nagkamali ang asawa nyo, nakalabag sa batas. At siya po'y inaresto. At maring nakulong po. Pwede po bang gawin nating depensa sa loob ng husgado na kawawa naman po yung mga anak namin. Kawawa naman po yung mga kaibigan namin, mga kababayan namin natulungan niya sapagkat matulungin tao ito. Ang totoo po niyan ay hindi mabilang po ang lahat ng mga naibigay niya ng pagtulong sa komunidad. Napakabait na po na tao yan. Pwede po ba natin gawing dahilan yun, Madam Cory?
Your Honor, wala po kaming nilalabag na batas.
Hindi po, yung example ko lamang
Yung
po.
example ko po, kung ang asawa ko yun, he's innocent until proven guilty po.
Ano po yung sagot niyo, ma'am?
Sabi niyo po, kung makulong yung asawa ko dahil sa
Example lamang po yun. Kaya,
Yun nga po. So, ang example ko po, ang sagot ko po doon is, di ba, inosente po siya hanggang proven guilty.
hindi nga po nakulong na nga po Ikukulong po na po siya. Pwede po ba nating, ganito po, nangyayari naman po sa buhay nating lahat ito at ang totoo po niyan, putok ang kulungan sa rami po ng mga taong nakukulong. Talaga pong gano'n nagkasala sila. Ang tinatanong ko lamang po sa inyo sa paghahalimbawa, sa isang pamilyang katulad ninyo. Nandun na po, nakarap na po tayo sa husgado. Napatunayan na po na nagkasala. Pwede po ba nating habulin yon at sabihin nating, kawawa naman po yung mga pamilya namin, mga kaibigan namin, mga taong natulungan po namin sa lipunan, sapagkat napakabait po ng asawa ko. Ang ebidensya po, ang pinag-uusapan kasi rito ang nagpakulong po sa asawa ninyo, sa ginamit nating halimbawa, may mga ebidensya na iniharap po sa husgado. So ang tanong ko lamang po sa inyo, pwede po ba nating gamitin yung kabaitan at napakarami nating ginawang pagtulong sa ating kapwa para yung paglabag po ay napatawad? Ma'am Cory.
Your Honor, kung ang ibig niyong pong sabihin ay binibigyan...
Pakilakas lang po ninyo.
Your Honor, if your example is descriptive of what we are going through now po, I would like to tell you po that because I've been with the company for 34 years already, hindi po kami perfecto. We said that from the very beginning. Pero po,
hindi ko naman po ginagamit na example yung company nyo. Yung ginamit ko po ay example po na binanggit ko sa inyo. Sige po, kung sakasakaling nahihirapan po kayong
hindi, Your Honor,
sagutin.
It's a
Mr.
Chairman.
Sagutin.
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Chairman.
it's a parallelism lang po. I'm
Excuse
saying
me po,
if that's the parallelism.
Excuse me po, Ma'am Bidanes.
Sorry po.
Mr. Attorney
Sobrevinias po, Mr. Chairman.
Sobrevinias,
Maaari
maghintay po
bang-
kayo na kilalanin kayo ng yung floor po ay binigay ng chairman kay Congressman Rodante. Kung hindi po niya kayo kikilalanin ay maghihintay po kayong kilalanin po niya kayo. Tuloy po kayo, Congressman Marcoleta.
Nais po ba niyong sagutin pa yon, Madam Cory, yung tanong ko bilang isang paghahalimbawa?
Your Honor. Ang sagot ko po sana kasi is if it's a parallelism to what's happening to us now po, as I said earlier, di ba, we're innocent, hindi kami perpekto, pero wala po kaming nilalabag na batas.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, sino po ba yung gustong sumagot?
Congressman Marcoleta, yung floor po ay binigay sa inyo ni Chairman Chicoy at nasa inyo po kung kikilalanin niyo po yung
Sino nga po yung...
si Attorney Francis, Congressman Marcoleta.
Nasaan po siya, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, si Attorney Francis po from ABS.
Ay, opo, sige po. Pasensya na kayo, natatakpan po kasi kayo.
Mr. Chairman, sinimulan po ang diskusyon sa pamamagitan ng isang recitation ng mangilan-ngilang desisyon ng ating Korte Suprema kung saan natalo ang ABS-CBN.
Sandali po. Ang pinag-uusapan
Move to
natin
suspend,
dito...
Mr. Chairman.
Hearing suspended. Okay. Hearing resumed.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman Defensor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Una po lahat na alam ko naman nag-usap na po kayo, but gusto ko lang po i-put on record yung point of order kasi po oras po ng ating Congressman Marcoleta at kung saan niya po gustong dalhin yung tanong ay pwede naman niyo pong dalhin. At alam ko naman nakausap niyo na po at humingi po
ang akin pong punto, can we keep it off the record, Your Honor, because I was compelled to request to be recognized on account of the nature of the question propounded to Ms. Vidanes. Yun lang po naman yung tanging dahilan.
Congressman Marcoleta, pagpatuloy niyo na po.
So wala pong gustong sumagot pala, Mr. Chair. Napakasimple po nung aking tinatanong kanina.
Mukha pong gusto nang sagutin ni Ma'am Cory Vidanes, Congressman Marcoleta. Ma'am Cory Vidanes.
Yes, Your Honor, if you will allow me to answer. Your Honor, dun sa tanong po niya, even if it's a parallelism, if that was an example, depende po siguro sa kasalanan nung asawa kong nakulong. Kung jaywalking lang po, mapapatawad ko siya.
Iyon na po ba yung sagot niyo, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Baka gusto po niyong dagdagan.
Kasi po, kung siyempre, iba na po kung nakapatay siya ng tao, iba na pong kaso yun.
Hindi po masyadong malaking ano na yun. Ang sinasabi ko lang, yung maliit na kaso na maaring makulong siya ng 3 araw, 5 araw. Pero dahil nga po sa, siyempre iba naman yung nakulong. Andyan yung mga anak at maaring nagsisikip ang dibdib ninyo, pati yung mga taong natulungan. Medyo hahabol lamang sa korte na pagpasensyahan na po natin kasi ang dami pong natulungan yan. Kami lamang po ng mga anak niya. Mahirap po namang maiwanan kami. Yun lang naman po eh. Kaya ang tanong pong nananatili ay, pwede bang gawin nating dahilan yon para sabihin natin sa judge, Judge, huwag mo nang ikulong ang asawa ko. Napakabuting tao naman yan. So pwede po ba nating sukatin yung pagtulong na ginawa ng isang tao at ang kanyang kabaitang nagawa sa harap ng isang pagkakasalang nagawa niya? Hindi po ganun eh. Ang korte po ang magpapasya sigun dun sa ebidensyang inilahad sa kanila. So, hahatol po yung hukom eh. So, sasabihin niya, pasensya na po, trabaho lang po ito, kailangan po talaga nating patawan siya ng kaukulang parusa kahit na po pinakamabuti na asawa o pinakamabait na miyembro ng isang komunidad. Ganun po yung magiging hatol ng korte, Madam. Isang tanong po pala kay Mr. Mendoza, Mr. Christopher Mendoza.
Yes po.
Kahapon po at saka maging kanina nung ikaw ay tanungin ng isa sa kasama namin, sabi niya, nagtataka ako, sabi niya, dahil sa kahit na dumaan ka sa maraming pagsubok sa buhay mo, dahil nga sa kadahilanan na tinanggal ka, hanggang sa pumunta ka pa nga sa korte, pero nasabi mo pa rin na no to shutdown, di ba? Yun ang tinatanong sa'yo.
Opo.
Nasabi mo, di ba?
Opo.
Pero, di ba personal lang sa'yo yun? Sa personal mong sentimiento.
Opo.
No to
Nasabi ko
shutdown.
po yun, totoo po yun, no to shutdown po ako.
Personal
Pero
mong-
po, opo, personal ko po yun.
Okay. Yung personal mo bang conviction, sentimiento, maaaring mangibabaw sa harap ng naguhumiyaw na katarungan na hinahanap ng mga kasama mo at iba pang mga kawani ng ABS-CBN na maaaring masadlak sa ganyang kalagayan, humihingi ng katarungan hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa nakakamit.
Opo.
Mangingibaba ba ang sarili mong conviction?
Hindi po, kaya kung, di ba sabi ko nga po, no to shutdown po ako. Pero po, kaya nga po may pero eh. Kung may pagkakamali po, may paglabag sa batas, maraming violation, at ang kaparusahan sa mga violation na yan, na under ng konstitusyon, ng saligang batas na ginawa po ng mga kongresista. Kung kinakailangan pong i-shutdown po.
Salamat. At kahapon, meron kang tinatanong. Minsan napapatingin ka pa nga sa akin, pagka ba maraming paglabag ka mo, halimbawa yung kumukuha ng lisensya, tad-tad ng violation yung driver. Yun ba ka mo ay kailangang bigyan pa o i-renew yung kanyang lisensya? Ganun ang pagtatanong mo kahapon kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Tama ba?
Tama po.
Alam mo yung pagtatanong mo na yun, ang tawag doon ay rhetorical question. Ang ibig sabihin ng rhetorical question, yung sagot nandun na eh. Tama?
Opo.
O yun. Salamat sa iyo. Ang ibig lang sabihin, hindi na pwede talaga. Yung sagot na yun, nandun sa tanong. Yun ang rhetorical question. Kahapon po, Mr. Chair, merong nagbanggit na mga incidental activities na hindi ko na po matuntun kung sino po yung naglahad mula sa ABS-CBN. Ano po ba yung mga tinatawag na incidental activities ng ABS-CBN?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, ma'am.
I was actually po trying to explain lang po, Mr. Chair, that in the broadcasting industry, yung paggawa po ng sariling programa locally is an option. Hindi po siya talagang necessary and desirable doon sa broadcast industry itself.
And these are considered incidental activities.
Assuming po na, based on the context of what a broadcast franchise is. But once a company already starts producing its own shows because it opts to do so, then it's no longer incidental, but already a regular function.
So, ano yung incidental?
It's not a core function. Kasi nga po, ang broadcast is airing of shows via television or radio. In doing so, hindi po kailangan ng isang kumpanya na gumawa ng sariling show. Pwede siyang bumili ng content, magla-license siya ng content like Mexican telenovelas, K-dramas, mga US na soap operas. Pwede rin po silang makipag-partner like in the past, ABS-CBN partnered with Regal Films.
Okay, so ito, kumikita rin naman ang ABS-CBN dito, hindi ba?
Sa alin po ito, Mr. Chair?
Doon sa pagsisimula ng mga incidental activities na ito, hanggang sa dumating doon sa punto na nakakagawa na kayo ng programa.
Depende po, Mr. Chair. Some shows po really earn money. Some shows also are a failure. Depende po yan talaga sa market audience.
So, kahapon kasi, nung binabanggit nyo yan, ang hindi ko maintindihan, bakit kinakailangang paikot-ikutin natin sa incidental activities hanggang sa mapunta tayo doon sa katangian na, o katanungan na ano ba talaga yung test ng isang empleyado? Paano ba nagiging regular? Kasi nga sa dami po ng iniikutan natin, nagkakaroon ng confusion tuloy kung saan ba tayo talaga papunta. Kagaya po ng pagpapaliwanag ninyo, kahit paano kung isipin, I'd like to believe that I have a fair level of intelligence. Pero nahihirapan po ako eh. Pasensya na po. Gusto ko kasing matingnan, ano ba yung proportion ng labor cost dun sa mga incidental activities na binabanggit nyo kahapon eh. Para bang ito, ginawa natin ito. San papunta? Ano yung produkto? Wala bang labor na nagamit doon? Yung labor content, gusto ko kasing palitawin na kahit gaano kaliit man yon, kailangan makita natin yung contribution ng labor. Eh. Kaya gusto kong itanong sa inyo, kung susumahin natin yung kita doon, pwede ba nating ma-estimate kung magkano ang kinikita doon sa mga yun?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not in a position to answer with regard to income. I have no personal knowledge po.
Okay, let's go to the other area. Meron pong nagsabi kahapon na meron isang dole order na kung saan nagkaroon yata ng parang routine inspection. And after that routine inspection, parang ang nangyari, nagkaroon na ng isang parang carte blanche na parang certification ang nangyari. Oh, wala ang paglabag ang ABS-CBN. Is the Dole Yusek still here, Mr. Chair?
Kasama pa po natin Congressman Marcoleta. Dole, you're now recognized.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Yes po.
Kayo po si Yusek Ana, ma'am.
Yes po, sir.
Kanina rin po, tinanong kayo doon sa tungkol sa, ano po ba yung dole order? Ano po ba yung inspection routine na ginawa ninyo na kung saan ginagamit po ngayon ng ABS-CBN na parang ito ay isang all-encompassing certification that ABS-CBN has no labor violations whatsoever. What is that routine inspection about?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, mabuti po at naitanong ninyo yan. Kasi po yung mga lumabas na parang mga banner headlines, may reservation po ako doon. Kasi po, yung order namin pertains only po sa mga violations.
Ganito po, ma'am, pasensya na po. Ganito, ano po ba yung inspection? Saan po kayo nag-inspect?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, nag-inspect po kami doon sa premises ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
So, in-inspect nyo yung premises. Pwede ko po bang i-assume na tinitingnan nyo yung work site? Kung healthy yung work site, halimbawa kung hygienic, kung ventilated, ganun po ba yun?
Kasama po yan, Your Honor.
Okay. Sa mga tweet, yun po ay merong limited coverage lang. Ibig sabihin, tsaka yung period, siguro nung dumating kayo, ay sa araw na yon, yun po ba ay isang measure na kagaya ng ini-imply ngayon ng ABS-CBN na parang klarong-klaro o walang paglabag? Kahit anong violation with respect to labor laws, wala ang ABS-CBN. Pwede po bang magamit yung order na yon, Madam Yusek?
Yan po, Your Honor, yan po yung gusto naming i-clarify that yung order po na nilabas namin ay patungkol lamang po doon sa period na covered po ng routine inspection. Kaya nga po, we're also having reservation na parang blanket na po ito na walang paglabag.
Sa mga tweet, ma'am, ang ibig niyong sabihin, hindi ito katibayan para sabihin ng ABS-CBN na wala silang anumang paglabag kung ang pag-uusapan ay ang ating mga labor laws.
Yes, tama po yun, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Ma'am Yusek. Kahapon po, Ma'am Cory, meron ding nagbanggit tungkol sa 14 na company benefits.
Mr. Chair, ako po yan.
Okay. Marami po ito. Okay na okay po ako rito. Ano po ba? Bigyan niyo mga 3, 4. Masyadong marami po yung 40. Ano po bang mga benefits ito?
Rice subsidy po. Contingencies loan, like medical loan, emergency loan. Cash gift. Life insurance, may gift check pag Pasko, employee stock option plan.
Salamat po. Pero, pwede po kayong sumang-ayon sa akin na ang pinakamagandang benepisyong may bibigay ninyo sa inyong empleyado ay yung ma-regular ang kanilang employment. Kasi po, kahit siguro isa lang ang ibigay niyong benefit, kung yun will mean regularization of their employment. Itong 14 na ito siguro ipagpapasalamat din nila ito, pero mas gugustuhin po pa nila siguro yung ma-regularize sila. Because by being regular, I think you can maintain a very loyal workforce, hardworking, at magiging tapat silang lalo sa inyo. At lalong kakapit yung salitang kapamilya. Sapagkat yun po kasi ang pinaka-espiritu o diwa ng isang kapamilya. Nabigyan mo siya ng kasiguruhan sa kanyang paghahanap buhay. Sana po ay madagdagan po ng isa pa. So maging 15 na po yung ating company benefits.
Pwede po Mr. Chair, pwede po mag-comment?
Opo.
Opo. Mr. Chair, tulad ng nabanggit kahapon, the company hires its workers following the labor code and also the civil code. Yung pong, I think, yung basic na katanungan dito, yun po bang trabahong program employee, is that a regular position or a project position? Again, I can't remember who read it earlier. Yung Article 280 po ng Labor Code says if the job is is necessary and desirable and the company exercises control, it's regular. Ngunit, if the task po has been fixed for a specific project or undertaking, the completion of which has been determined at the time of the engagement of the employee, the job po is a project employee job. And if I may refer to the part of the order of the DOLE, page 104 of their order, they state, we note that the IJM work pool employees are engaged on a per program or per show basis, regardless of time spent on each program. Based on their employment agreements, they are result-based and have no fixed working schedule. Likewise, they are paid for a fee for every completion of task and may enter into separate programs or shows with separate contracts simultaneously. On that basis po, the structure of our employment, we have regular employees and we have the work pool employees or these project employees whose engagement is based on a project with a predetermined start and end po. So, but nevertheless po, these project employees that fall into, as mentioned by the DOLE order, that fall into our work pool, are given all of these benefits, 14 of which exceed the benefits that are required by law. So, to the Honorable Congressman's comment earlier about the company not caring for its human resources, if I may just comment po, we have a different perspective on that po. No? We take the best care of our workers in a way that allows us the company to continuously be competitive and sustainable po. So yun lang po. I think the crux of the matter is whether the job is that of a regular employee or that of a project employee. Our structure po is based on the Labor Code, Supreme Court decisions, and also the Civil Code po, Your Honor. Thank you po. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po, Attorney. Lahat po ng sinabi ninyo ay maaari pong ipahayag yan sa lahat ng korte ng ating bansa. Bilang abogado, tungkulin naman ninyo na ipagtanggol ang ABS-CBN sapagkat kung inaakala ninyo na ang kapakanan niya ay nasasaling, halimbawa, kailangan ninyong ipagtanggol yun.
Clarification lang po, hindi po ako abogado.
Hindi po. Kung sakaling abogado kayo, po pwede talaga yung mga pananalita na yan. At tatanggapin naman ng korte, ang kaiba yung pananaw naman, kamukha ni Kong Boying bilang abogado, meron siyang sarili ding panukat kung paano niya titingnan yung sinasabi nating test. At saka tapos-tapusan po, Mr. Chair, ang magpapasya niyan ay ang hukuman. Kung minsan nga po ay umaabot hanggang sa Korte Suprema. Ito po yung nangyayaring normal. Ang kinatatakot ko lamang po kasi, Mr. Chair, ito po hawak ko itong mga statistics ng mga figura ng ilan ba talaga ang empleyado. Kanina po sa pagtatanong ng ating kasama rito ay mukhang hindi masyadong matukoy. Ilan ba talaga yung regular, ilan ba yung ganito. Pero ang gagamitin ko na lamang po itong submission ng ABS-CBN na binigay sa atin ng ating COMSEC at saka yung data na nanggaling po sa mga different agencies. Lumilitaw po kasi dito sa report ng DOLE, out of between July 1, 2015 to parang September 27, 2018, Mr. Chair, 4,526 lang talaga ang regular employees. Ay, hindi po, ang kabuuan pala ay 4,526. Nakalagay po rito, 2,481 lang ang regular employees. Yung regular seasonal, 1,892. Probationary, 95. Project-based, 49. Casual, 3. Consultant, 6. Nung po ako'y nagsimulang tumayo dito sa ating pagdinig, Mr. Chair, ang binanggit ko ngang bilang ay 2,661. Mas kulang pa nga po pala eh. 2,481 lang regular employees. Ano po yung kinatatakot ko rito? Ang karamihan po kasi ay independent contractors, project or project-based, program-based employees. This is a potential area of conflict. Kaya nga nagkakaroon po tayo ng ganitong problema eh. Napakarami po ng project and program-based, napakarami po ng independent contractors. Nag-a-average lamang po sila ng 4,455, Mr. Chair. Ito po yung report ng PhilHealth. Ang kabuuan po ng empleyado ninyo na pinagbabayad po nyo ng kaukulang benepisyo, 4,580. Ang report po ng BIR, 4,545. SSS, ang report po nila ay 4,312. Employment Compensation Commission, 4,312. At saka yung DOLE, 4,526. Pag in-average mo po ito, 4,455. Ito po talaga ang talagang pinagbabayad lang nila ng kaukulang benepisyo. Sa mga tweed, pag sinabi mong 11,000, Mr. Chair, parang inaccurate yun. Parang kulang ng 7,000 plus. Ngayon, itong 7,000 plus, Mr. Chair, dito magsisimula yung maraming labor issues na darating. Sana kung makita lang ng ABS-CBN, naku total, kapamilya naman, subukan na lang sigurong pagsamasamahin yung magagandang mga pangarap ng bawat isa sa kanila. Baka mas shorten ito o manarrow yung gap between a project or program-based worker or independent contractor. Baka sakaling yung kanilang gap na namamagitan ngayon sa napakaraming mga kaso, 67 pending cases. Ito po ngayon ang characteristic o nature ng kinasasadlakan ng ABS-CBN at ang kanyang mga empleyado. Kanina po, Mr. Chair,
pwede mag-clarify lang po.
Mr. Nepomuceno.
Yung sa numero lang po, yung 11,000 is for the entire group. Yung nabanggit yung numbers, tama po yon, pero para sa ABS Corporation lang po yon. Yung 11,000 na binabanggit po namin is for all 17 companies in the group. And ang remittances po namin para doon sa all 11 companies for 2019, pag sa SSS, 8,625, Pag-ibig, 8,616, PhilHealth, 8,619. Saan po nanggagaling yung diferensya? Ba't nalayo po doon sa 11,000? Meron nga po kaming independent contractors.
Mr. Nepomuceno, if I may cut you,
Kasi po, kagawin nga po, pinag-usapan natin yan, tinanggap ko na lang po yung submission nyo.
Okay.
Pero ito po kasi yung submission ng DOLE, yung
Okay,
hawak
sige
po ni
po.
ni Congressman Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, yung pong submission na yun is hawak ng PhilHealth, submission ng PhilHealth at official submission ng BIR. Kaya it depends to Mr. Marcoleta kung ano pong, pero ito po yung official submission namin, Mr. Napumaseno. Ang sinabit nyo po sa amin ngayon is ABS-CBN plus the subsidiaries.
Opo.
Opo. Yes, Deputy Speaker
Kasi po,
Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, kapag sinabi mong employer-employee relations, itong regular employees lang, tatanggapin po ba ninyo na yung project or program-based ay talagang regular employees ninyo? Hindi po. Hindi rin nyo tatanggapin na yung independent contractors, mga regular employees nyo. Ang pinag-uusapan natin kasi, at nang magsimula kayo, kawawa naman po yung aming 11,000 na employees. So parang, pag mabilis kang mag-isip, mga regular employees. Ngayon pala, ang karamihan nito, sabi ko nga sa inyo, more than 7,000 plus, hindi regular employees to. Kaya ang kinuha ko lamang po, ay yung submission po ng PhilHealth, ng BIR, SSS, ECC, at saka DOLE. Nag-a-average lamang po kayo ng 4,455 kung pag-uusapan ang ibinabayad ninyo ng kaukulang mga contributions.
Tama po yun. Para sa ABS Corporation lang po yun. Tama ho yung sinabi nyo.
Yun lang naman po ang pinag-uusapan natin. Ang prangkisa ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Wala nang iba.
Pero meron pong relationship kasi yung ABS Corporation with all its other subsidiaries.
Naari nga po. Pero kapag pinag-uusapan employer-employee relations, ayaw po niyong tanggapin na mga employees po ang independent contractors. Kaya wag na nating ipilit yun sapagkat ang pinag-uusapan lang natin dito, regular employees.
Pero apektado din po sila pag nawala yung prangkisa ng ABS-CBN po. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Talaga pong maraming apektado. Kagaya po ng paghahalimbawa ko kanina, dapat po yung padre de pamilya na yon, inisip niya ang consequences na maaaring mangyari sa pamilya niya, sa mga kaibigan niya, sa komunidad. Kaya kinakailangang maging ehemplo siya ng pagsunod sa lahat ng batas ng ating bansa.
Sa ngayon po, kung ang tinutukoy po yung ABS-CBN bilang padre de pamilya, batay po sa aming pagkakaintindi, coming into this franchise, wala po naman violation yung ABS-CBN Corporation po.
That is not for you to decide.
Yes, Your Honor. I withdraw my comment. Thank you.
Kanina po, Mr. Chair, isang kasama natin, nagwakas ang kanyang interpellation sa isang tanong. Sabi po niya, o ang pagtatanong niya, can you imagine without ABS-CBN? Ako na po ang sasagot. Mr. Chair, yes, I can imagine that. I can even live without ABS-CBN. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Marcoleta. Natitirang ka pa po ng 11 minuto, Congressman Marcoleta. Siguro gamitin mo na lamang sa susunod mong pagtatanong. At ang susunod po natin na magtatanong sa pagkakataong ito ay si Congressman Lawrence Fortun, na binigyan ng oras ni Representative Amatong, Congressman Kabatbat, Congressman Umali, Congresswoman Vilma Santos, Congresswoman Brosas, at Congresswoman Sato. Kasama na po si Congresswoman Ilago at Congresswoman Colyamat.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Parang ang dami yata nun, Mr. Chair.
Meron ka pong 45 minutes sa pagtatanong. Mag-umpisa ka na po, Congressman Fortun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dahan-dahanin ko na kasi mahaba yung panahon. Anyway, unang tanong, Mr. Chair, para sa ABS-CBN. Kahapon, may paulit-ulit na mention ng 11,000 plus workers ng ABS-CBN at kanyang mga kasamahang mga korporasyon at kumpanya. Pakiulit lang po, yung mas madaling maintindihan. No? pakibigay ng mas clearer na breakdown ng 11,000 plus workers na ito at ano ang kanilang mga classification at kategorya at sino-sino ang napapaloob sa mga kategoryang ito. Para mas may clearer picture tayo ano yung breakdown, no? Kung independent contractor, kung project employees or program employees, sino-sino po ang napapaloob sa mga kategoryang yan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Okay. Tulad na nabanggit kahapon, we have 17 companies within the group. Nabasa ko na po yung iba kanina. Dito po sa 17 companies na yun, yung total, we have 6,705 regular employees. So ito po yung mga support services, HR, finance, marketing, sales. And then, when it comes to the production of programs po, we have cameramen, audiomen, lightmen who are regular because their employment is not attached to any particular show. So for instance, to correct the maybe the misunderstanding earlier that regularization is facilities-based. It is not po, no? It just so happens that the cameraman who is in a studio will shoot any show that goes through that studio. As opposed to a cameraman, a project employee po, the cameraman, a project employee, will shoot only the shows for which he is hired or engaged. So yun po yung pagkakaiba. Yung cameraman na regular employee, hindi siya naka-attach sa isang programa. Yung cameraman na regular employee will only shoot the programs for which he is hired. So ganun po, no? So we have these regular employees, then we have these project employees that work on our shows, and consistent with Policy Instruction 40, we call them program employees. So project employees who are hired for programs. And then we have the ordinary project employees, data encoders, mga ganun po. So yung regular na project employee. Okay. So yun po yung under the category na employee. Ngayon po under the category na independent contractors, we have 3 types of independent contractors. The first one are the on-camera artists. Mga actors, anchors, yung lumalabas po, yung radio program host, yung mga ganun po. And then we have the intellectual property creators. These are the writers, the directors, those who create the content for our shows. So that's the second category of independent contractor. And then the third category are what we call independent contractors for specialized and augmentation services. Yung mga specialized services po, halimbawa, may show tayong Pinoy Big Brother po. When we have that program, we will hire a psychologist. So, independent contractor po siya who provides specialized services na kinakailangan po ng programa. Tapos yung mga augmentation services naman po, pag kinapos yung mga headcount or manpower para sa yung show, we hire them to fill the gap. So there are 3 types of independent contractors po. Intellectual property creators, the on-camera artists, and those that provide specialized services. So the grand total of all of those categories po amounts to 11,071 workers for the entire group as of the month of December of 2019. I hope that was helpful po.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Dipongoseno. At least, klaro natin, no? Sino-sino yung mga napapaloob sa mga kategoryang ito.
Opo.
Tanong ko po, dito po sa mga regular employees natin, ito yung binabayaran natin siyempre ng SSS, ng Pag-ibig, ng PhilHealth, at lahat ito sinusumitin natin sa mga ahensyang ito. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Yung pong ating mga project employees, nagbabayad din po tayo ng kanilang SSS, Pag-ibig, at PhilHealth, at iba pang mga benepisyo.
Opo, basta mayroong employer-employee relationship po.
Yun pong ating mga independent contractors.
Hindi po, because they are considered self-employed and they fall under the civil code as opposed to the labor code which governs employer-employee relationships. Yung independent contractors are self-employed and they take care of all their statutory benefits po. But
Okay.
they are integral to the operations of the network po.
That explains bakit hindi po nagkakatugma yung numero. No?
Opo, yun
Yung
po
sinasabi
ipapaliwanag ko
natin
sa
5,000 or 6,000 or so, pero pagdating sa listahan ng PhilHealth, SSS at Pag-ibig, hindi po nagkakatugma dahil nga yung ating mga independent contractors ay hindi kasama sa binabayaran natin ng Pag-ibig, SSS at PhilHealth dahil hindi nga naman sila mga empleyado, sila ay self-employed.
Yes, Chair, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay. Kahapon po may binabanggit na tinatawag na work pool. No? May work pool po kayo. At nasabi nyo na rin kung sino-sino yung napapaloob sa work pool na ito. Maano nyo bang sabihin sa komite, batay lang sa statutory na mga benepisyo na required ng ating batas, ano po ba ang mga dapat obligado ang kumpanya na ibigay sa kanila? Mamaya na po yung mga binibigay ninyo na hindi kasama sa statutory requirements. No? Gusto kong malaman, ano lang yung statutory?
Sige po. SSS, Pag-ibig, PhilHealth, 5 days service incentive leave, mandatory retirement at 60 benefit, Magna Carta for women, solo parent benefit, and paternity leave po.
So yan lang po. No? Yan lang po yung napapaloob sa ating batas, no?
Opo.
Na required na ibigay natin sa mga manggagawa. Pag sila kasama dun sa work pool na sinasabi ninyo. Gusto kong itanong, maliban dun sa statutory benefits, no, that are required of you, no, to be given to give to these employees, are there other benefits, no, and privileges that you are giving those belonging to your work pool?
Yes, Your Honor. There are 14 other benefits that we provide.
14?
14, yes.
So are you saying that you are giving more company-initiated benefits, no, compared doon sa statutory benefits na binibigay batay sa batas?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mari po ba nating malaman para sa kaalaman ng komite, ano po yung 14 company-initiated benefits na binibigay ng ABS-CBN?
Ito po yung rice subsidy na dumadami habang tumatagal yung tenure ng project employee. My cash gift, which is our equivalent of the 13th month pay. Contingency loans such as medical loan, educational loan, emergency loan. We cover them with life insurance while they are engaged in a program. We provide a Christmas basket or a gift check. We provide an employee stock purchase plan. They're covered by hospitalization insurance for the period that they are working on a program. Their dependents are also covered by hospitalization. We provide hazard pay. We also provide a 30-day accident leave kung may mangyari po sa kanila. We provide a t-shirt, company t-shirts. There are members of our Kapamilya Awards or Service Awards, Service Awards as we call it. And then when the company exceeds its financial targets, they are included in the bonus scheme. And then they have an optional retirement plan if they choose to retire earlier, Your Honor.
If I may ask, in terms of figures, no, in terms of magkano ito, ito ay mga benepisyong hindi naman dapat kailangan ninyo ibigay, no? Kasi hindi naman required na batas. Ngunit binibigay ninyo. At lumalabas ngayon, mas marami pa pala ang company-initiated benefits kaysa statutory na binibigay ninyo. Abutin kayo na magkano po ito? Ito mga benepisyong hindi naman dapat ninyo binibigay pero dahil sa pagmamagandang loob ng ABS-CBN ay binibigay ninyo.
Approximately 24 million a month po.
24 million a
So
month.
almost 500 million a year.
Mga kalahating bilyon sa
300
isang taon.
Opo.
Okay. Maraming salamat po, no, sa information na yan. Kasi ito yung mga bagay na hindi kayo napagbibigyan ng pagkakataong mailahad sa komite. Okay. Para po kay Ma'am Cory Vidanes, nabanggit niyo po yung tungkol sa program employment. no? Program employee or employment contract kahapon. Bago itong program employment contract na ginagawa na ngayon ng ABS-CBN, ano po bang dokumento ang pinanghahawakan ng isang manggagawa, no, tungkol sa hinggil sa kanyang engagement sa inyo bago po itong practice ng program employment contract?
Your Honor, noon po, wala ho nung talent ang tawag po before program employee, wala pong pinanghahawakan. Kaya po nung naging program employee, may mga kontrata po kaming binigay sa mga program employee.
So ano pong advantage nun? Nung dating engaged ninyo ang kanilang serbisyo pero wala silang pinanghahawakang dokumento, walang kontrata,
yes,
no, parang basta usapan lang.
Yes.
Noong nag-umpisa pong magkaroon ng program employment contract ang ating mga manggagawa, ano po ang advantage nito? Maliban sa simpleng
security of
dokumento.
tenure po, Your Honor. Stability, they're assured po that they are engaged by a specific program for a certain period of time. So may assurance po sila na may trabaho po sila habang may kontrata po sila.
Ibig sabihin po, meron silang sort of security of tenure,
Yes,
no?
po.
At least within the period of the project, no?
Yes,
na
the
engaged
period of
sila.
engagement,
Hindi
Your
sila
Honor.
basta-basta na lang na tinatanggal
Yes,
habang hindi pa natatapos yung programa o proyekto na sila ay hinire.
Yes, Your Honor.
So protection din po talaga ng empleyado
Opo.
yon.
At saka po yung sinabi ni Mark Nepomuceno, yung program employment po, gave them so much benefits also po. So they were really taken care of and protected po by the company.
Pero po, gusto ko nang itanong, kasi program employment ito,
Opo.
mas maganda naman kasi sana kung maging regular din yung mga empleyado. No? Bagamat malaking advantage yung meron kang program employment contract, pero mas mahalaga din siguro para sa isang manggagawa kung siya ay maging regular. Pero nabanggit nyo kahapon na dahil sa uniqueness of the industry, no, bagamat nais nyo man silang gawing regular lahat, ngunit dahil magkaiba ang kanilang circumstances, no, kumpara naman sa ibang mga klase ng trabaho, hindi nyo nagagawa ito. No? Ano po yung can you please explain to the committee what prevents you, no? Yung uniqueness ng industry na yan, no? For example, ang isang cameraman ay binigyan ng trabaho at meron siyang program employment contract. Bakit hindi siya pwedeng i-sustain na lang na maging regular?
Dahil po, di ba, as program employee po, they're attached and engaged to specific programs po. And then po, after a program finishes, they're able to be engaged by another program. So, kasi po yung uniqueness ng industry po namin ay dahil walang program po that stays on the air forever. Lahat po ng programa talaga may simula, may katapusan. So, mahirap pong gawing regular yung uncertainty nung programa on air. So po, even in the US, most are freelancers po. It's really the nature of the industry. Kasi per project po. Ngayon po, may mga panahon na marami kaming programa. Meron din panahon na seasonal, nababawasan po yung dami ng programa. If they're all po regulars, what will they do without a program?
Maaari po bang itanong, ma'am, ganito. Halimbawa, ang programa ay may isang show, no? Sa oras na alas 7 hanggang alas 9 ng gabi, tuwing MWF, no, for instance. At humina sa market, mahina yung ratings, then management has to decide to end the show or program, tapos papalitan siya. No? Halimbawa, telenovela, tapos pinalitan ng isang talk show. Maaari po magkakaiba ang human resource requirement ng dalawang program na yan. Hindi po ba?
Definitely, Your Honor.
So maaaring halimbawa, yung telenovela na ginagawa ninyong 7 to 9 MWF ay nangangailangan ng 10 crew. Pero dun sa susunod na pinalit ay kailangan 5 na lang.
Yes, Your Honor. It really
So ito
depends.
yung mga nuances,
Opo.
no?
It
ng
depends
uniqueness ng
on-
industry dahil nga hindi nagkakapare-pareho yung requirement ng isang program.
Yes, Your Honor. Every program genre or format has a different requirement. And even po in teleseries, there are different requirements. May iba pong very complex yung storya, pag action, fantasy. Yung complexity po requires a different kind of team or number
So
of
kung
people.
ako po ay cameraman ng isang show at nagpalit na ng bagong show, wala pong assurance na sa susunod na show na ipapalit, no, doon sa dating show, ay kakailanganin ng serbisyo ko. Because there might be some significant difference in terms of human resource requirement.
Yes, Your Honor. Because when a program ends, we don't replace it necessarily with the same format. Pwede pong ibang format, ibang genre, iba naman po ang pangangailangan in terms of people.
So yun po ang dahilan, no, bakit nahihirapan tayong irregular lahat. Dahil nga walang certainty no? Hindi natin alam kung sa susunod na show kailangan pa siya. At mahirap naman para sa isang kumpanya na nagbabayad ka ng services na hindi naman ginagawa. No? For example, sa susunod na program, ang isang crew ay hindi kailangan at tatagal yan ng 1 taon. Mabigat naman yung nagbabayad ka ng 1 taon sa isang crew na hindi naman gumagawa ng serbisyo dahil hindi siya kailangan dun sa program na yon o sa show na yon.
Yes, Your Honor. You're right po.
In fact, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the Department of Labor and Employment, kay Yusek, Ana, nandyan pa po siya?
Yusek Ana of Dole, you're now recognized.
Yes, Your Honor po.
In fact po, yung necessity and desirability, no, ng gawain ng isang manggagawa sa operations ng isang kumpanya, bagamat basihan siya para makonsiderang regular na ang empleyado. Pero hindi po absolute ito, hindi po ba?
Yes, indeed, depende po kasi sa kontrata na dinodraw or pagka in-engage yung services, ano po yung usapan nila. So, tama po kayo, hindi yung absolute siya, pero at some point in time, magkakaroon po ng regularity ng employment.
Naintindihan po natin yan. At some point in time, pagka necessary and desirable yung ginagawa ng isang empleyado o manggagawa, at paulit-ulit siyang hina-hire, no, performing the same nature of work, ay maaari po talagang umabot sa punto na maging dapat regular na siya. Pero alam po natin, and I think you would agree with me, that the Supreme Court has ruled in a number of cases that this is not absolute because there are industries na nangangailangan ng mga empleyado pero hindi naman pwede, no, na gawing regular kaagad lahat dahil nga sa nature, no, ng kanilang ginagawa. For example po, maliban doon sa mass media industry, ang isang example nito, maraming kaso akong nabasa sa mga Supreme Court cases. Ang laging example, yung construction firm. Yung construction firm, meron silang mga regular na empleyado, meron din hindi regular. At halimbawa, karpintero, mason, ang kanilang ginagawa ay necessary and desirable sa functions, operations ng construction company. Pero hindi maaaring lahat ay gawing regular dahil hindi naman alam at sigurado ng construction firm na sa 1 taon ganito kadami ang kanilang proyekto at sa susunod na taon, ganun din kadami ang kanilang proyekto. Maaring kumonte, maaring dumami, maaring walang proyekto. Kaya nga po, isa ito sa mga examples na sinasite na Supreme Court, no? Na sabi nga sa isang kaso, if I may read, yung kaso ng Herma Shipyard versus Danilo Oliveros, sabi nila, yung performance by project-based employees of tasks necessary and desirable to the usual business operation of the employer will not automatically result in their regularization. Tama po ba yun, Ma'am Yusek?
Tama po kayo with regards to the construction industry. Ganyan po, yung hindi siya regular all throughout, mayroon pong certain portions na ma-hire yung isang construction worker. And pag natapos na po yun, then the engagement ends.
At kahit po Yusek, siya ay repeatedly na hinahire, no? Project employee siya, may project January hanggang March, tapos may project ulit sa April hanggang December, hinire ulit siya. Pagkasunod na taon, may proyekto na naman sa January hanggang June, at hinire ulit siya sa July to December, for example. The repeated hiring of that project employee does not always necessarily result in the regularization of that employee. Is that correct?
Yes po, for construction.
Of course, no? Kasi pwedeng sa pangatlong taon ay walang proyektong nakuha si construction firm at hindi na niya kailangan ang ganong empleyado. At mukhang magkapareho, no? Doon sa papalit-palit na shows at programs sa isang broadcasting company dahil nga magkakaiba yung mga requirement, no? Maaring isang show ay nangangailangan ng 20 crew, yung susunod na show, 5 na lang ang kailangan dahil magkakaiba nga ang mga format nito. Now, I'd like to ask Dole, no? Tungkol po doon sa fourfold test. Ma'am, kasi napag-usapan kahapon, yung fourfold test ng pag-determine ng employer-employee relationship. Ang mga nabanggit, number 1, the selection and engagement of the employee. Number 2, the payment of wages. Number 3, the power of dismissal. And number 4, the power to control the employee's conduct, or the so-called control test. Ito po bang fourfold test na ito ay kailangan para i-establish yung employer-employee relationship, no? Tama po ba?
Opo.
Pero hindi po ito ang test ng regular employment.
Kasama din po, ginagamit din po ang fourfold test to determine kung ang isang manggagawa ay regular.
Itong fourfold test?
Yes po.
So halimbawa po, yung program employee, pasok yung mga test po na ito. May selection and engagement. May payment ng wages. No? Tapos may power of dismissal kasi may program employment contract. Bagamat may security of tenure at least within the period ng kontrata. But of course, if the employee violates the program employment contract, may power of dismissal. At may control test din kasi syempre dapat alam ng employer kung ano dapat ang maging resulta, paano gawin yung kanyang trabaho. Pero hindi po regular employment ang program employment. So bakit niyo po sinasabi na ang fourfold control test, fourfold test ay determination ng regular employment? Ang tingin ko po, ito ay madidetermine ang existence ng employer-employee relationship but not necessarily regular employment. Is that correct?
Yes po, to determine the employer-employee relationship and the nature of the engagement. Kaya po, halimbawa po yung mga cameraman na matagal, no? Yung ulit-ulit sila and paulit-ulit na ini-engage. So, there would come a time na dapat po irregular na po sila.
Well, hindi po yung tinatanong ko. Ang tinatanong ko lang simple lang. the fourfold test determines the existence of employer-employee relationship. Do you agree?
Yes, yes po.
But it doesn't determine necessarily the existence of regular employment.
Sometimes po ginagamit yan.
Yeah, ginagamit po siya ng, siyempre, iba-iba kasi eh. Meron namang employer-employee relationship din sa program employment eh. That's why it's called employment. No? In fact, ang pinaka-importante niyang purpose ay para i-determine yung jurisdiction. Di ba po ba? Kasi pag hindi pasok yung fourfold test na yan, ay wala pong jurisdiction ng NLRC dyan. Di ba po? Titingnan ng arbiter kung meron bang existence ng employer-employee relationship. Otherwise, the arbiter or the NLRC for that matter will not take cognizance of the case kasi labas po sa kanilang jurisdiction. Pero as far as determining regular employment is concerned, the fourfold test is not the all and be-all determination. Di ba po ba? Kasi pwede kasing pumasok itong 4, pero hindi regular. No? Tama po ba, ma'am? Bakit hindi po kayo sigurado? Sana po ay sigurado kayo dyan dahil kayo ang authority sa labor. Anyway, ayaw ko na pong i-belabor yan kasi tatagal, maubos yung oras ko. Tanong ko lang po, sa sentro kanina, na maganda yung mga narinig kong mga suhestyon mula sa inyo para i-improve yung mga kondisyon ng mga manggagawa. Hindi lang siguro sa ABS-CBN, kundi sa lahat na, sa mass media industry. At minumungkahi po nila na idagdag ito doon sa provisions ng prangkisa. Tingin ko naman po magandang i-considera, magandang tingnan. At kung bibigyan na natin ng panibagong prangkisa ang ABS-CBN, pwedeng ipaloob to, para naman mabigyan ng proteksyon na kaukulan ng ating mga empleyado. Pero tatanong ko po, kasi gusto natin na mag-improve yung kalagayan ng ating mga manggagawa sa mass media industry, hindi lang sa ABS-CBN, kundi sa lahat. Sa GMA, sa TV5, o sa anumang mga istasyon, anumang mga kumpanya. Hindi po ba sa tingin ninyo, shouldn't your suggestion be embodied? Instead, not only in this franchise, but instead in a separate law. Isang batas na pangkalahatan para makover lahat, hindi lang yung prangkisang ito. So siguro dapat ang Kongreso magpasa ng isang batas na ma-address yung mga concerns na sinabi ninyo para hindi kada nag-renew tayo ng prangkisa, pinag-uusapan yon. Mas stable, mas institutionalized kung merong isang batas na magbibigay na proteksyon sa ating mga manggagawa sa mass media industry instead na doon lang sa prangkisa ipaloob.
May I reply, Your Honor? Interesting po yung suggestion of the honorable gentleman po regarding that idea of institutionalizing this our proposal. Pero on the part of Centro, we believe po kasi na itong proposal po namin of actually ensuring that the franchise itself has pro-worker provisions, I think mas ito po yung preferred namin at this situation kasi on the one hand, timely po yung pinag-uusapan. Kasi we believe na while we're discussing this franchise, while we're discussing possible moves forward, meron po tayong libo-libo mga manggagawa na nag-aantay pa rin po ng decision po ng lower house, ng Kongreso as a whole. So, for us, we believe na mahalaga po na masimulan na yung discussion na yon at mai-implement na yon at least sa ABS-CBN level, para lang mapakita po din natin na posible yung ganitong arrangement, na posibleng ma-stipulate, ma-hold accountable ang mga franchise, ang mga media corporations to actually actually protect in a better way yung kapakanan ng mga manggagawa. At hindi lang protection, at maging talagang participant dun sa kanilang enterprise. So while we welcome that idea of crafting a separate law, we would like to remind the honorable representatives present online and in person that we are also talking about the welfare of workers at this moment of the ABS-CBN Corporation. So our position is, while that is a possible idea, proposal to explore further, but at this situation, we would prefer that the pro-worker provisions be included in this franchise. And the experience, yung karanasan po na maaari natin makita dito sa kaso ng ABS-CBN ay maaaring launchpad for these broader and more institutionalized forms of protection. That's our position. Also, we would like to reiterate that we are willing to work with all representatives interested to really guarantee the welfare of workers, not just in ABS-CBN but in the broadcast industry in general. So we propose, we are hoping that we will be able to coordinate and to meet with some of the representatives outside of these formal sessions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong sagot. Iniisip ko lang kasi yung equal protection of the law. Hindi po ba hindi makatarungan yon na binibigyan natin ng ganong proteksyon ang empleyado ng ABS-CBN, pero doon po sa ibang mga istasyon ay wala yan? No? Sa tingin ko po kasi, kung gagawin natin yan, kailangan i-amyenda natin ang lahat ng mga prangkisa din, no? Para patas ang lahat, no? Across the board dito. Because if you are pushing for the protection and promotion of the welfare of workers in this industry, it may not be fair to push for that only in one company, no? Tingin ko mas matutulungan natin ang pangkalahatang sektor na ito, no? Sa pamamagitan ng pag-introduce ng mga ganitong amendments, hindi lang sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN kundi sa lahat na, para pare-pareho nating maprotektahan ang mga empleyado.
Excuse me, Congressman Fortun, yan pong mungkahi mo na yan, pwede mong gawing isang House resolution upang maimbestigahan rin natin lahat ng mga networks, lalong-lalo na yung mga sinasabi mong hindi sumusunod sa mga panuntunan. At wini-welcome po yan ng appropriate committee, lalong-lalo na ng Blue Ribbon Committee, Congressman Fortun.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Okay, sige po. Pag-aaralan po natin yan, no? I'd like to emphasize that those of us in the House of Representatives, whether those pushing for the franchise of ABS-CBN or those against the renewal of that franchise, all of us probably are one, no, in the contention that we need to legislate, no, more laws that will protect workers, no, in this industry. Nagkakaisa po tayo doon. Kaya nga po, ang isang ikinababahala namin, ang kailangan po natin ay, I agree with you, improve, no, the conditions ng trabaho ng mga manggagawa. Huwag tanggalan ng trabaho ang mga manggagawa. Ang kailangan po natin sa puntong ito ay ayusin ang kanilang mga benepisyo, bigyan ng more protection, no, more benefits na dapat nilang natatanggap. Yun dapat ang effort natin, no, nagkakaisa tayo doon. At hindi dapat ang ating effort ay tanggalan ng trabaho ang libu-libong manggagawa. Kailangan natin ayusin, no, ang kanilang welfare, no. Yun ang dapat nating ipursige. Okay, sa DOLE po, may mga dagdag lang akong tanong. Sa Department of Labor and Employment. Ay ma'am, sorry kasi doon ako tumitingin, yung mukha ko nakikita ko, nandito pala kayo sa likod. Anyway, yung ginagawang practice ng program employment, no? Yung program
Excuse
employment.
me, Congressman Fortun, may
Okay.
nagtataas po ng kamay sa panel ng ABS-CBN.
Sige po. Please.
Actually po, sang-ayon po ako dun sa pinapanukala nyo na kung magsusulong po ng batas para sa mga manggagawa ay i-apply po sa lahat. Kasi po, ako po ay presidente din po ng National Alliance of Broadcast Union. Napakarami pong problema sa industriya namin, lalo na sa government broadcast station natin, PTV4. Laganap din po yung contractualisasyon sa kanila sa ibang channel. Kaya kung magkakaroon sana ng panukala, mas maganda lahat po ng broadcast para matugunan yung problema sa industriya ng broadcast po. Yun lang po. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. Yung nga po yung ina-emphasize ko na mas maigi siguro na pangkalahatan yung approach dito. Hindi lang sa isang kumpanya. Anyway, para po sa Department of Labor and Employment, yung pong practice ng program employment, paulit-ulit na sinasabi kasi kahapon pa na this is a widely accepted practice in the industry because nga of the uniqueness of the industry. Tatanong ko po sa Department of Labor and Employment, ano po ang kulang dito? Ano po ang mali? Mali ba ng mga kumpanyang gumagawa nito? Kaya minsan hindi nabibigyan ng kompletong proteksyon ang ating mga manggagawa? O may kakulangan ang ating mga batas? At kailangan sigurong gawin ng ating Kongreso ay ipursige ang mga reforms na ito. Alam natin na hindi lang naman nangyari ito sa ABS-CBN, ginagawa din ng ibang mga kumpanya. Ginagawa din ng GMA, ginagawa din ng lahat. Dahil nga, unique yung industry. Ganon ang nature ng kanyang operations. At ang Department of Labor and Employment ay tinotolerate nito, pinapayagan nito dahil hindi nga naman illegal. Ngayon, kung ayaw natin na ginagawa ito ng mga kumpanya, ano po ang gagawin natin? Wala namang batas na nagbabawal nito. Hindi po ba ang kailangan gawin ay magpursige ng mga reforma sa ating mga batas? Do you agree, Yusek?
Nakamute po yata.
Yes, yes. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Naririnig po kayo, ma'am. Pwede na po kayo magsalita.
Yung pong tanong na i-improve yung batas, agree po kami, we support that para po maliwanag at itakil po lahat yung mga seemingly hindi maliwanag sa pag-i-implement ng ating batas with respect to employment. Doon po sa tanong tungkol doon sa program-based, na-i-example po kanina yung sa construction, halos magkahawig po sila. They are parang fixed employment sila kasi po pagka in-engage, alam niya na from this period to this period, yun yung gagawin niya. Pero regular po siya. After some time, yung 6 months to 1 year, magiging regular siya as program-based or yung iba, ang tawag sa kanila, project-based o kaya fixed term.
Okay.
Salamat po.
Ang ibig po sabihin, yung mga gaps na ito ay maaaring ma-address. Siguro naman, kung titingnan ng Department of Labor and Employment na siguro dahil nga sa uniqueness ng industriya, dahil iba talaga siya kumpara sa ibang mga kumpanya, kung hindi man talaga pwedeng maging regular. Kasi kung hindi naman din fair ito sa mga kumpanya, mabigyan man lang ng dagdag, no, ng mga benepisyo na kahit man lang ma-approximate yung mga benepisyong tinatanggap ng mga regular. At maaaring pag-aralan ito, no, para lahat ng ating mga mass media companies or corporations ay makumpel na ibigay itong mga benepisyong ito. Sa ngayon, yun po ang gaps. Maraming kulang yung ating batas. At maaring hindi nga ito na-foresee ng mga gumawa ng ating labor code. At ngayon siguro, bahagi ng trabaho namin bilang mga mambabatas ay tingnan nito. No? At maganda rin ang nangyayari ngayon na napag-uusapan siya upang makita kung ano yung mga kakulangan ng mga batas na to at ma-pursue ang mga reforms na to. At dapat ang Department of Labor and Employment may mga recommendations dito. Sa dami ba naman ng mga kasong nakarating sa inyo, no? Involving ABS-CBN, even GMA and other media corporations na nakarating sa inyong mga, nakikita nyo na ano yung mga problema. No? And perhaps DOLE can recommend to Congress what possible reforms we can pursue, no, to avoid cases of this nature na pina-file doon po sa inyo, lalo sa NLRC. Ngayon, Ma'am Yusek, sabi po ninyo ang general policy at direction talaga ng DOLE ay preservation of employment. No? Hindi lang preservation, kundi generation pa of employment. No? Yun ang gusto nating direksyon na tahakin. Lalo na ngayon na ang ating bansa ay nakaharap sa isang pandemya na unprecedented. No? We are confronted with a crisis that we were never really prepared for. And in fact, even the richest of countries around the world are caught flat-footed. At grabe ang impact nito sa ating ekonomiya. No? At isa sa mga dahilan, ang pagkawala ng trabaho, hindi lang ng libo-libo, maaring milyon-milyon sa pagdating ng panahon. And we don't want as much as possible unemployment na unnecessary. Ito kasi ang mangyayari dito, pag nagsara itong ABS-CBN, this is unemployment resulting not from the pandemic. It's unemployment resulting from the refusal to renew or grant the franchise. Okay. Now, DOLE, tanong ko sa inyo, hindi naman bago, no, para sa mga kumpanya, kahit yung mga pinaka-established, pinakamalalaki at pinakamayamang kumpanya na nakaharap sa mga kasong labor. Di ba? Kahit siguro Philippine Airlines, no, Cebu Pacific, even GMA for that matter, San Miguel, SM, etc. Alam po ninyo yan sa records ninyo. Maraming labor cases na pinafile sa NLRC laban sa mga kumpanyang ito. Hindi po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
So over time, mula noong sila ay nag-umpisa hanggang ngayon, marami-rami din ito. At marami-rami din dito, nababasa ko rin, no, sa mga desisyon ng Supreme Court. Mas malalaking kaso pa. No? Pero, ang Cebu Pacific, ang Philippine Airlines, no, ay patuloy ang kanilang operations. Hindi naman sila tinanggalan ng prangkisa dahil importante din ang kanilang papel, no, sa ating bansa. Transportation yan, public transportation yan. Just imagine a situation where one airline is shut down simply because of certain labor issues. Di ba po ba? So, tatanong ko po sa inyo, isn't it not that when a company faces labor cases, the direction should be that of improving the policies of that company as far as labor is concerned, instead of encouraging a situation where that company should shut down dahil sa mangilan-ngilang labor issues?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, katulad po ng sinabi ko kagabi, least I've been misunderstood. Our focus now, dahil po sa sitwasyon, is really employment preservation. But it does not mean na hindi namin naasikasuhin yung iba pang trabaho namin. So, having said that, pagka po may complaint, una po, ang gagawin namin ay of course to attend to it, to properly guide or attend to that complaint per, of course, yung ating mga regulasyon so that matapos na po yan. Hindi po, so that it can be disposed immediately at hindi nagtatagal. Of course, we agree, hindi naman po sa pag-inaasikaso namin yung mga reklamo, kasama doon yung pagsasara. We never do that, Your Honor. In fact, I think I said last night na wala naman po kami, wala sa amin mandato yung because of labor complaints, ipapasara namin yung company.
Hindi ko po tinatanong kung mandato po ninyo, alam kong hindi po ninyo mandato ang magpasara. Ang sinasabi ko lang, dahil sinabi nyo nga kahapon, it is DOLE's direction na dapat i-preserve ang employment. So, alam natin may mga labor issues na hinaharap ang ABS-CBN. Sabi ko nga, hindi lang naman sila yon. No, that is not isolated as far as ABS-CBN is concerned. Other big companies that are also established na maraming pera, pambayad sa mga empleyado ay nahaharap din sa mga kasong ito. And I think DOLE would not encourage na magsara sila. Ang gustong gawin ng DOLE, ayusin nyo yung labor policies ninyo para naman hindi na magreklamo ang mga manggagawa. Di ba?
Yeah.
At sabi ko nga, kung may mga gaps sa mga batas, kailangan tulong-tulong tayong lahat dito. DOLE, please recommend to the House of Representatives, to Congress, tell us, ano ang pwede naming ayusin. Kasi ito rin po ang mandato namin, ang magpasa ng mga batas, para ayusin yung kalakaran. Halimbawa sa isang kumpanya, para maiwasan na ang mga ganito mga kaso. Now, I'd like to ask NLRC, the National Labor Relations Commission, si Attorney, Mr. Chair, the representative of the NLRC.
Attorney Perez, you're now recognized.
Attorney Perez, you mentioned about 6 cases reaching the Supreme Court involving ABS-CBN. 3 of which were won by ABS-CBN, 3 of which natalo ang ABS-CBN. So wag na natin pag-usapan yung mga nanalong ABS-CBN. Pero this is an indication also, since 3 of the 6, that's 50-50, since 3 of the 6 cases that reached the Supreme Court were won by ABS-CBN, it goes to show also that not all claims against ABS-CBN filed by its workers were found to be legitimate and valid by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court decided na hindi po karapat-dapat itong mga ibang hiningi ng mga empleyado. Doon naman sa 3 kaso, sabi ng Supreme Court, tama yung mga manggagawa. So, dito naman sa mga kasong ito na sinabi ng Supreme Court na tama ang manggagawa, binabalik po sa inyo yan, sa NLRC, hindi po ba? O kaya sa DOLE, para i-implement yung ruling nila?
Yes, Your Honor, tama po yun.
Okay. At dahil binabalik sa inyo yung ruling na yan, kayo po ang pinag-i-implement ng ruling na yan, tanong ko lang po, yung 3 kasong hindi nanalo ang ABS-CBN, nag-comply ba ang ABS-CBN sa ruling ng Supreme Court?
Ito po kasi sa natalo, Your Honor, is 2019. So, i-check pa po namin sa aming records kasi particular case po to kung ito po ay na-execute na or nasa office na po ng sheriff. So, we'll provide you po with the data po. Kasi specific case po to, so we'll try to provide you with the data. Pero as much as possible, based po sa aming mga general records, lahat naman po to, lahat po ng pinapa-execute ay nako-comply naman po ng aming mga sheriffs.
Yes, sir. You're checking on the 2019, that's the most recent one, right? But as far as the earlier ones are concerned, at pinadala sa inyo ng Supreme Court na for implementation, your records show that the company complied with all these rulings?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasi po, ang illegal dismissal po, ang remedy po nun is, ang resulta po nun is reinstatement. So kung ayaw na pong i-reinstate yung employees, so ang kapalit po nun is payment of fees na po. in lieu of reinstatement. Kasi minsan may strained relation na po, so babayaran na lang po ang empleyado. So, but with the specific cases po, we'll check po kung ganun po ang naging implementation ng decision po ng NLRC.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So at least your records show that ABS-CBN complied, no? As far as your records will show. Now, there are cases, of course, that did not reach the Supreme Court. No? May mga kasong hindi na nakarating sa Supreme Court. Doon pa lang sa level ng NLRC ay nagkaroon na ng resolution at hindi na umakyat. As far as your records will show, has ABS-CBN complied, no, with the resolutions of the NLRC?
Sir, based po dun sa hindi na po nag-appeal sa Court of Appeals, kasi po ang decision po ng NLRC is within 10 days na wala pong nag-appeal is final and executory na po yun. With respect po sa mga monetary claims, yan naman po ay na-comply ng ABS-CBN.
Lahat naman po kino-comply.
Yes, po.
At do you agree with me, sir, that of course, when a labor case is filed against a company, karapatan din naman niyang i-contest itong mga kasong ito. At syempre, kaya nakakarating po sa arbiter, nakakarating sa NLRC, nakakarating sa Court of Appeals. Parehong karapatan po ito na nagreklamo at karapatan din ng nirereklamo, no? Na
yes, sir,
i-avail ang lahat ng remedies na maaari niyang i-avail, no, sa ilalim ng ating batas doon sa mga forums na ito. So sa arbiter, aabot sa NLRC, sa Court of Appeals, sa Supreme Court. Pero ang mahalaga po dito, kailangan respetuhin ang rule of law. Ibig sabihin, kung may desisyon na ang korte at sinabi na ng halimbawa arbiter, NLRC, CA or Supreme Court at nagkaroon ng finality, kailangan yung partidong inuutusan ng ahensya o ng korte na gawin ang isang bagay, dapat i-comply niya. Hindi po ba?
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
In other words, if ABS-CBN, no, fought head-on, no, with complainants, no, or petitioners for that matter, karapatan niya yon. Hindi po ba?
Yes. Yes,
pero hindi po niya karapatan na wag sundin ang desisyon ng korte.
Yes po, Honor. Yes po, Your Honor, kasi ang isang epekto po dyan, pwede po siyang i-contempt ng korte.
At batay naman sa records ninyo, lahat naman ng mga kasong hinarap nila at hindi sila nanalo, nag-comply naman sila sa ruling ng ating korte.
Based po sa initial report po namin, so nag-comply naman po sa initial report po.
Okay. Tanong ko po, sir, sa ating complainant, si ano yung pangalan? Kayo na. Doon sa ating mga manggagawa, former employee ng ABS-CBN, yeah, you are now connected with GMA po, di ba?
Opo.
Since when po?
Since po nung tinanggal nila kami. Ako po personally. Since tinanggal po nila kami noong 2010, nagtatrabaho po ako, rumaraket sa GMA. Yung iba naman, nasa TV5 at after 6 months, niregular sila. Actually, Your Honor, I beg to disagree. Yung sinasabi nilang napuputol yung programa, parang hindi ho iyon ang tamang ano. Kasi pag natapos isang programa, hindi pa natatapos ang isang programa, meron ng tinatrabahong programa para sa kapalit na yon. So meron mga 2 months, 3 months na sinushoot na yung programa para palitan ang programa yon. Sa totoo, halos hindi nagpapahinga ang tao sa industriya. Ngayon, nagkakaroon ng lull or pagitan yung mga walang trabaho dahil mas nag-hire sila ng mas maraming tao para wag lang mapunan ang regularization. Sinasabi nila security of tenure para sa mga program employee. Pero di hamak naman, ba't kailangan pa natin pumasok sa usaping program employee kung security of tenure rin lang ang hahabulin natin? Na kung saan merong existing na batas ang regular, ang law natin, labor law natin na regularization. So ano ang iniiwasan nila doon sa issue ng regularization at ba't kailangan gumawa tayo ng isa pang muka ng labor law na ito ang program employee o independent contractor. Kasi based po sa experience namin, hindi nangyari na nagkaroon ng lull ang pag-perform namin ng trabaho.
Sir, tanong ko lang po sa inyo. Experience nyo kasi yun eh, at medyo pinalad kayo na sunod-sunod yung mga programang yan. Pero we know that it can happen eh. Pwedeng mangyari na hindi magsunod-sunod. Tatanong ko po sa inyo, since you're connected already with GMA, ako, I share your sentiments. No?
Okay po.
And that's why I was proposing na Congress should look into this also and try to see if reforms can be pursued para din sa proteksyon ninyo. Pero let me ask you, in the case of GMA for instance, nangyayari po ba ito tulad na nangyayari sa sa ABS-CBN na matagal-tagal na rin silang nagtatrabaho pero program employment pa rin yung treatment sa kanila? At kung talagang stricto nating sundin yung necessity and desirability test at saka yung consistent, no, repeated hiring, dapat naging regular na rin, di po ba? Pero alam natin that not only in ABS-CBN but also in the case of GMA and the other, no, broadcasting corporations, nangyayari ito. And hindi lahat ng panahon may mga reklamo dahil nga it's a widely accepted practice, no, in the industry. Now, kaya kung sinasabi ko lang po, kailangan tingnan ito ng Kongreso at tingnan ng pakinggan ng lahat, no, ng sides, na ang side ninyo at side din naman ng kumpanya at come up with reforms, no. Kung hindi man siya regularization, kung dahil sa tingin natin ay hindi tama, pero at least ang mga benepisyo should approximate that of regular employees. No?
Your Honor, siguro para sa akin ho, nagiging dahilan na lang ho yung pagiging unique ng trabaho namin sa industriya.
Okay.
Actually,
salamat po. Yun lang naman ang gusto kong malaman sa inyo. I'm trying to get from you, ano ba talaga ang nangyayari? Hindi lang sa ABS-CBN ito eh. What I'm trying to say, these are happening not only in the case of ABS-CBN, but also in other networks. No? In fact, in your case, dahil freelance ka, no? We call it freelance, but you're repeatedly hired, no? And your work with GMA is necessary and desirable. So if these tests are to be considered, dapat kahit hindi ikaw ang mag-offer, sila na dapat, no, ang mag-offer ng regularization. But since there are no laws, no, currently that require them to do that, hindi nila kailangan gawin. No? So anyway, maraming salamat po na narinig namin yung,
Your Honor,
yung side
may
ninyo.
isisingit lang po ako kasi regarding po dun sa pagtanggap ng usually, siyempre nagtatrabaho tayo in order sa income na pumapasok sa atin. Ang kaibahan lang ho kasi, sa GMA ho kasi, we are well compensated in tungkol sa pera ang usapin na bayad kami ng maayos. Dito kasi sa ABS, we are treated like a regular employee but we are not enjoying the benefits of a regular employee. Ibig sabihin, kung...
Sir, since sinabi niyo yan, if I may ask, how much are you receiving from GMA now?
Sa per day ko po, 7.5, while sa kanila is 1.8, 24 hours work. Sa GMA, I am receiving 7,500 a day. Kaya no complain ako, kaya ko nang i-cover
Yung
ang mga
1.8 po
benefits
ninyo, kailan po yun?
Plus SSS at saka
I mean, yung 1.8 na tinatanggap ninyo from ABS-CBN, that was your rate when you left ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, may mga ganong cases. Meron ngang may dala po akong payslip.
I mean, ang comparison po, para may
makita natin.
objective
Tama
comparison
po
tayo.
yun.
The 1.8 that you're saying is not the 1.8 that is currently received, of course, no? That's the 1.8 that you were receiving at the time you left, no?
Yung 1.8 na yun, nasa ABS ako, nung compare sa GMA, 6,000 na po sila nun. Nag-increase kami, nagkaroon kami na 7.5 ngayon po.
Okay. May I ask from ABS-CBN, you are willing po, no? Of course, others also, because I think one of the important realizations in this hearing is that ako, honestly, no, after how many days of hearings, mula sa issue ng constitutionality hanggang sa issue ng TV box, ng itong alleged labor issues, etc. I honestly feel that it is the prudent direction of Congress, the more prudent direction of Congress to give you another franchise. But the realization also sa hearings na to, may mga bagay na kailangang improve sa industriya, especially din sa welfare ng ating mga manggagawa. And I'd like to hear from ABS-CBN, are you willing, even in the absence of laws, new laws, for the improvement of the welfare of our workers, are you willing to introduce reforms? Like for example, natutuwa ako doon sa sa narinig ko kanina, na doon po sa work pool, bagamat meron lang 6 na statutory benefits na required kayong ibigay, you're giving 14 more. In other words, you're providing 20 benefits para sa mga manggagawang kasama sa work pool, bagamat 6 lang ang inuutos ng batas. Ibig sabihin, at least you have demonstrated that gesture, of going the extra mile to provide something that even laws do not require para sa welfare ng ating mga manggagawa. Now, I believe, I have a strong feeling that Congress will eventually grant you this franchise. And we are sorry that you have to go through this ordeal. But I believe strongly that eventually, baka makuha pa rin ninyo yung prangkisa. Pero gusto naming marinig, handa ba kayo at willing ba kayo na ibigay yung mga kaukulang improvement ng welfare ng ating mga manggagawa sa inyong kumpanya?
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang sabihin that more than anything else, our people are the most responsible for the success of ABS-CBN. We, at all times, put their welfare ahead of everything. To your question po, we are willing to review which positions in the company deserve to be regular and hopefully to gradually implement these changes over time. And for those positions that cannot be regularized, our goal is to make sure that project employees and regular employees at some point in time have an identical set of benefits. That principle or that philosophy po, Mr. Chair, is what has given rise to the constant increase in the number of non-statutory benefits that we continue to give to our project employees. And as long as we can afford to do it, our goal is to continue adding to that list so that at some point in time, tulad po ng sinabi ninyo, there should be no difference between the benefits received by a regular employee and the benefits received by a project employee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katigbak. Mr. Chair, siguro yun lang po ang mga katanungan ko sa ngayon. And I hope that because of the hearings that we have conducted, this will result in important reforms para sa industriyang ito. And those reforms will benefit the workers, not only of ABS-CBN, but everybody in the media industry, in the mass media industry. And not only as far as labor issues are concerned, but as to other policies, maayos natin ito. And Congress can come up with legislations that will help our players in the media industry improve their craft, improve the welfare ng kanilang mga manggagawa. At sa kabuuan, may healthy tayo na mass media industry. A mass media industry that does its mandate to the public of disseminating important information to our people, giving them entertainment, but protecting and promoting, preserving as well the workers in the industry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Lawrence Fortun. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Congressman Lito Atienza. Kinatawan Lito Atienza, andyan ka po ba?
Dito po. Kanina pa ako naghihintay, Mr. Chairman.
Mag-umpisa na po kayong magtanong, sir. Meron po kayong 5 minuto.
Maraming salamat po. Iiklihan ko po ito. Kanina ay nakikinig ako kay Congressman Mark Go na nawagan yung ating masipag at magaling at matalinong Congressman from Baguio. Madaliin natin to sapagkat ngayon ay hindi normal times, nadagdagan pa ng maraming problema, mga development ngayon. Mababalitaan din ninyo. Kaya ang aking pong tanong lang ay dalawa, sa dalawang panig. Andito pa po ba yung NLRC representative? Dahil yung unang tatanungin ko ay para sa kanya. Thank you.
Attorney Perez.
Mr. Perez, ilang taon na po kayo sa NLRC? Ilang taon na po kayo sa NL National Relations Division?
10 years na po, Your Honor.
10 years. In your 10 years experience, meron ba kayong masasabing korporasyon ng malaki sa ating bansa? Marami tayong malalaking korporasyon, gigante, na walang labor problem na nakarating sa NLRC? Meron po ba?
Based on aking personal knowledge, Your Honor, wala po.
Wala po. Dahil habang lumalaki ang korporasyon, dumarami ang mga gusot sa loob na kailangan umabot sa inyo. You are the labor arbiters, hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, with that answer, I am saying yung mga labor problems na maaaring dumaan sa ABS-CBN management ay normal under the circumstances na ang mga problema sa loob ng malaking kumpanya ay pare-pareho. Kaya ang kailangan dito, magaling na NLRC at magaling na mga namumuno sa ating Department of Labor. Di po ba?
Apo, yes, Your Honor.
Now, I will shift now. Salamat po sa inyo. Yun lang ang gusto ko malaman. Walang exception. Lahat ng korporasyong malalaki ay may mga problemang labor and management issues na kailangang i-resolve ng NLRC. Marami sa kanila umaabot pa hanggang Korte Suprema. Anyway, I'd like to ask now the leader of the union of ABS-CBN. Andiyan pa po ba siya? Si Mr. Generoso Villanueva.
Yes, sir.
Salamat po, Mr. Villanueva. Kayo po tatanungin ko. Kayo po ba sa inyong pamumuno sa labor groups and union ng ABS in your own assessment and leadership and your members thereof? Sa tingin po ba nyo ang ABS ay patas at tama ang pagmamaneho o masasabi ninyong masama kaya kailangan parusahan?
Masasabi ko po na na patas naman po ang pamamalakad sa amin ng ABS-CBN. In fact po, wala naman po kaming masyadong yung kumbaga reklamo o dispute sa NLRC. Katunayan po, lahat po ng problema namin sa loob, nare-resolve namin sa pag-uusap po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Villanueva. Yun lang po nais kong ipaalam sa buong bansa na ang tingin po ninyo patas ang inyong tinatanggap na pamumuno at pagmamaneho ng napakalaking korporasyon, ABS-CBN. Salamat po.
Salamat po.
Mr. Chairman, the call of Congressman Mark Go, which I share, palagay ko ay napapanahon, especially now that the NTC has come out with a cease and desist order now to stop altogether the broadcasting of ABS-CBN na nagbibigay ng trabaho ang samantala while the franchise application is pending. Nalala po ang problemang ito. Dadami po ang may problema sapagkat kung mag-decide ang ABS management, we cannot prevent them from doing it. Nawala na kami talagang operation. Therefore, we will now move our estimate of August for retrenchment to now, today, July 1st or July 2 or in the next couple of days. Paano itong mga umaasang mga Pilipino na immediately mawawala ng trabaho? Paano ang ating kalagayan, yung milyon-milyon na umaasa sa impormasyon binibigay ng ABS-CBN sa pamamagitan nitong kanilang sky cable o yung kanilang block time na ginagamit pansamantala while we are deliberating. Paano ang edukasyon na simula sa Agosto hanggang pababa ay hindi natin malaman kung magbubukas pa o hindi. Kung aasa na lang tayo sa internet, aasa tayo sa responsible media, aasa tayo sa ibang paraan upang ating mga anak ay magpatuloy ng pag-aaral. Lalala po ang problema, Mr. Chairman, and I'm addressing myself to Chairman Franz Alvarez of the Franchise Committee. Madaliin na natin itong ating umuusap na ito. Huwag na natin pahabain pa. We are not experts in labor relations. We are not experts in management. We're even blank in many of the issues that we are trying to probe into. We can discuss no end for the next 2 years of our term. But we will not reach any beneficial point for our people. This is a very, very critical time. This is a time of emergency where our common concern is survival. Lalo na po yung mahihirap. Kapag wala na kayong trabaho at wala kayong makakain, and there are now an additional 7.3 million Filipinos who are jobless. Pag wala po tayong trabaho, wala tayong makain, yan po yung problemang malaki ng ating bansa. So it behooves all of us. Huwag na po tayong mag-nitpicking. Huwag na tayong mag-head splitting. Huwag na tayong mag-sumili pa where we do not see anything. Let's ask those who are knowledgeable if they know serious wrongdoings of ABS management. Kung wala po naman tayong makita, huwag na po natin pahabain ito. I'm appealing to all. I congratulate Congressman Margo. You are genuinely humble and patriotic. I congratulate Congressman Fortun and all those who ask relevant questions positively for the purpose of helping and not to delay the decision. Mr. Chairman Alvarez has decided on this matter. We are ready. I'm sure each member is aware of his conscience, his care for our people, and our patriotic sense. Gawin na natin yung ating tungkulin. Dali na po natin to a votation. Kung may bibigay, ibigay na. Kung hindi po naman, mapaghanap ng trabaho ang mawawalan. To delay it, ay palagay ko ay malaking pagkulang at pagkakasala ng ating Kongreso. Lalo na po itong ating committee ito. Kung hindi po natin mabibigyan ng kasagutan ang application for a renewal of franchise. Mr. Alvarez, the next move is yours. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Dito Atienza.
Sir Jonathan.
Yes, Chairman Alvarez.
Sasagutin ko lang si Congressman Atienza. No? Congressman Atienza, bago po tayo nagsimula mag-hearing, meron po tayong mga inilatag na ating pong proseso o magiging mga agenda natin na binubuo ng mga issues na pinasubmit po natin sa lahat po, mapa-pro o mapa-against po sa renewal po ng ABS-CBN. Ngayon po, napagkasunduan po natin yan, gumawa tayo ng schedule kung saan lahat po ng issues, mapa-pro, mapa-against, ay atin po magtatakel nang sa gayon ay mabigyan liwanag po lahat ng tao. Ngayon po, lampas na po tayo sa kalahati, wala naman pong nagde-delay, Congressman Atienza. Ang atin na po ay binibigyan natin ng due process lahat at binibigyan pagkakataon lahat magtanong kung sino may gusto. Ngayon po, kung sa tingin ninyo ay napapatagal, well, hindi ko na po alam paano po. Wala naman po para sa inyo, wala naman po tamang ginawa eh. So anyway, ano ba yung
ang sabi ko po ay ang desisyon na sa inyo. I will not debate with you, Mr. Chairman. The next move is yours. Alam na natin ang dapat nating gawin.
Okay, thank you po. At pagkatapos mo yan, ilan na po issue sa ating tackle at aabotin po tayo sa ating decision po. Maraming salamat po, Congressman Atienza. Congressman Alvarado.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Alvarez. At para po sa ating mga kasama, pinipilit na po talaga nating mapabilis ang ating pagdinig. Ngunit ayaw naman po nating maisalang-alang yung pagkakataon na magbigay ng pahayag yung ABS-CBN sa kanilang mga dapat gawin. At ayaw rin naman po nating mawalang bahala na lamang yung sabi nga po ng mga bisita natin na dating empleyado ng ABS-CBN na sila ay naghintay ng 8 taon. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, 18 years po.
18 taon para sa hearing na ito. Kaya binibigyan po natin sila ng lahat ng pagkakataon, pati na po ang ating mga kasama na magbigay ng paglilinaw sa hearing na ito, hindi lang po para sa ABS-CBN, hindi lang para sa mga dating kawani ng ABS-CBN, para na rin po sa mga supporter ng ABS-CBN na mga nanonood sa atin at para na rin sa mga anti-ABS-CBN na nanonood po sa atin. Para po hindi na natin pagdagalin ang hearing na ito, ay kilalanin po natin ang susunod na magtatanong. Ang atin pong Senior Deputy Majority Leader at Senior Vice Chairman ng Blue Ribbon Committee, Congressman Boying Remulla, na binigyan ng oras ni Majority Leader Martin Romualdez at Deputy Majority Leader Sharky Palma. You have 15 minutes, Kong Boying. Mag-umpisa na po kayo magtanong.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Unang tanong ko, broadcasting your own, the creations of your intellectual property people within ABS-CBN. Tama ho?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think what Attorney Georgie was talking about was in the past po, we had more canned shows, line productions, co-productions, but at present po, we produce all our programs po, our local programs.
So, if you think about it, ang inyong productivity, ang inyong kita, ay nanggagaling sa pawis ng inyong manggagawa kung tutuusin. Yung inyong cameramen, yung inyong talents, yung inyong intellectual property people, yung production people. Sa kanila po nanggagaling ang kayamanan ng ABS-CBN. Tama ba ho ako sabihin yon?
Yes, Your Honor. Kaya po pinapahalagan po namin.
Kaya ang lagi nyo hong sinasabi, Kapamilya Channel, pagkat mahal nyo inyong pamilya, kasama ho lahat ng manggagawa. Lahat-lahat po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit may mga kaso katulad ni Journal?
Your Honor, sa isang pamilya po, minsan meron pong hindi nagiging masaya nagkakaproblema, pero hindi po ibig sabihin
Okay.
naguguho ang
Nagkakaproblema
pamilya.
tayo, no, sa pamilya. Tama yon. Ngayon, ang tanong dito, sa mga katulad po ng ating mga independent contractors. Ako ho, lagi ako nasa ABS-CBN nung araw, pumapasok ako dyan sa News and Current Affairs, ini-interview ako nung araw pa. Year 2000, 2001, madalas ako po ini-interview noon. Ang nakakasalamuha ko lagi, yung mga makeup artist nyo. Mga makeup people, doon may makeup room, kabisado ko po sa ABS-CBN. Nagulat po ako, bakit po sila independent contractor? Samantalang kahit umaga, kahit tanghali, kahit gabi, sila po'y kailangan na inyong news and current affairs. Para bang sila po'y buhay mismo ng walang papasok sa studio pagka hindi naka-makeup. Paano sila naging independent contractor? Hindi ko maintindihan yun.
Your Honor, specialized po ang skill nila, but I think po, will you allow Attorney Maxim to elaborate?
I don't need a lawyer to explain it eh. Ang kailangan ko yung paliwanag ng tao eh. Yung dahilan natin. Paano sila naging independent contractor? Eh yung mga taong ito, yun na talagang pagpasok nyo, paglabas nyo, pag may i-interviewin, pag may bisita, yung mismo mga anchor nyo, sila mismo nagpapag-makeup doon. Kung wala sila, walang gagawa. Paano sila naging independent contractor?
Your Honor, as I said earlier, they have a specialized skill po. That's why they're considered as self-employed po.
Kung very, very familiar ho kayo sa tasking ng bawat tao, Ms. Vidanes, tama ho yun?
Sa tagal ko po sa industriya, I started as a production assistant.
Yes, and you are the
Medyo
Chief Financial
kabisado.
Officer of
Medyo
ABS-CBN, Ms.
kabisado
Vidanes?
po. Pardon, Your Honor.
Kayo po ang Chief Financial Officer?
Hindi po.
Ano ho ang posisyon nyo sa ABS-CBN?
I'm Chief Operating Officer po for broadcast.
Chief Operating Officer for Broadcast.
Yes po,
Di
Your
parang ano
Honor.
na kayo nun? Kayo talaga ang nagpapatakbo ng day-to-day activities ng ABS-CBN.
Actually po, I lead and oversee the programming of Channel 2. I also po manage the content development of all our programs.
Sino hong
our
gumagawa ng
entertainment
cost cutting
programs.
sa ABS-CBN? Para mag-cut ho ng cost, sino hong gumagawa sa inyo ng cost cutting?
Kami rin po, Your Honor.
Sino nga? I want to know, give me 4 names, 3 or 4 names. Kung pwede, yung nandito, o kaya yung wala dito, yung importante talaga sa cost cutting.
Yung cost cutting po, Your Honor, is a collaborative effort po.
Hindi na, let's not beat around the
officers.
bush. There's usually 3 people talking about it, then they do it.
Bale, ako po, our finance officers po, our higher management po, and our I think that's our production people po, our head of entertainment production.
Sino ang head ng entertainment production?
Si Laurenti Jogi po. Lauren Jogi po.
You speak clearer kasi
Lauren Jogi po, Your Honor. Lauren Jogi. Laurenti Jogi po.
So, itong problema ng ABS-CBN ngayon sa labor is because of cost cutting. Am I correct?
You know, Your Honor, it's not because of cost cutting. As I explained po, even yesterday po, that we take care of our people. That's precisely why we gave them contracts as program employees with all the benefits po.
Ito kasi, no? Ito, ako kasi practical na tao lang ako, no?
Opo.
Of course, I studied my law 33 years ago. Marami ng pagbabago sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Pero, yung necessary and desirable is still a test. Kung tutuusin natin, a practical test kung ang tao ay dapat maging regular employee. Would you agree or disagree with that, Ms. Vidanes?
Disagree, Your Honor. I think, Your Honor, can you allow Attorney Maxim please to elaborate?
I don't want to talk to a lawyer. I want to talk to a production person.
Okay
Yun talaga
po.
nandun. Kasi yun ang pinag-uusapan. Pag ginawa natin batas na naman to, naging technical, hindi tayo magkakaintindihan.
Ay, hindi naman po technical ang magiging
Oh, anyway.
explanation niya.
If you don't want to speak that language, so be it. Kung ayaw nyo sagutin, tatanungin ko na lang sila. kung ayaw nyo sagutin yung tanong ko, itatanong ko na lang sa mga taong naapektuhan na inyong policy sa cost cutting. Mr. Mendoza, no? Mr. Mendoza, would you agree with me? Kayo ba'y naniniwala na sa pagtitipid ng ABS-CBN kayo nadali?
Opo.
Ano ang pagtitipid ng kanilang ginawa?
Yun nga po. Example po, yung pag-abroad, pagka-shooting namin sa abroad, na dapat ay 6 na katao o 7, kasi marami po kaming equipment na dala. Ang nangyayari, 3 lang po kaming lumalakad.
Ilang beses nangyari ito?
Maraming beses po. Ilang beses po ako nakapag-abroad eh. Mula pa...
Saan ka nakapunta, sir? Mr. Mendoza?
Sa Asia po, China, Hong Kong, Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia. Tapos sa Korea, Barcelona, Paris, France.
Pero hindi kayo naging regular na empleyado, kahit ganun po ang trabaho nyo?
Po?
Hindi kayo naging regular employee kahit kailan?
Hindi po.
Contractual po kayo?
Hindi naman po masasabing dalawa lamang po kami pinirma ang kontrata eh. Ever since po nang pumasok kami dyan eh. Hindi po kami independent contractor.
Kayo naman, Mr. Payanon.
Your Honor,
Payanon.
ganun din po. Pero hindi naman po ito abroad, pero Mindanao. Yung regular cameraman na partner ko ron, siya kompleto ng benepisyo. Within 1 month na minsan halos 1 buwan kaming nandoon, kompleto benepisyo niya. Ako po, bilang talent, isa rin ho na nag-trigger sa akin mag-file ng case. Kasi nung kumuha kami ng sweldo, kumuha po kami ng sweldo. Kasi ang regular employee, syempre, mas malaki ang sinweldo niya. Pero ako, sumweldo lang ako by that day na kung magkano rate ko sa 1 buwan, which is 14,000 lang. Without hazard pay, without night differential, maraming kulang nung mga panahon na yun. Panahon po yun nung tatakbong Vice President si Noli De Castro. Tapos, instead na dapat mga 3 tao kami, ako lang ang nagpe-perform nung maglatag ng kable, magbuhat ng sarili kong tripod, mag-set up ng gamit, at the same time ako pang magkakamera.
Bakit ho, ano ho ang inyong nakikitang dahilan kung bakit ayaw po nila kayong gawing regular employee?
Hindi ko po alam eh. Nasa sa kanila na po yung kasagutan na yon kung paano nila i-categorize o balansehin yung pagtingin nila sa tao nila. Ibig sabihin, nasa sa kanila kasi kung paano nila nire-rate yung tao nila na para gawing regular. So, yun po.
How many cameramen do you have in ABS-CBN Productions?
Your Honor, may I just check the exact number? I do not po.
Please check.
The exact number.
Can somebody give you a figure?
Opo, here po.
Mr. Nepomuceno?
No po. Ito po, kinukuha lang po ni Ms. Nilda, Your Honor. Your Honor, tinitignan lang po sa computer file.
May 100 ba? May 100 ba yung camera ba niyo?
May ano po. Your Honor, pardon.
Aabot daw po ba ng 100 o ng 100 yung inyong cameraman?
To my recollection po, not more than 100 po.
Lagyan natin 100, no? Mr. Mendoza, Mr. Payonan, ano ang pagkakaiba ng sweldo ng regular cameraman sa kumpara sa independent contractor na cameraman?
Yung sweldo po ng regular employee, kasi meron silang CBA, may nakasaad na sa batas, yung kinakailangan nilang tanggapin na sweldo, yung mga appraisal, so naaayon sa batas ng labor.
May 10,000 ang pagkakaiba sa isang buwan? May 10,000?
Mahigit po, depende po kasi yun eh. Tapos sa independent contractor naman, kung magkano lang ang ibigay nila, meron silang pay scheme o evaluation rate mo. Merong mga pagkakataong ganun po.
Kasi ako talaga hindi ako makapaniwala, Mr. Chairman, na ang cameraman, ang makeup artist, considered independent contractors, ay hindi pwedeng maging regular employees kasi sila yung kailangan para umandar ang isang production outfit. Doon sila kumikita ng pera. Mr. Chairman, ang kinita nila, I think Vice Chairman Defensor knows, no? 3.2 billion ba yung kinikita ng ABS-CBN sa isang taon ba, isang buwan?
Vice Chairman Defensor?
3.4 billion, diba? Ilang milyon lang ang pagkakaiba, ayaw nyo pa ibigay. Bakit ho ganun ang inyong attitude? Ano ba ho ang nasa control nyo sa tao na mahalaga para hindi nyo ibigay sa kanila yung kakarampot na halaga kumpara sa inyong kinikita? Inamin nyo na inyong kita mula sa productions nyo, pero ayaw nyong ibigay sa tao yung gumawa ng yaman nyo, ayaw nyong bigyan ng kaukulang sweldo. Ano ba ho yung nasa sa kanila na parang galit na galit kayo sa mga taong magagaling magtrabaho, kagaya po ng cameraman tsaka makeup artist? Bakit ayaw nyo silang pagbigyan? Sila po yung kailangan nyo kahit anong gawin nyo sa araw-araw.
Your Honor, can I answer po?
Kahit sino sa inyo, sumagot na lang. Sige.
Opo. Kagaya po ng sinabi ko kanina, pare-pareho namin silang inaalagaan. Like a cameraman po now, the difference is about 4,000 pesos lang po.
That's the basic salary. Basic salary. And benefits.
As Mark mentioned earlier, they have 22 benefits po. So, malaki din pong bagay dahil po pinapangalagaan po namin ang mga program employees namin.
Sige, bumalik tayo doon, ha? Anong ulit ang inyong source of income? Paano kayo kumikita ng perang ABS-CBN? Anong source of income ng ABS-CBN? Advertising, di ba?
Yes po, Your
Anong programs yung malakas ang advertising?
Probinsyano po, Your Honor.
These are productions of ABS-CBN. Ano pa? Program employees yan, ha? Ano pa? Probinsyano.
Opo.
TV Patrol.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano pa?
All our soap operas po.
All the soap operas. Lahat yon gumagamit ng cameraman, gumagamit ng makeup artist. Mga necessary and desirable people para sa isang broadcast production outfit. I mean, and that's the common sense understanding that everybody would have over this. Bakit napakarami nating komplikasyon sa categorization ng mga tao? Ba't kailangan silang gawing project employee, program employee, independent contractor? Ba't hindi lang sabihin kung ano talaga? Ano ba sila? Hindi ba sila importante sa inyo? Importante sila sa inyo?
Your Honor, importante po sa amin ang mga manggagawa ng ABS-CBN. As I explained yesterday po, the nature of our industry po, di ba, every program has a beginning and an end. Kung po i-regularize po namin lahat yun at mawala ng programa, wala silang gagawin po, it's also not good for them. So it's mutually beneficial po.
I hear this excuse all the time. The nature of the industry. Yes. Kayo ngayong veterano dyan, alam nyo kung gaano ka-busy ang mga tao nyo. Alam nyo kung gaano sila, gaano inuubos ang oras nila. Kagaya niyan, ang pangarap ng isang empleyado, tama, kagabi, umalis ako na mas maaga, pinakikinggan ko lahat ng pinasabi dito. Hindi ko malimutan hanggang pagtulog ko Ang sabi ng isang empleyado natin dito, kaya ko gustong maging regular na empleyado kasi gusto ko makabili ng bahay. Wala magbebenta ng bahay sa akin na hulugan pag wala akong regular status as an employee. Napakahirap ba unawain yung pangarap ng isang padre de pamilya na makabili ng bahay para sa kanyang pamilya? O yun po hindi nyo tinuturing na mahalaga para sa inyong kapamilya yon?
Mahalaga po, Your Honor. We have program employees po who have contracts, and these contracts are able to help them find or buy homes also po.
Mr. Chairman, in these hearings, especially about ABS-CBN franchise and these labor problems that have been bruited about because of this controversy, ang lagi pong sinasagot ng ABS-CBN ay because of the nature of the industry. But the nature of the industry is there for us to perfect and to correct. It's not because the nature is of this manner that we succumb to the temptations that befall many of those who are in power in the private sector. Mr. Chairman, obvious ba? Ang kinikita ho ng top management ng ABS-CBN, ilang libong doble sa kinikita ng kanilang mga independent contractor, ang kanilang mga casual. Bakit napakahirap pong isipin sa kanila na iayos ang sistema, wag nilang gawing dahilan yung nature ng industry. Ang nature po ng industry, sila ho nagdidikta. Sila ho yung leader ng industriya. Sila po nagdi-define ng industriya. Bakit ayaw po nilang gawin yung nararapat na ibigay sa kanilang mga empleyado na mahusay naman ang pagtatrabaho at yun nga ang nagbibigay ng kita sa advertising na siyang nagiging source ng kita ng ABS-CBN. Ang buhay po ng ABS-CBN nasa advertising. Ang advertising, nakukuha lang yan sa mga programang sila mismong gumagawa. Gawa po ng mga manggagawa. Pero ayaw ho nilang kilalanin yung halaga ng manggagawa. Mas mahalaga sa kanila, bilangin yung pera nila sa bangko at paramihan sila ng kotse, pagandahan sila ng bahay at nang wala na ho yung halaga na maggagawa. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Boying Remulla. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Congressman Gaite. Congressman Gaite.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairs.
Maaari na po kayong magsimulang magtanong, Congressman Gaite.
Maraming salamat po. Napakahaba ng pagsubaybay dito sa napaka-importanteng pagtatalakay sa prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. At lalo na sa topic na ngayong ating tinatalakay, ang usapin hinggil sa mga karapatan ng mga manggagawa. Dilinggit sa kaalaman ng ating mga manggagawa sa ABS-CBN na sa matagal na panahon, hindi pa nga ako congressman, ay tinutulungan na namin ang mga manggagawa rito sa usapin ng kanilang kalagayan sa trabaho, ang usapin hinggil sa kontraktualisasyon, yung nababanggit na organisasyon, internal job market, employees, mismo sa picket line ay nakisa at sumama kami sapagkat alam namin pangunahin sa advocacies ng tinatawang ito ay yung usapin ng ating mga manggagawa. At natutuwa ko sa ating mga kongresista na nagpakita ng fervor and determination na ipagtanggol ang karapatan ng mga manggagawa. Ngunit sana, hindi lang dito sa usapin ng ABS-CBN, kundi sa lahat ng ating manggagawang Pilipino, lalo na sa panahon ng COVID, na kailangan ang bawat trabaho, kailangan ang bawat hanap buhay para sa ating mga mamamayan, sa ating kapamilya, at siyempre sa buong bayan. Kaya may mga ilang katanungan lang po ako. Unahin ko na dahil yung mga manggagawa ang pangunahing at stake sa usapin ito. Narinig ko kanina ang ilan natin mga kasamahan na bagamat may mga hinaing sila at may mga usapin hinggil sa pagtrato sa kanila ng ABS-CBN, tama ba ang aking pagdinig, lalo na sa ating mga kinatawan ng mga manggagawa dahil pinag-usapin natin yung labor issues, na bagamat may mga usapin sila, may mga tindig pa rin sila na para pa rin sila sa panunumbalik ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN. Matanong ko, ano ho ba ang mas nananaig sa inyo? Kayo ay mabigyan ng katarungan sa inyong dinanas o yung pangmalawakan na kalagayan ng iba pa nating kapwa manggagawa, maregular man, makontraktual, na dumaranas ng ganitong kahirapan. Baka pwede hong makasagot yung ating mga kinatawan ng mga manggagawa o mga former employees ng ABS-CBN.
Your Honor, yung ang pagbigay ng prangkisa sa ABS-CBN, nasa kamay na po yan ng ating batas, ng saligang batas at konstitusyon ng ating Kongreso. Ngayon po, base sa katanungan nyo para sa akin, ang tingin ko po, nananaig sa akin yung batas na pinanghahawakan ko ngayon, whether kahit sino man ang masagasaan, dahil matagal na ho nating inihiling yan na magkaroon ng pangil ang ating batas. So, yun lang po, Your Honor.
Maaari po bang, Mr. Chairs, makasagot rin iba nating mga kasamahan na kumakatawan ng mga manggagawa sa ABS-CBN, Mr. Mr. Chairman?
Ang sa amin po, gusto lang namin ng katarungan para po sa mga kasong na-file na namin na hanggang ngayon ay nasa Supreme Court. For 18 years na po yung case po namin. Sana po maging bukas ang ABS-CBN sa pakikipag-usap kung gusto po talaga nilang marisolba ang mga issue, lalong-lalo na po sa usapin ng mga manggagawa. Yun lang po. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, nandiyan rin po ata ang kinatawan ng ang Pangulo ng Union ng mga empleyado sa ABS-CBN. Baka pwede po makasagot.
Yes, sir. Ano pong, pakiulit po yung tanong.
Ang katanungan ko lang po, ano ho ba ang tindig nyo hinggil sa paggawad ng prangkisa? Bagamat totoo na nabanggit na may mga soberani ng ating mga manggagawa. Nasubaybayan po namin yan sa napakatagal na panahon. At may mga umabot na nga sa pagkakaso, sa NLRC, sa Korte, at totoo, may mga kaso tayong naipanalo bilang mga manggagawa, ngunit sa maampalad, may mga kaso rin na natalo. Pero despite itong mga usapin na ito, ano ho bang tindig nyo hinggil sa paggawad ng prangkisa sa ABS-CBN? Despite yung binabanggit na ng ating mga kasamahan na tumagal ng mga kaso sa korte, ano ho bang tindig nyo sa usapin ng paggawad ng prangkisa, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, sa akin pong pananaw, dapat po bigyan pa rin po ng prangkisa. Kasi po, kung tulad nga nung kinukwento ni Mr. Mendoza, masakit yung naranasan niya. Hayaan pa po ba nating maranasan to ng ibang manggagawa ngayon ng ABS-CBN? At pangalawa po, kung may usapin o pag-question sa labor issue, mas di po ba dapat na bigyan ng prangkisa at hayaang i-correct kung ano man yung pagkakamali? Yun lamang po. Salamat po.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Meron pa ho bang atang supervisor representative mula sa ABS-CBN, Mr. Chair?
Naka-zoom ho siya. President of the Supervisors Union, naka-zoom po. Raul de Asis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ang tindig po ng Supervisors Union, ibalik pa rin sa EBS yung prangkisa, nang sa ganon, ang lahat ng empleyado ay makapag-move on, ang lahat ng apektado makapag-move on. Ngayon po, yung usapin po naman ng mga kasamahan din natin sa nanawalan ng trabaho, yan po ay nasa Supreme Court na. Sana po doon lang po natin siyang hintayin kung ano man magiging resulta. At alam ko po sa kalooban ko, ang management handa po makinig kung ano man yung nasa batas. Yan lang po at ako saludo ko sa management. Wala akong masabi sa kanila. Yan lang po.
Maraming salamat po sa inyong mga sagutan. Mismo tama po no na ang nangingibabaw sa panahon na ito, may pandemya man o wala, ay yung kahalagahan na meron tayong trabaho, meron tayong sinasahod, meron tayong iuwi sa ating pamilya. Ngunit ngayon, kung ito ay hindi gawad, mas malaking negatibong epekto ito direkta sa ating mga manggagawa. Totoo na may mga usapin tulad ng mga binabanggit na problema sa kontraktualisasyon na dinanas ang ating mga manggagawa. Ngunit kadalasan at nakita na natin ito, paulit-ulit na sinasabi ng ating mga kinatawan at mga nagtanong, ang mga suliranin ay nandun sa batas. Ang Korte Suprema kadalasan ay nag-i-interpret lang kung ano yung nilalaman ng batas. At sino ang gumagawa ng batas? Kongreso. Kung kaya't kung tayo ay naninisi sa mga maraming problema, sabi nila, pag nagturo ka, 4 na daliri ang babalik sa iyo. Ang talagang kakulangan ay yung batas na sinisikap nga natin na babago, pabor lalo at wala ng puwang na ma-interpret na pabor sa ating mga manggagawa. Na yung mga usapin na binabanggit, yung tinatawag na project-based na mga employees, yung mga tinatawag na paraan na dati tawag ay talent workers, no? Na hindi lamang sa ABS-CBN ay meron. Ultimo, ang government agency na PTV4 ay gumagamit ng ganyang uri ng mga manggagawa. Pati ang alam nating katapat ng ABS-CBN, ang GMA7, at napakarami pang ibang companies na sa media ay gumagamit nitong ganitong paraan na tingin nga natin ay may usapin, may suliranin sapagkat sa halip na kilalanin ang karapatan sa kasiguruhan sa trabaho, tila ito ang naiiwasan. Kaya dapat tama po yan, dapat correct. Pero yung korte po, siguro paalala rin, na ang korte nagpapasya lang batay sa ano nakasulat sa batas. Kung kaya't lalo na dito sa labor code na may provision sa pagpapahintulot at nasabi na ng mga kinatawan ng Department of Labor and Employment na may mga puwang para ganyang practice na yan na pagkamat iba ang ating mga pananaw, ito ay dapat mabarahan. Ibig sabihin, yung mga gaps sa batas ay dapat wala ng room for interpretation para matiyak na yung kasiguruhan ng trabaho ng ating mga manggagawa na matagal natin pinaglalaban ay matiyak. Tama po yung sinasabi na saligang batas yan. Ngunit kahit yung ating saligang batas ay naglalagay ng maraming exceptions. Kahit sa mga debate, narinig natin paulit-ulit yung pagbabalanse ng interes ng mga manggagawa at ang kapital. At ilang ulit rin namin sinasabi sa bayan muna, kailanman na hindi balanse ang interes ng manggagawa at ng kapital. Ang mas madalas kaysa hindi ay ang interes ng kapital. O kaya sa pamamagitan ng pagbatas.
Excuse me, Congressman Gaite, maaari niyo po bang simulan ng tapusin ang inyong mensahe?
Mr. Chair, at sana doon sa ipinanukala nating mga batas para makorek itong mga usapin na nire-raise ngayon ng ating mga kinatawan ay sana with the same grit and determination, the same fervor, ay itulak natin ang pagpoprotekta sa karapatan ng mga manggagawa at ang kinatawang ito ay naniniwala pa rin na dapat igawad na ang prangkisa. We cannot cut off our nose to spite our face sapagkat if we do not allow the continued operations of ABS-CBN 4,000, no 11,000, no whatever number, let's not quibble with the number because one job loss especially in this time of pandemic, is one job lost to many. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat mga kinatawan sa Kongreso.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Gaite. Last but not the least, to interpolate patungkol po sa alleged violation ng ABS-CBN sa ating mga labor laws ay ang birthday boy, Congressman Mike Defensor.
Thank you. Maraming po salamat, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, tingin ko ho naman ang isa pong mga na-team natin dito sa hearing na to na looking into the violations, mukha namang may pagkakaisa yung mga kasama natin sa komite. Whether maski na doon sa nag-file ng renewal at doon sa mga nagtatanong, meron hong pagkakaisa na kailangan magkaroon ng mga pagbabago kahit papano. And not only for ABS, kasi marami nga hong sinasabi na problema sa buong industriya. So, ang nais ko lang pong tanungin, bago, kasi actually si Weng is here, ako po yung nagsabi ng imbitansa from yesterday. Gusto ko lang pong malaman, kasi tinatanong ko po kahapon pa, ilan na po ba ang empleyado ng ABS-CBN sa ngayon? So ngayon, klaro po, let's just base it on the Dole paper. Kasi yung pong sinasabi nyo kahapon sa akin, mga almost 4,000 ang mga non-regular employees. So, ibibase ko lang po dito sa regular seasonal kasi ito po yung parang pumapasok nun sa non-regular. Ilan po dito ang 10 years na nagtatrabaho sa ABS-CBN?
10 years? This is an estimate, Your Honor. No? I'd say more than 50%.
Out of 1,892, ang more than 10 years ay 50%. Tama po ba?
Opo, that's an estimate, Your Honor.
Opo. Ilan na po ang mga more or less 20 years na?
This is a guess again, Your Honor. Siguro mga 10% po. I mean, that's a guess again.
So mga 20 years na po is 10%. Kasi nagugulat po ako nung binanggit nyo po yung mga benefits out of the statutory benefits na 14? Tama ba kung 14? 14? 12?
Statutory 7, 14 is company initiated.
Okay. So out of the 7, nagdagdag pa kayo ng 7. Tapos ang sinasabi nyo, walang difference ngayon masyado ang regular to the non-regular. Out of the 7, nagdagdag pa ho kayo ng 14. So ang sinasabi ng batas, 7 lang ang benepisyo, dinagdagan nyo pa ng 14.
Opo.
Pagkatapos po, yung pong sweldo ng regular at hindi regular, halos pareho lang.
Opo.
Bakit to hindi nyo gawing regular? Kunti na lang diferensya nun. Baka magdagdag pa ho kayo ng mga hindi hinihingi ng batas ng benepisyo, gagawin nyo lang pong regular yung mga tao, masaya na lahat.
Again po, ano?
Yung po ba sa separation pay o doon po sa pag nag-retire sila?
Hindi po. Kasi ganito, again, I'm just stating a fact po, no? Yung kino-contest yung nature of the business. Again, all shows have beginnings and endings. Kung ang isang tao ay regular, because of the nature of the business, naputol yung trabaho niya dahil namatay yung programa or nagsara yung programa, magkakaroon ng separation niya. Paulit-ulit po yung separation pay na mangyayari po, ano?
Hindi, paulit-ulit po kasi Mr. Nepomuceno, pag ginawa nyo silang program, pag ginawa nyo seasonal. Pero kung ide-diretso nyo lang sila, dahil yun din naman ang nangyari sa kanila, dire-diretso din sila, wala kayong naging problema.
Nagkakaroon po ng, nagkakaroon pa ng gaps in between the assignments of the programs. So, ang mangyayari po, the company will be carrying an overhead while there's a gap in the work that needs to be done po.
Well, ito pong narinig ko sa nakarap sa atin at doon sa mga nakakausap po, wala naman pong gap. Yung po bang pagka po nag-overtime, yung ba'y magiging malaking cost pagka pinayagan nyo to?
Yes, we computed that cost. The incremental cost per computations on overtime. Overtime lang to. Just on the regularizing all the non-regular workers po, our computation there is it would cost us 1.5 billion a year incrementally.
Pagka ni-regularize nyo sila.
Opo.
Okay, so anyway, salamat po doon sa mga being honest with your response. But now I'll go to Weng. Siya naman po yung inimbitahan ko eh. Weng, actually, kaya naimbitahan because I was able to read yung article tungkol sa'yo. Dahil ho si Weng, kilala ko po noon pa. No, hindi pa ho ako nasa politika. Bata pa ho ako, kilala ko na po si Weng Hidalgo. Actually, yes, Weng and I have, when I was in government in the past, in my past services, na-interview niya rin po ako. So Weng, can you tell us your story?
Congressman, ABS-CBN Management, and everyone. Good evening na po.
Weng, lapit mo.
Una po, I would like to say that ABS-CBN played a major role in my career as a journalist. And hindi ko po ito ginagawa. Humihingi po ako ng pag-unawa sa mga kaibigan ko at dati kong katrabaho sa ABS-CBN na hindi ko po ito ginagawa para lang sa kaso namin. Ginagawa ko po ito para magsilbing boses sa libo-libo pa pong tao sa ABS-CBN na hindi pa rin po regular hanggang ngayon. May mga kaibigan po ako na mahigit 20 years na rin po, pero hindi po sila regular. Nangyari lang po na hindi po sila kasama o nakasama sa amin nung kami po ay mag-file ng kaso sa NLRC noong 2003. So noong 2003 po, ako po ay 9 years na sa ABS-CBN. And nagsimula po ako noong 1994 bilang production assistant hanggang naging sa researcher, segment producer, and then TV news reporter. Medyo nagtagal po ako sa Hoy Gising. Marami pong problema ang tinatakal namin doon, pero sarili po naming problema sa aming employment, hindi po namin masolusyonan. Yun po yung laging sinasabi sa amin ng SSS kapag may mga problema sa contributions. Ngayon, nung naging reporter po ako, sabi ko may pagkakataon na ako maging regular employee dahil ang reporter ay regular position. Pero hindi pa rin po nangyari yon. Mahaba po ang panahon na madami pa rin pong IJM na reporter. Pagdating po ng 2009, lumabas po yung desisyon ng NLRC favoring us. Ang ginawa po sa akin, ako po ay binalig sa graveyard shift na parang bagong reporter. Tinanggap ko po iyon. Pagdating po ng early 2010, nagsimula na pong mag-pirate ang TV5 ng mga reporters. Ang ginawa po ng management, lahat po ng reporters na IJM, ginawa po nilang regular, bukod po sa akin at saka dalawa pa pong reporter. Tinanong ko po ang dati naming boss na si Maria Reza kung bakit ganun. Ang sabi po niya, I'm putting you on probation. Ang sagot ko po sa kanya, I've been here for 16 years and you're putting me on probation. Hindi na po siya sumagot. So, magmula po noon...
Weng, sorry
Yes
Weng
po.
pumasok ka ng 1990...
4 po.
1994. Noong 2010, lahat nag-regularize because nag-TB5 na noon.
Yes po.
Ang boss mo si Maria Reza.
Yes po, siya po ang head ng news that
Maria
time po.
Reza of today yung sa Rappler.
Yes po.
Okay. Ilang kayo na nag-regularize?
Lahat po ng IJM no na-regularize, pero po kami na hindi.
Sino pang kasama mo ng reporters?
Ang naalala ko po si Michelle Orosa, na lumipat na rin po sa TV5, at saka ang alam ko po nun, si Mikey Oreta.
Okay, go ahead.
So yun po, nung 2010, nung tinatanong ko na po ano magiging status ko after 6 months na ginawa po akong on probation, lumampas po, usually kasi January to June, and then June to December. Lumampas na po yung June, August po, tinanong ko ano yung magiging status ko. Ang sabi sa akin, hintay lang. May kumuusap naman po sa akin, to be fair. Ang gusto po nila, i-drop ko po yung kaso. Payag naman po sana ako, pero ang sabi po nila, lahat back to zero. As in, bago akong reporter, pati po yung sweldo, ang hiniling ko lang, baka naman po pwedeng makonsider lang yung tenure. 16 years ay parang kalahati na po ng buhay ko nung time na yon. So, sabi ko kahit po yung 6 years lang as reporter ako, kasi 6 years po ako na TV reporter, 10 years po ako sa current affairs. Yun lang po hiningi ko, hindi po nila ibinigay. So, nung August 31, inend na po yung contract ko. And if I may just share, for 17 years na tumakbo po itong kaso namin, tahimik lang po ako. Kasama ko po yung dalawa ko pang kasama sa kaso. Never po akong nag-bash about ABS-CBN. Never po akong natuwa kapag may ganitong pangyayari. Alam ko po na inabot lang ng ECQ itong execution ng kaso namin. 2015, 2014 pa po lumabas yung decision ng Supreme Court. Itong February 8, naglabas na po ang NLRC ng order na return to work po kami at bayaran lang po ng exemplary and moral damages.
When ulit, 2015 lumabas na talagang dapat regular employee ka.
Yes po.
2015.
Yes po, Your
Eh
Honor.
bakit inabot pa ng 2020?
Ayaw pong ipa-execute ng arbiter that time yung decision dahil malabo daw po yung decision that we are regular employees because the court assumed that we were still with ABS-CBN when the decision came out.
Okay. Pero wala naman TRO ang ABS-CBN.
Meron po.
So nanalo kang 2015, TRO ka.
Opo.
Temporary restraining order para wag ka makabalik.
Opo. Ang nakita po namin doon, meron po silang petition for extraordinary remedies. Ang prayer is TRO. Pero ang nangyari po doon, 4 po kami sa kaso, isa lang po yung na-settle dahil siya yung malinaw daw po yung decision that he deserves separation pay and back wages. And unfortunately, that person passed away last February. So kami po, 3 kaming naiwan. Ang decision po, return to work and bayaran lang po ng exemplary and moral damages. Ngayon, March 9, na-receive po namin yung copy ng NLRC decision o order. Pumunta po kami sa ABS-CBN noong March 12. Ang sabi po nila, hindi pa nila nare-receive yung copy nila. So yung 10 days grace period na binibigay po sa ABS-CBN ay magsisimula upon their receipt. So naghintay po kami. Unfortunately, nag-declare po ng ECQ that time. So naghintay po ulit kami ng hanggang matapos ang ECQ at ang mag-GCQ. Pagdating po ng June 10, alam po namin na GCQ na, back to work na po lahat ng tao. Or somehow, naka-skeletal force po ang work mode ng lahat ng mga pisina. Nalaman po namin na ang ABS-CBN, yung law office po na may hawak ng kaso namin, ay nag-file uli ng petition for extraordinary remedies na ang prayer ay TRO. Sa amin po, ang tagal naming hinintay, 3 na lang po kaming isisettle. 100,000 each lang po ang ibabayad sa amin, iti-TRO pa. Ibabalik niyo lang naman po kami. So yun lang din po yung sama ng loob namin na yung binigay po din namin yung lahat na maibibigay namin. Pero ngayon po, ang update lang po namin, after June 10, nakikipag-usap na po sa amin ang ABS-CBN management. And bago po kami pumunta dito kanina, kausap po namin ang HR na meron na pong inayos na settlement para sa amin na para lang po matapos na itong kaso. That's all, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, babalik ka na sa ABS-CBN?
Wala po kasi kami choice that time dahil...
Hindi, wala namang problema. I mean, syempre, because sinabi, regular employee ka, babalik ka na sa ABS-CBN.
Opo. Kasi po, yun lang po yung order eh. Back to work and exemplary and moral damages. So whether bumalik po kami o hindi, yun lang po yung makukuha namin.
So you will be, pagbalik mo sa ABS-CBN, ika-count yung mga taon na magmula 1994.
Yes po, Your Honor.
And yun ang in-offer ng HR sa inyo?
2 option po yung in-offer. First option ay plain back to work, running po yung tenure. Second option po, babayaran po yung previous tenure namin. Kunyari ako po, 1994 to 2020. Tapos, iba-back to work po kami, pero back to zero. So, yun po yung napag-agrihan namin. And bilang malasakit naman po sa company, dahil alam po namin yung kanilang pinagdadaanan ngayon, tinanong po namin, ano din po ba yung makakagaan sa inyo? So, yun nga daw po, si option number 2. Bayaran kami sa previous tenure namin and ibalik kami sa trabaho. Yun po yun. So, nag-agree naman po kami at a certain amount na yun na lang daw po yung sagad nila. Kahit na naghahagal po kami, so yun na lang daw po yung sagad nila.
Sige, Weng. Ito naman yung katanungan ko noong 2009, di ba? Gusto mo magpa-regular. Bakit nyo gusto magpa-regular? Kasi parang hindi ko maintindihan kung ano yung sitwasyon noon at ano yung sitwasyon sa ngayon? Pareho rin ba? At ano yung nagtulak sa inyo na makipaglaban na para ayusin na yung inyong status bilang empleyado?
Sorry po. At that time po kasi, malaki po yung diferensya ng regular employee or regular reporter sa hindi po regular. Kung tatanungin po kung magkano ang diferensya sa sweldo, nasa 10 to 15,000. And malaki din po yung diferensya kahit doon sa meal allowance and doon sa treatment. Gusto ko pong i-share itong isang bagay na to na hindi ko po makakalimutan. Nung panahon na kumakalat po ang sakit na SARS, nagko-cover po ako, nag-i-interview ng pamilya ng pasyente. Pumupunta po kami ng crew ko sa mga ospital kung saan may exposure ng SARS at meningococcemia. Nung nabalitaan namin na may quarantine para sa mga reporter na nagko-cover doon, tinanong ko po yung supervisor namin na may quarantine daw po kasi hindi namin alam kung kami po ay infected na rin o hindi. Ang sabi sa akin, para sa regular employees lang yun. Pumunta ka na lang sa clinic, magpa-check up ka. Hindi ko po makakalimutan yung bagay na yun kasi yung reporter na sinasabing regular, ang kino-cover po niya ay yung press con lang sa DOH, press con lang sa mga airport. Pero kami na nakikipag-deal diretso sa pamilya ng mga may sakit, pumunta na lang daw po kami sa clinic.
Doon sa mga pag-ikot-ikot nyo, doon sa hazard pay, yung mga 8-hour workload, meron ba kayong ganong sitwasyon na pagkakaiba?
Wala po, Your Honor. I think that time, wala rin naman pong overtime pay yung mga reporters na regular.
Na regular.
Opo.
Pero yung mga hazard pay, pagka pumupunta kayo sa ibang lugar, pareho lang din.
Opo.
Okay. So, dito sa iyong sitwasyon, masasabi mo ba, no, dahil sinabi mo marami pa rin sa loob ng ABS-CBN, di ba? At yung sinasabi nga, parang talents kayo.
Opo.
Unahin ko, may araw ba na hindi ka pumasok?
Meron naman po.
Okay. Sa isang linggo, masasabi mo ba na 8 hours a day na ibigay mo?
Higit po sa 8 hours a day, Your Honor.
Wala kayong overtime pay?
Wala po. No work, no pay po.
At ito ay sitwasyon na ganun pa rin yung iyong mga kasama?
I believe so po.
Sa ngayon, kasama mo naman sila, kilala mo sila. Maraming mga kasama ka na ganyan pa rin ang sitwasyon.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. Ang isang sinasabi ng mga abogado, di ba sabi, hindi, bayaan nyo magdesisyon yung korte. Alam mo, napakahirap nun eh. Ikaw, reporter ka, audioman, cameraman. Paano yung labanan sa korte kung gusto mo magpa-regular? Kasi sa nakita ko sa mga kaso nyo na ipinanalo ninyo, na sinasabi nyo lang kilalanin kayo as a regular employee. Karamihan dun sa 3 out of 6, nanalo kayo. Because many of your work are actually directly involving yung program, yung product ng ABS-CBN. So, paano yan? Kung masasabi mo ba na yung ito ay isang polisiya sa loob ng ABS-CBN hanggat maaari ihinto ang pagre-regularize ng mga employee kahit na 10, 20, in your case, 16 years?
Sa akin po, siguro hihilingin ko na lang po na ito pong nangyari sa amin. Marami po kasi nagsasabi na ang bad timing naman yung paglabas ng order ng decision sa kaso nyo na nagkaroon ng COVID tapos nagkaroon ng problema sa franchise. So, tingin ko, hihilingin ko na lang po na, na kung marirenew ang franchise ng ABS-CBN, sana po, gawin na rin pong regular, yung kanina pa po pinag-uusapan dito, lahat ng deserving na mga empleyado. Hindi ko naman po sinasabing lahat. Doon lang po, doon sa mga deserving din po.
Kasi kung pagbabatayan ko yung data ng DOLE at yung binanggit ni Mr. Nepomuceno, kung 1,800 ang, kung 4,000, 4,500 ang empleyado nyo, almost 1,900, hindi naman, mga 40% ang talagang hindi regularize. At itong 40% na dito, so mga 1,800 Sabi ni Mr. Momoseno, ang isang malaking bagay na problema nila, pag ni-regularize, siyempre mabibigla din yung kumpanya sa gastos. In your case, pumayag ka noon, 6 years. Sa tingin mo sa mga kasama mo, papayag din, na hindi naman i-count yung ganito kalaking o kahaba.
Hindi ko po yata masasagot din kung papayag sila. I think mas syempre, yung damdamin po nila ay nandun din po para sa kumpanya. Yung pinagdadaanan nila ngayon, naiintindihan naman po nila yung dilema ngayon ng kumpanya. Ganon din po kami, naiintindihan po namin ng mga kasama ko yung pinagdadaanan ngayon ng company. Kaya yung pinag-usapan po namin kanina sa HR ay umokay na po kami bilang pagpapakita din po ng malasakit at pagmamahal sa kumpanya na namin pinagsilbihan ng mahabang panahon po.
Okay, so you cannot speak for them, pero siyempre sa hearing na to, at sa aking palagay sa inyo, sa mga kasama mo doon, gusto naman nila may mangyari. Hindi lang basta pinagkwentuhan tong usapin ng labor. Ikaw ba naniniwala na dapat kung sakasakali magkaroon ng prangkisa, magkaroon ng probisyon na talagang ayusin at bigyan ng proteksyon yung mga matagal na at deserving na empleyado ng ABS-CBN?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Mr. Nepomuceno, I'm sorry, would you agree to that such kind of arrangement? Not only, Mr. Katigbak would like to respond.
Opo, thank you po. Sir, if I can start lang po, Mr. Chair, with an analogy, no? Kaninang umaga po, nung nag-umpisa yung hearing, may nagtanong po kung ano yung unemployment rate ng Pilipinas ngayon due to COVID. And if I remember correctly, yung sagot po is about 17% or roughly 8 million people who don't have a job today. Mr. Chair, I'm sure kung kaya ng Kongreso, lahat po sila bibigyan nyo ng trabaho immediately. Pero may limitasyon din po ang pagpapatakbo ng isang bansa. Limitation ng pondo. At sa ganun, hindi po natin mabibigyan ng trabaho lahat ng kailangan ng hanap buhay. Ganun din po sa ABS. If we could make everybody regular this instant, we would do it. Wala pong question. Pero may limitasyon din yung pagpapatakbo ng isang kumpanya. As you mentioned po earlier, Mr. Chair, there's a significant cost to making a decision like that. So kung pwede lang po, ulitin ko yung sinabi ko kay Congressman Fortune earlier on, we are willing to look and see which positions in the company deserve to be regularized. And we're asking for time to gradually introduce the change. At doon naman po sa mga posisyon na hindi talaga pong pwedeng irregular, we are still committed to trying to align the benefits so that employees, whether you're regular or not, get the same benefits package. Yun din po, we need to make it happen over time. Yung last point ko lang po, Mr. Chair, all of this is really about providing the best kind of employment for the workers of ABS-CBN. And I want to reiterate my appeal that we can only do it if we're allowed to operate. Sana ho, hindi lang po, we're not just asking for a renewal of the franchise. Sana po hindi na matuloy yung CDO because that also impacts our ability to keep people employed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Katigbak. Mr. Katigbak, alam niyo po, naintindihan ko naman, no, sa negosyo, kailangan po natin na i-balance rin naman. Siyempre, in the end, ang kailangan buhay yung kumpanya mo. And in fact, I'm very glad na ganito naman yung sentimento ni Weng and the others. Ang hindi ko po talaga maintindihan is how can you have 1,000 people serving for 10 years? Kasi yung endo madalas pag-usapan. Don't get me wrong, pinag-uusapan po yung endo. Nire-review ko po yung mga hearings natin, nagre-react. Balitan nyo yung endo, ayusin nyo yung endo, and so on and so forth. Okay, siguro hindi ko pero 10 years. That I cannot understand, Mr. Katigbak. And then you have about 200 to 500 people, 520 years. Di ba? Yun ang hindi ko maintindihan. Kung kunyari sinabi mo 1 year, 2 years, of course, hindi din po dapat, no? Pero pwede mong balansein, pwede mong intindihin. These people have been with your company, has served probably not only Mr. Gabi Lopez, but the late Eugenio Lopez. And, I cannot understand why they couldn't be given the recognition just to be a regular employee, Mr. Katigbak. Yun lang po, yung bakit itong sitwasyon na to. Kaya nga, kahit naman si Weng, sinasabi niya yung deserving, and I know where she's coming from. Baka nga naman may matagal na dyan na hindi naman din deserving. But my God, 10, 20 years, kahit sino pong negosyanteng tanungin natin, medyo hindi po maintindihan to, Mr. Katigbak.
Tama naman po kayo, Mr. Chair. And that's one of the things that we really have to look at. Although yung siguro kailangan din tingnan yung mga detalye ng employment ng mga taong sinasabi niyo, kung tuloy-tuloy na po na 10 years yan, or kung may mga gaps in between the programs na hindi natin kayang i-employ for the duration of the full 10 years po. Yan lang naman yata yung sinasabi ni Mark Nepomuceno and ni Cory, that when the program ends, sometimes we have to have the flexibility to say, these are not the skills we need for the replacement program, and so we cannot continue with your employment past the program. But I'm not disagreeing po with you, Your Honor. If there are employees who have rendered continuous service for a very long period of time, I think it's something we want to look at and determine kung tama ba talaga yung practice natin ngayon, or is this something we have to change?
Yun po, Mr. Katigbak, una po nagpapasalamat ako na lahat naman po ng mga binabanggit dito, tinitingnan nyo naman po talaga. And nagugulat nga ako kasi nung binabanggit nung mga pag-usap sa benefits, parang pwede naman pala, di ba? Maganda naman pala. Sana lang po, itong mga taong to matingnan. Because ito pong mga taong to na nabanggit ko lang, is ito rin po yung mga nasa harap natin ngayon. No? Then, at that time. But I'm very happy, sir, that you will look into this and you're recognizing this point. And you're very open to look into the employment situation. Yung pong binabanggit ko na mukhang policy, it may have been a policy of the past ABS-CBN administration. And for me, kumbaga, it is a violation to my mind. But under your leadership, and hopefully, when we discuss the franchise, you would be able to institute the reforms needed. Hindi lang po sa inyo, kundi sa lahat. Tanungin ko po yung, kung maaari lang po, sir, would you like to respond some more, or would you like to say something?
Sige lang po.
Okay po. Tanungin ko po yung president ng inyong union. Nabanggit niyo po, presidente rin po kayo ng buo na broadcasting unions. Ano pong mga TV channels ang kasama po dyan?
Mga miyembro po.
Opo.
PTV4, TV5, GMA7, dalawang union ng IBC-13 at Radyo Veritas po.
So, Mr. Villanueva, dito po sa inyong nakikita sa inyong mga iba't ibang, sa inyong industriya, marami din po ba sa ibang channels na 10 years na contractual pa rin?
Opo. For example po sa GMA, yung meron silang yung talent din doon na matatagal na, may 20 years. Yung iba kasi po, yung iba, ayaw din nilang magpa-regular eh. Kasi mas malaki yung kinikita nila as talent po.
Tama po. Ibig pong sabihin, imbis na maging regular na empleyado ako ng GMA, natali ako, mas mabuti ng contractual na lang, pwede ako mag-iba-ibang racket at malaki kita ko.
Tama po.
Apo. Pero sa inyo pong pananaw, meron po ba dyan at 10 taon na gustong maging regular, hindi pa rin ginagawang regular ng ibang channels?
Meron po.
Sige po, hindi ko na po, baka po mag-away kayo ng union ng mga ibang channel, pero sa ibang channel po yan, ano? Opo. Opo. So, siguro maganda rin mapag-usapan yan kasi syempre kung ano naman po yung kondisyon na ilalagay namin sa administrasyon, sa ABS-CBN, kailangan ibigay din na kondisyon sa lahat ng mga kumpanya. Tama po ba?
Opo. Tama
po ba yung ano po?
Opo, tama po. May dagdag din po akong mungkahi, Mr. Chair. Yung, for example, sa IBC-13 po, yung problema po nila sa privatization ay 3 dekada na po. At marami pong nagretiro sa kanila hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa po nababayaran.
Sa Channel 13 po?
Tama po.
Opo. Naku, medyo ano po kasi to, masalimuot ng kaunti dahil may PCGG, may sequestration, may mga ganun pong problema yan, di po ba?
Tama po.
Opo. Salamat po, Mr. Villanueva. At least makukuha po natin yung datos sa ibang lugar. Ngayon po, dun sa inyong mga kasamahan, no? Siyempre ho, dito sa inyo, may 1,800 na hindi kasama sa collective bargaining agreement.
Apo.
Meron po ba kayong mga benepisyo sa ABS-CBN sa regular na hindi nakukuha ng 1,800?
Na hindi nakukuha po.
Opo. Kasi I would assume, hindi siya regular, siyempre, naiinggit siya sa mga regular.
Opo. Meron naman pong konting diferensya po.
Ano po yun?
For example po, yung bigas.
Opo, yung bigas.
Buwan-buwan po kasi kami. Ang alam ko po sa kanila, quarterly po.
Opo. Yung education benefit po.
Ano po?
Yung education benefit, meron po sila?
Parang wala po.
Health benefit po?
Meron po, pero yung dependent po yata nila, no? Parang may limited. Hindi ko lang po sure kung hanggang 2 dependent. Hindi po ako sure.
13-month pay po?
Yung cash gift po na tinatawag nila, yun po yung katumbas ng 13th month.
Pero wala po silang 13th month, nakatulad ng regular?
Yun na po yun. Nakatumbas po kasi nung cash gift ay 1 buwan po.
Opo. Doon po sa overtime pay?
Yun po. Wala silang overtime pay.
Hazard pay, doon po sa mga lumalabas at insurance, pareho lang po ba yan?
Hazard pay meron naman po.
Maraming pong salamat, Mr. Villanueva.
Salamat po.
Opo. Yung po, Mr. Nepomuceno, na-account po ba yung ganong difference na yon? Would you say malaki din po yun?
Siguro the best way, may hirapan po talaga si John to describe the benefits. The best way to describe it is there really is a difference po. We have the same, basically yung regular tsaka yung non-reg, have the same items, pero yung levels magkaiba. So halimbawa, tulad na nabanggit niya, everyone has a rice subsidy, but the number of sacks na binibigay, may gap po. So,
pero ito naman pong benefits na to would not account for 1 billion in a year. It will not.
We've improved it over the years, and like Mr. Katigbak said, our goal is to eventually close that gap between regular and non-regular. And in fact, before the ECQ hit, and well now with the franchise in peril, it was in our plans. We had like a 5 to 10 year plan where we would fund the improvement in benefits so that at some point magkapareho na sila. So that was, as Mr. Katigbak said, that was built into our plans already.
Thank you, Mr. Nepomuceno. Weng, would you like to say something more? Sige, go ahead.
Yung pong sinasabi ni Sir John na meron pong health benefits, yes po meron. Pero tama po, limited lang. I think nung time po na na-hospital po yung anak ko, nag-update po yung hospital tungkol doon sa health card. And nung nagtanong po ako sa health card kung hanggang magkano yung i-cover nila, ang sabi sa akin itong amount lang. So nagtanong po ako kung bakit. Ang sagot po, hindi po kasi kayo empleyado ng ABS-CBN, subsidiary lang po kayo. So yun po yung sagot. So hindi ko lang po sure ngayon kung pare-pareho na po yung yung health benefits ng lahat ng IJM and regular employees. I believe naman po, ginagawa naman po ng management yung lahat para somehow mapantay po yung benefits ng IJM and regular employees. May konting difference lang po.
Thank you, Weng. Last, Mr. Chair, tanungin ko lang po yung ating DOLE, Department of Labor. Nandyan po ba? Yusek,
Yes.
Ana?
Yes po.
Yes, Yusek, Ana. Kung pag-aaralan niyo po lahat ng kaso ng ABS-CBN, maging yung desisyon ni Secretary Baldos, makikita niyo po na talagang dapat regular itong mga empleyado. Tama po ba?
Opo, based doon sa 2010 po yan.
And all the Supreme Court decisions and jurisprudence based doon sa mga trabaho ng mga tao. Kasi ang problema po, pag nag-uusap ng legal, talaga pong nalilito yung mga nanonood, syempre ho, nagugulhan. Pero kayo ho, nakita nyo naman yung mga kaso, nabasa nyo na yung Supreme Court rulings, alam nyo yung nature ng trabaho. Kayo po ba naniniwala na dapat regular itong mga trabahador, manggagawa ng ABS-CBN?
Opo, noon pa po yan na decision. Up to now, ganun pa din po yung position ng lawyer.
Okay, Department of Labor, kasi po ang problema, ang mga manggagawa pong ito, napakaliliit. Pagka po nagkaso, mawala ng trabaho. Pag lumaban sa kaso, aabutin hanggang Korte Suprema, Court of Appeals, TRO, pinakamahina, 10 taon. Kaya ho, walang mag-iisip na lumaban. Baka ba dapat ang DOLE ang gumalaw pagkahugan nito ang sitwasyon?
Hindi po kasi nababanggit ng ABS, pero nagsimula po silang mag-regular. Sa record po namin, nag-submit po sila ng mga 80 and then nasundan po ng 144. And then nag-COVID problem na po tayo. So, dito po sa amin, may mga nasimulan na po silang irregular.
Ito po ba'y nasimulan nang umupo si Mr. Carlo Katigbak? Nung umupo si Mr. Carlo Katigbak?
Ito po ay dated, sandali po, 2019, September 2019.
So more or less, ito po yung transition ni Mr. Katigbak into management. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
So, thank you. At least nag-uusap po kayo ng DOLE and looking into this problem. Yun lang naman po ang tanong ko. Weng, thank you for that sa ABS-CBN. Maraming po salamat. And yes, Weng, go ahead. With ako no, kay Weng ko na ibibigay yung aking huling panalita. Maraming salamat po, Yusek Ana.
Thank you po.
Kasi po, ako po at sa mga kasama ko sa kaso, si Jerome Manahan at si John Cuba, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank President Carlo Katigbak, sir, and the rest of the executives here in ABS-CBN. Thank you very much po. For the past 17 years, ngayon lang po may nakipag-usap sa amin to settle our case. And sana nga po, lahat na rin masettle. Thank you very much po.
Maraming salamat, Vice Chairman Mike Defensor. Magkakaroon po muna tayo ng panandaliang suspension upang po makapag-ayos yung mga tao at mga invited guests natin sa usapin ng taxes. Maraming salamat po. Hearing suspended. Pwede po bang pakisabihan na sila, Comsec? Nakapanumpa na po ba lahat ng guest natin kanina?
Chair Jonathan,
Yes, Chairman Chikoy.
i-resume na po natin yung hearing and then baka pwede natin yung mga ibang guest men ba tulad mga taga BIR nakapanumpa na kaya?
Yung BIR na lang daw, Chairman, ang hindi pa yata nakakapanumpa. I-direct na lang, ikaw na lang mag-direct sa Comsec.
Okay. Hearing resumed.
Hearing resumed.
Ulit, Comsec, pakipanumpa po yung mga bago po nating mga resource persons.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. Manuel Mapoy, Assistant Commissioner, June Cabantac, the Chief Regular Large Taxpayers, Albino Galanza, the Regional Director for Region number 7A of Quezon City, Mr. Felix Paul Velasco, Head of Revenue. From PESA, may we also invite the resource person from PESA, Jing Plaza, and Mr. Jay Sonsa. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this joint congressional inquiry, so help you God? Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Comsec. Ngayon po ay itatakil na po natin ang issue on the alleged violations of tax laws by ABS-CBN, specifically the alleged non-payment of correct taxes using its subsidiaries as tax shields. Pwede po muna natin makuha ang panig o posisyon ng ABS-CBN sa issue pong ito. ABS-CBN, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Your Honor. The Honorable Chairman of the House Committee on Legislative Franchises,
Sir,
Congressman
excuse me
Franz
po,
Albert.
putulin ko lang po kayo. Maaari po bang magpakilala po kayo pati po ng inyong posisyon sa ABS-CBN?
Apologize, Your Honor. My name is Ricardo Tan. I'm the Group CFO of ABS-CBN Corporation.
Maaari na po kayo magpatuloy sa inyong presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honorable Chairman of the House Committee on Legislative Franchises, Congressman Franz Alvarez, the Honorable Chairman of the House Committee on Good Government, Congressman Jose Antonio C. Alvarado, the Honorable Speaker of the House, Alan Peter Cayetano, the Honorable Majority Floor Leader, Martin Romualdez, the Honorable Members of this committee, the Honorable Members of the House present at the plenary and on Zoom, magandang gabi po. Today, we would like to respectfully submit that the following are statements of fact. First, ABS-CBN has paid its proper taxes every year. Contrary to the allegations, there has not been a single year where ABS-CBN has paid zero taxes. Second, ABS-CBN has not violated the terms and conditions of its legislative franchise by availing of PEZA tax incentives offered by the government. Third, ABS-CBN has complied with all the relevant government rules and regulations concerning the payment of its taxes. It is not illegal or unusual for a company to enter into a compromise agreement with the BIR. A compromise agreement is a legal remedy available to all taxpayers and not just to ABS-CBN. Fourth, the ABS-CBN Lingkod Kapamilya Foundation is a non-stock, non-profit foundation accredited by the Philippine Council for NGO Certification, whose tax exemption has been confirmed by the BIR. Contrary to the allegation, it has not and has never been a tax shield. On the first point, Your Honor, it was alleged that, quote, ABS-CBN's effective tax rate in 2018 was negative 5%. This means that ABS-CBN managed to avoid paying taxes in 2018. This is not true. In 2018, ABS-CBN as a group paid a total of 5.2 billion in various taxes, 465 million of which was income tax. In fact, the BIR issued a tax clearance to ABS-CBN for the year 2018. Your Honor, the negative 5% or negative 84 million which appeared in our financial statements was incorrectly interpreted as the income taxes that were due from ABS-CBN for 2018. The actual income tax paid by ABS-CBN, excluding subsidiaries, was 164 million, as shown in our 2018 income tax return. The negative 84 million is mainly due to an accounting recognition of deferred tax benefit. It is only for accounting purposes and does not affect or reduce the income tax. Your Honor, it was recently alleged that, quote, ABS-CBN violated the terms and conditions of its franchise by engaging in tax avoidance schemes which deprived the government of much-needed revenue, and that, quote, it used its wholly owned subsidiary, Big Dipper Digital Content and Design, Inc., a PEZA-registered company, as a tax shield. Your Honor, Big Dipper Digital Content and Design, Inc. is not a tax avoidance scheme. We did not deprive the government of revenues, nor did we violate the terms of our franchise. In 2009, the Philippine government launched an investment priorities plan to help steer the economy through the global financial crisis. In order to promote growth in certain industry sectors, such as tourism, BPOs, infrastructure, and creative industries, the government offered fiscal and non-fiscal incentives to these preferred activities in order to attract investment and increase the probability of success. Your Honor, we supported the 2009 Investment Priorities Plan of the government. Big Dipper applied and qualified for PEZA registration under the creative industry sector of the IPP, covering non-BPO IT-enabled services and film, TV, and theater arts production. The most recent certification was issued by PEZA on March 30, 2020, confirming Big Dipper's continued entitlement to fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. The PEZA certification is issued to PEZA-registered companies who are in good standing, commit no violation of PEZA rules and regulations, or terms and conditions of the registration agreement. Today, Big Dipper repurposes content for distribution globally and across different platforms. This means that we prepare our shows for export by dubbing and/or subtitling into another language, converting to a higher resolution, reformatting for viewing on cable TV, mobile phones, airline in-flight entertainment, etc., or on platforms like Netflix, Amazon, or iTunes. Ang Probinsyano and Cadenang Ginto on the Filipino Channel, or TFC, or movies like Hello, Love, Goodbye have to undergo repurposing by Big Dipper before they can be viewed in other countries. Big Dipper has invested over 700 million pesos in equipment, and by the end of this year, this will exceed 1 billion. Big Dipper has generated over $237 million in foreign exchange inflows, created jobs, and helped bring Filipino content to a global audience. We would like to point out, Your Honor, that the opportunity to avail of tax incentives is open to all companies who are willing to assume the financial and investment risk and comply with the government requirements, and not just to Big Dipper. Your Honor, it was stated that, quote, in 2019, ABS-CBN did not pay its rightful taxes. It avoided this by entering into a compromise agreement with the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Further, there were allegations that the BIR had to file cases against ABS-CBN with the Court of Tax Appeals just to compel ABS-CBN to pay its taxes. Your Honor, we have filed and paid our 2019 taxes. The judicial compromise agreement with the BIR related to taxes for an earlier year and not to 2019. We wish to state that ABS-CBN did not violate the law when it entered into a compromise agreement with the BIR for the settlement of taxes. The right to enter into a compromise agreement is a remedy provided for under the tax code in cases where doubt may exist in the validity of assessment or financial incapacity. It is available to all taxpayers, not just to ABS-CBN. Under Section 204 of the Tax Code, the power to evaluate, accept, and approve applications for compromise is provided for by law to the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. The right to file a protest is also provided for by law, as well as the right to file an appeal with the Court of Tax Appeals, which is under Section 228 of the Tax Code. Your Honor, it is incorrect to state that the BIR lodged cases against ABS-CBN with the Court of Tax Appeals. It was ABS-CBN that filed a petition with the Court of Tax Appeals, as is the right of every taxpayer, and not just ABS-CBN. ABS-CBN complied with the process outlined by the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and with the approval of the BIR, as well as the approval of the Court of Tax Appeals, we entered into compromise agreements as provided for in the tax code and paid the taxes. The fact that these taxes were approved by the court validates the legality of these agreements. It should be pointed out that there were no issues of fraud in the disputed assessments. Had there been such issues, these compromise agreements would not have qualified, would not have been accepted, and would not have been approved by the BIR under the conditions provided for by law. Your Honor, it was alleged that, quote, ABS-CBN Lingkod Kapamilya Foundation is being used by ABS-CBN as a tax shield and that it failed to file donor's tax return and pay the donor's tax. Your Honor, this allegation is false. The ABS-CBN Lingkod Kapamilya Foundation has always been transparent in its efforts to uplift and improve the lives of Filipinos. It is accredited by the Philippine Council for NGO Certification, and its tax exemption has been confirmed by the BIR. The donations it receives are not subject to donor's tax. In closing, we would like to state that, to date, there have been many allegations that ABS-CBN has not paid its proper taxes, but there has been no evidence to that effect. We maintain that ABS-CBN has been paying its proper taxes, and we have complied with the law as prescribed by the BIR itself. Your Honor, availing of tax incentives offered by the government to companies on condition that they are able to fulfill certain requirements is not against the law. entering into compromise agreements with the BIR, which is expressly provided for in the National Internal Revenue Code, is not against the law. And petitioning the Court of Tax Appeals, a right accorded to all taxpayers, is not against the law. The BIR itself has recently attested, and I quote, "As far as ABS account is concerned, they are regularly filing and paying their taxes for the past number of years." Thank you, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, ABS-CBN. Ngayon naman po ay pakikinggan naman natin ang isa sa aking mga kababayan mula sa lalawigan ng Bulacan na si Mr. J. Sonsa tungkol sa alleged tax violations ng ABS-CBN. Mr. J. Sonsa, you're now recognized. Sa aking kalalawigan na si Mr. J. Sonsa, you're now recognized. Maaari nyo pong i-unmute yung inyong telepono upang kayo po ay mas marinig.
Chair Jonathan, parang hindi ko siya nakikita si Mr. Sonsa dito sa Zoom. Baka nawala siya, baka pwede siyang balikan na lang maya-maya. Paunahin na natin muna siguro yung BIR para habang nag-aantay tayo kay Mr. Sonsa.
Sige po, Chairman Chikoy.
Pwede pong mauna ang galing po sa BIR para po sa kanilang position. Andyan po kasama natin si Assistant Commissioner Manuel Mapoy.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of Congress. The Bureau of Internal Revenue is willing to assist or help this honorable committee in whatever capacity we can. However, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, as regards to information pertaining to tax returns of all companies involved here, we cannot divulge anything because it is covered by Section 270 of the National Internal Revenue Code. So unless a waiver is secured or issued by authorized representative of the company, please forgive us if we cannot provide any information, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po sa taga-BIR.
Clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Barsaga.
Well, we know the confidentiality of the records of the taxpayer. And that is why we want to ask ABS-CBN Corporation if they are giving permission to the Bureau of Internal Revenue in order to disclose the pertinent tax information regarding the taxes paid by the ABS-CBN.
ABS-CBN, maaari po ba kayong sumagot?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Ibinibigay po, excuse me, BIR, kapapahayag lang po ng ABS-CBN na sila ay willing na i-disclose ninyo ang kanilang financial statements, BIR. BIR?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Opo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, may we know who executed the waiver?
It's Ricardo Tan, Group CFO of ABS-CBN. Your Honor, may I just clarify that this is just...
In what capacity he is executing the waiver or whether he is authorized by ABS-CBN Board to execute the waiver?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sige po, ipaliwanag po ninyo. Mr. Katigbak, you're now recognized.
Sorry po, Mr. Chair. Kung kailangan po ng BIR ang authorization ng board, we don't have that today. We would have to call a board meeting and ask for their permission po. Kung yan po yung kailangan ng BIR.
Kailan nyo po maibibigay, Mr. Katigbak? Dahil maaantala po yung ating hearing kung hindi nyo po ito maibibigay agad.
Kung tatanggapin po ng BIR ang authorization namin as President and as CFO, then we can give it today. But if he requires a board resolution po, the earliest we can do it is sometime tomorrow or Thursday pa po, because we have to call a board meeting.
BIR.
Baka pwede natin malaman sa BIR kung pwede na po ba yung verbal na authorization ni Mr. Katigbak at ng CFO po natin na nandyan.
With all due respect, Your Honors, but the law is very clear that we need an express waiver coming from authorized representative of the taxpayer, and that authorized representative must be authorized in writing by the company's board.
Sige po, hihintayin namin mula
Mr.
sa
Chairman?
ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chairman?
Hearing suspended.
No, just an inquiry. Just an inquiry. Can we put this on record? Huh?
Hearing resumed. Yes, Congressman Barsaga.
Mr. Chairman, at siguro the Associate Commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue would confirm this. Nagkaroon ng hearing sa Senado noong February 24. It was fully documented. At doon sa Senate hearing, tinanong ng mga senador kung compliant ang ABS-CBN sa pagbabayad ng taxes. Ang ginawa ng representative ng BIR na si Mr. Kabandak, tumingin siya sa ABS-CBN. Sa kanilang pagtingin, nalalaman na ng ABS-CBN yung confidentiality ng kanilang records at sila ay tumango. Kaya binigay naman ng BIR yung record o yung tax, kung ano ang mga taxes na binayad ng ABS-CBN. At sinabi ng BIR na walang accountability ang ABS-CBN insofar as taxes, unpaid taxes are concerned. And I think Associate Commissioner could respond to this because this is recorded. I have the tape right now. We hear the statement or the response of the Associate Commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, or you better ask Mr. Simplicio Cabantak of the BIR, who was present during the Senate hearing on February 24, 2020.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair. Yes,
Sige
Mr.
po.
Chair. If the one that will execute the waiver is Mr. Carlo Katigbak, who is the CEO of ABS-CBN Corporation, then maybe we can answer all the questions that may be raised by this honorable body.
Maraming salamat po. Chairman Chikoy.
Mr. Chairman, ang sinasabi ng associate ng commissioner ng BIR, ang sasagot sa aming mga tanong ay si Mr. Carlo Katigbak. Paano namin mako-confirm kung tama ang kanyang statement?
Excuse me po, Congressman Barsaga. Kakasabi lang po ng BIR na kung hinihingi ng CEO ng kung ibinibigay na ng CEO ng ABS-CBN ang waiver sa BIR, ay willing nang sumagot ang BIR sa inyong mga katanungan mamaya. Ibinabalik ko po kay Chairman Chikoy ang pagpipreside. Chairman Chikoy.
Maraming salamat po, Chair Jonathan.
Pumapayag ba si Mr. Katigbak?
Opo. Doon muna papunta kung feeling. Tatanungin po natin ngayon si Mr. Katigbak kung willing na po siya execute yung waiver na yun para po makasagot po ang BIR sa mga katanungan ninyo mamaya.
Yes po, Mr. Chair. We're confirming the waiver.
Ayan, Commissioner Mapoy, malinaw na po. Kinonfirm na po ni Mr. Katigbak. So, masasagot na po ninyo freely yung mga tanong mamaya ng ating mga miyembro. Bago po tayo pumunta po sa interpellation, tawagin po muna natin ang PESA para sa kanilang pahayag. Nandyan po kasama natin si Director General Charito Ching Plaza. Nandyan po ba? got sa Zoom.
Good evening, Your Honors.
Good evening po.
Good evening, Your Honors, Chairman Alvarez and Rodante, and the members of the House of Representatives. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority is the one who registered the Big Dipper, which has been the controversy that allegedly ABS-CBN is hiding its taxes from the incentives that we're providing here in PEZA. May I show to you, Your Honors, the profile of Big Dipper and what are the incentives that PEZA has been providing.
Can the host allow us to share screen? May we ask the host to share the screen? Let us share the screen.
Can we present the chart for...
Comsec, pakisabihan po yung host na i-share daw yung screen nila para ma-present yung chart.
While waiting for the chart, Your Honors, let me give you a background of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority. Our investors are the export-oriented companies. And the other group are the eco-zone developers. So economic zone developers and operators, these are horizontal and vertical. So the vertical is where the IT centers, where the IT BPOs as our one of our locator companies or sector are located. So our export companies are engaged into manufacturing, processing, refinery, assembly, tourism, medical tourism, and IT BPO. So Big Dipper, Your Honors, belong to the IT enterprise. It is registered with PEZA as IT-enabled creative content, digital film archiving. And the Big Dipper is owned 99% by ABS-CBN. This was registered in September 2009. And the current incentives that it is enjoying is 6 years income tax holiday. So the income tax holiday, meaning zero tax, both national and local, ended in October 2015. So they are now under the 5% gross income tax earning. And in the 5% gross income tax, 3% of this is the share of the national government, where ABS-CBN or the Big Dipper will pay direct to the BIR. And the 2%, Your Honors, of the 5% GIE is the share of the local government, where these locator companies are located. As to the number of employees registered or provided jobs by Big Dipper, they have 154 registered in PEZA as their employees. And the capital incentives or investment that Big Dipper invested in this company amounted to 149 billion, sorry. So this is the paid up capital of 149 million 237,668. As to export revenues, so we include the export among the export service incomes of PEZA, the export revenues of Big Dipper is $27.7 million US. The total investments that ABS-CBN company or the Big Dipper inputted has totaled to $9.7 million. Or, Your Honors, this is equivalent to 444.637 million pesos. Okay, here we go. What are the taxes paid by Big Dipper? In 2015 or 2016, Your Honor, they paid from the 5% gross income earning 115,303,519. In 2017, Your Honors, Big Dipper also paid a tax, which is the 5% again of the GIE, of 120,131,207. And in 2018, Big Dipper also paid the 5% GIE of 119,017,444. So again, Your Honor, these total taxes that they paid represents the 5% of their gross income earning, shared 3% for the national government through the BIR, and 2% is the share of the local government, which hosted this Evasion and locator companies. So what is now the status of operation of Big Dipper, Your Honor? It started its commercial operations in November 2009. So it is ongoing. Therefore, Your Honors, Big Dipper, which is 99% owned by ABS-CBN, are compliant with PESA's requirements as to the payment of their taxes represented by the 5% GIE. 3% goes to the BIR, and the record of BIR will attest to this, and 2% goes to the local treasurer of the ecozone host, LGU. So, Your Honor, that's it as far as Big Dipper Digital Content and Design Inc., which is 99% owned by ABS-CBN. It is compliant.
Maraming salamat po, Director General Plaza. Chair Jonathan, wala pa rin po si Mr. Jason sa. So baka bukas na lang siya kung sumama siya ulit sa hearing natin bukas. Pwede na po tayo dumako ngayon sa interpellation po, kung saan unang-una po na magtatanong ay si Congressman P.D. Barsaga, na binigyan ng additional oras po ni Congressman Tolentino, Advincula, Abaya, Yap at Revilla. Congressman P.D.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga chairpersons, pati na sa ating mga guests, at pati na sa ating mga resource persons who belong to different government agencies. Unang-una, let me make this preliminary statement. Naalala ko ang sinabi ng aking professor sa taxation nung ako ay third-year law student. Ang sabi niya, taxation is the lifeblood of every government, and no government can succeed unless it has an adequate system of taxation. And because of this basic principle that taxes are the lifeblood of the government, I also remember that in case of doubt, the doubt must be resolved in favor of the government and against the taxpayer. And I think all lawyers, especially those coming from the ABS-CBN, would agree with what I have said. Nang ako ay mahalal bilang isang public official way back in 1998, aking naranasan at nasaksihan ang katotohanan na ang buhay at dugo ng isang pamahalaan ay magmumula sa buwis na binabayad ng mamamayan pati na ng mga korporasyon. At the time in 1998, as expected, walang pondo ang aming gobyerno, kaya walang panggasto sa aming mga empleyado. It is a hand-to-mouth existence. Every day, we cannot prosecute any project. And being a practicing lawyer for 22 years, and being the corporate lawyer of several corporations, I know for a fact that in order that my town would succeed, it is necessary that there must be investment. Kinakailangan merong investment ang mga korporasyon because I know for a fact that these corporations, so to speak, will be the golden goose that would lay the golden eggs, na sila ang magbabayad ng taxes. And so the first thing which I have to do is to create an investment which would be conducive to create a climate conducive for investment. I have to address the peace and order problem, and of course, I have to eliminate red tape. Kinakailangan din walang mga basura. We have to protect the environment, and of course, there should be minimal traffic problem. Fortunately, nagawa ko naman to at maraming nag-invest sa amin. And as a mayor, they know my principle that taxes are the lifeblood of the government. I have been dealing with big corporations like Meralco and Telcos, and I have been telling them that they have to pay their taxes. As a lawyer, ang sabi ko sa kanila, in case you have questions about our assessment, you know what is the remedy. You pay the taxes under protest. We will put the taxes paid, the amount paid in trust, and we will result, and we will antay namin kung ano maging resulta ng desisyon ng husgado. You can verify this with big corporations who have businesses in the city of Dasmariñas. Kaya kung sa aking pagtatanong ay medyo mahigpit ako when it comes to taxation, do not think that I am selective in so far as ABS-CBN is concerned. At humihingi rin ako ng paumanhin kung bakit ako nag-outburst kanina, especially to Carlo Katigbak and to the Assistant Commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue based on this professional and actual experience regarding taxes. Kaya ang una kong sasabihin, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, nagkaroon ng hearing sa Senado noong February 24. At yung hearing ng Senado noong February 24 about taxes, yun ang naging subject ng news coverage ng TV Patrol on the night of February 24. I have prepared an audio clip of that news of TV Patrol and I'm requesting na kung pwedeng i-play natin.
Nilinaw na ng BIR sa committee hearing sa Senado kanina, maayos na nakapagbabayad ang ABS-CBN ng mga buwis. Sa katunayan, isa sa top non-individual taxpayers sa bansa ang kumpanya.
They are regularly filing and paying their taxes for the past number of years.
Ayon sa datos ng BIR, mahigit 14.4 billion pesos na buwis ang binayad mula 2016 at 2019. Bukod pa ito sa Corporate Income Tax 2019 na ihahain pa lang sa Abril. Nasa 8.86 billion pesos rin ang ibinayad sa withholding tax mula 2009 hanggang 2018. Nalinaw rin na walang pananagutan ang network sa NTC.
So, ika-clarify ko muna. Ang sinabi sa news, 14,398,464,000 ang binayaran ng BIR, ang binayaran ng ABS-CBN mula 2016 up to 2019. Tama po ba yun?
Your Honor, I have to just confirm on the numbers for 2019. So I don't have the final figures yet.
Yes. But based on your presentation, ang nakalagay sa iyong presentation, yun ang taxes from 2016 up to 2019. You can refer to your records because sinulat ko ang inyong pertinent data sa inyong presentation. We have the same figures. Gusto ko lang malaman kung yan ay kasama ang taxes sa 2019.
Your Honor, the period covered for the 14 plus billion was 2016 to 2018, not 2019.
Pero iba yung presentation mo kanina. It's up to 2019.
Hanggang 2018 lang po yung correct figure.
Mali yung kanina. It should be 2016 up to 2018.
That's correct.
Oh. And 2016 up to 2019, ang tax na binayad ng ABS-CBN is 14 billion 398 million 464,316 pesos and 66 centavos. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, we have a different computation.
Pero ito ang binigay nyo sa TV News Patrol eh. Oh, gusto nyo i-replay ko ulit? Ha?
Hindi po, Your Honor. We just...
May ask for a replay. At itigil natin doon sa amount na sinabi ng ABS-CBN. Replay please of the video clip. Okay.
Nilinaw na ng BIR sa committee hearing sa Senado kanina, maayos na nakapagbabayad ang ABS-CBN ng mga buwis. Sa katunayan, isa sa top non-individual taxpayers sa bansa ang kumpanya.
They are regularly filing and paying their taxes for the past number of years.
Ayon sa datos ng BIR, mahigit 14.4 billion pesos na buwis ang binayad mula 2016 at 2019.
Oh. So, do you agree with that figure of 14 billion 398 million 464,316.66 na sinabi ng ABS-CBN sa News Patrol noong February 24?
Your Honor, could we kindly request for a little time to validate the exact figure? We can have the exact figures here, Your Honor.
I mean to say, pati yung TV News Patrol cannot be relied upon sa sinasabi nilang taxes na binayaran nyo? Is that the impression which you want to give to us?
Hindi po, Your Honor. We just want to make sure we have the exact. May I request that my colleague, Mr. Aldrin Serrado, be recognized?
Okay. Well, anyway, I relied on the audited financial statements which you have given to the committee. And I have a small presentation regarding the figures na kinuha ko doon sa financial statements nyo. Unang-una, dalawa ang set ng financial statements na binigay nyo sa amin. Isang ABS-CBN Corporation and subsidiaries. Kaya ang una kong tanong, ilan ba ang subsidiaries ng ABS-CBN Corporation?
Your Honor, we have 14. 1-4.
You have only 14 subsidiaries.
Your Honor, we have 14 that are reporting the, yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, sorry, may I request that my colleague again be recognized to answer this?
Ang tanong ko, ilan ang subsidiaries ng ABS-CBN Corporation doon sa inyong consolidated statements of income na binigay nyo rito sa committee?
Your Honor, may I be recognized? My name
course.
is Aldrin Serrado. Your Honor, yung pong subsidiaries na sinasabi nyo is actually in our notes to the financial statements.
Pero-
this is more or less po, pag tinignan nyo, this is close to a little over 50 po. I don't have the exact number, but I can count it po now because it's listed.
Okay. Ilagay muna natin ang basis. When we speak of subsidiaries, they are actually corporations. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. And because they are corporations, ang personalidad nila ay iba sa personalidad ng ABS-CBN. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
And because they have different personalities, yung assets nila at liabilities will not be considered as assets and liabilities or capital of ABS-CBN Corporation. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. And they are considered subsidiaries because ABS-CBN more or less is the controlling stockholder of the so-called subsidiaries. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. And because they have a different personality, nagpapile din sila ng income tax different from the income tax and financial statements being filed by ABS-CBN Corporation. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. Requesting for the presentation, next presentation of the figures. Diyan sa board, diyan sa ating presentation, nandyan ang consolidated statements of income, ABS-CBN Corporation and subsidiaries. Tiningnan ko na ang mga pertinent financial statements. Ang total revenue for 2016 was 41, this is in billions. Are these in billions? Yung ba si billions? Or millions only? Total revenue.
The amount po for 2018 is 40,130,592. That is the consolidated revenue of ABS-CBN
Okay.
and its subsidiaries.
So ito, ABS-CBN Corporation, kasama na yung 50 subsidiaries. Ang total revenue nila for 3 years is 122 billion. At ang kanilang net income before tax, total for 3 years, 10,597,000,000. At yun naman provision for income tax is only 2,072,000,000. At yung net income nila is 8,597,134,000. Lahat ng figures na to were taken from the financial statements submitted to this committee by ABS-CBN. Then I will go to the next slide. Ayan naman yung ABS-CBN Corporation Parent Company Statements of Income. 2016, 2017, 2018, the total is 69,997,323. Pagkatapos, ang inyong gross profit, 25,814,481. The net income before income tax is 9,925,301. And provision for income tax is 1,397,343. Net income, 8 billion for 3 years. Ang pinagbasihan ko nito, and you can make the necessary comparison, ay yung audited financial statements na sinubmit ng ABS-CBN to this committee. And then, I took also the liberty of going on your annual income tax return of ABS-CBN Corporation. Next slide, please. Next, please. Annual income tax return of ABS-CBN Corporation. 2016 up to 2017 up to 2018, ang total income tax due 1,117,562. Less total credits, etc. Net taxable will be negative 1,079,276. Total amount payable, 0 for the last 3 years. At ang pinagbasihan ko nito ay yung annual income tax return na binigay nyo rito na nanggaling sa Bureau of Internal Revenue. Kaya ang tanong ko lamang, saan nyo kinuha yung sinasabing 14 billion, 398 million, 464 million, 316.66 na di umano ay binayad ng ABS-CBN Corporation for the last 3 years. I'm giving this statement unless you are ready to answer.
I'm ready to answer, Your Honor. Your Honor, yung pong number that we referred to earlier in the presentation are the total taxes paid of ABS-CBN. These are different forms of taxes po.
So, ganda lang tayo. Ano-ano yung different forms of taxes?
Is this included po income tax, value-added tax, withholding tax on compensation, expanded withholding tax, final withholding tax?
So, number 1, income tax.
Opo.
Okay.
Value-added tax.
Value-added tax.
Opo.
Letter C.
Po.
Next.
Withholding tax on compensation.
Withholding tax on compensation.
Expanded withholding tax.
Expanded withholding tax.
Final withholding tax.
Final
withholding tax
okay.
Po. And other taxes and licenses.
Mahirap yung other taxes and licenses. Ano yung other taxes and licenses?
That would include po yung mga real estate taxes, local business taxes, and other forms of taxes po na malili.
Ang sinasabi natin, income taxes. Okay, una, bigyan kita example. Withholding tax on compensation. Ano ba yung sinasabi nating withholding tax on compensation?
As a withholding agent po of the government, ABS-CBN withholds taxes from compensation and then remits it to the government as payment.
So yung withholding tax on compensation, kaninong pera yun? Yung ba pera ng empleyado o pera ng ABS-CBN?
Well, technically po, it's actually part of the compensation expense po ng ABS-CBN.
Oo nga, pero kanino yung portion ng withholding tax? Yung ba portion ng share ng ABS-CBN o share ng empleyado?
Ito po ay withholding tax on compensation of employees po.
Employees. And that is part of the salaries of the employees.
Opo.
Oh yes. So sa madaling sabi, hindi yan taxes paid by the ABS-CBN because that is a tax. Binabayad nyo lamang pero kinaltas nyo sa inyong mga empleyado.
If I can explain lang po, although this is withholding on the compensation, but the responsibility po of paying those taxes is with the holding agent, and in this case po, it's...
Natin yon, ang simple lamang, ang sinabi nyo, binayad ng ABS-CBN 14 billion. Ang impresyon ng ordinaryong mamamayan, 14 billion ng inyong pera ang inyong binayad. Pero ngayon, sinasabi nyo, withholding on compensation. That is not the money of ABS-CBN, that is the money of the employee, which under the law, you're required to withhold.
Tama po.
Okay. But, value-added tax. Tell us, para marinig ng ating mga kabayan, ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng value-added tax?
These are taxes po on sales. This is the 12% value-added tax.
Sino ang nagbebenta? ABS ba o yung supplier nyo?
ABS-CBN po.
Ha?
ABS-CBN po.
ABS-CBN ang nagbebenta.
Opo.
What do you sell?
We sell po airtime. We sell po other products.
So I will be requesting kung ano yung value-added tax for 3 years na sinasabi nyo. Pati yung withholding tax. What about the expanded withholding?
These are, ang expanded withholding tax naman po are withholding taxes on services and services and goods. Services rendered po. Ito po yung expanded withholding tax.
So, sweldo rin na withhold nyo because under the law, you are required to expand the expanded withholding, hindi ba?
Tama po.
Oh, tama. So,
These
gusto
are
lang
not
namin malaman. Ano ba talaga yung...
If I may correct lang po, hindi po siya necessarily sweldo rin. Because these are...
Ay, kaya nga, we want to know. Kasi ang sinasabi sa akin, kung PD, ang laki naman pala ang binabayad ng ABS-CBN, 14 billion. Bakit hindi nyo pa, bakit kinakailangan nyo pang questioning yung taxes? Kasi ang sinabi nyo, taxes paid by the ABS-CBN.
But if I may refer lang po to our tax counsel, si Attorney...
Hindi, pero alam naman natin, when we speak of tax payment, it presupposes that you have an obligation. And the payment of money comes from you. Pero dito, hindi sa inyo nagagaling ang pera. Nire-remit nyo lamang ang mga perang binawas nyo doon sa mga persons to whom you have a transaction. Well, anyway, to clarify everything, I want to know the breakdown. Okay?
Okay po, Your Honor.
Oh, what else? Panyero.
Your Honor, may we ask for our tax counsel, Attorney Carag, to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if I may just explain, the withholding tax and the cradle withholding tax and the expanded withholding. Okay. Your Honor, we agree with your statement that the withholding tax is a tax due on the salaries given to the employees, Your Honor, and that the employer, ABS-CBN, is just the withholding agent. And being a withholding agent, it is its responsibility to withhold and to remit. Same with the expanded withholding tax. It's a tax on the payments made to the supplier of goods and services to the ABS-CBN, Your Honor. But the reason the creditable withholding tax and the expanded withholding taxes were included among the tax payments made or remitted by ABS-CBN, Your Honor, is that it's just to drive home the point that because of the business of ABS-CBN, then it was able to employ these employees from which they derive salaries and be able to make income payments to the government, Your Honor. Same with the suppliers of goods and services to the company, Your Honor. Because without the business of ABS-CBN, then these employees and these suppliers of goods and services would not have income to be received from the company, Your Honor. So that's just the point that we would want to state, Your Honor.
Well, actually, we agree. Hindi natin pinagtatalunan yan. Ang pinagtatalunan natin, tama ba na itong taxes na to paid by ABS-CBN? Although, pera yan, hindi ng ABS-CBN, but ABS-CBN is just withholding the money belonging to third persons, which under the law, you have the obligation to withhold and to remit. As a matter of fact, i-issue nyo lang naman yan tax credit, hindi ba? On withholding tax.
That's right, Your Honor. That's
tama ba yun?
That's right, Your Honor. That's why we use the term paid or remitted, Your Honor.
Okay. So, I'll just request, because masyadong malayo itong 14 billion as compared sa taxes paid. As a matter of fact, based on your financial statement, dito sa last 3 years, tax credit pa kayo. Tama ba?
If I may answer po, the tax credit refers to naman po sa winidhold sa amin.
Okay,
It's actually actual taxes po na binayaran namin in advance po. It's not
Okay.
something po na
I'll deal with that later on, okay? Kasi marami pa tayong pag-uusapan. Block time to Ankara. 2016, 2017, 2018 financial statements. Ito ang subject of inquiry na aking napanood kahapon. Block time fees paid by the company to Ankara, 34 billion 964 2016 2015 to 17 and 2018. Well, tiningnan ko itong Ankara Broadcasting Corporation and I was a little bit surprised. Kasi dati ito, Ermita Electronics Corporation. Naging Ankara Broadcasting Network ERA. And then, ang nakalagay sa kanila, sa Wikipedia, 3 years later, in 1996, MTV Asia, etc., and Channel 23 started test broadcast in September 1966 with rebroadcast of the new MTV Asia from Singapore. A month later, it launched its own programming under a station name Studio 23 and adopted the slogan Premium Television. 5 years later, MTV Asia acquired a new local UFC and Studio 23 formally became a full station. And on July 12, 2010, ABS-CBN Corporation announced the formation of each broadcast television subsidiary officially named Studio 23 Network. The Ankara name will cease to be used as terrestrial broadcaster as well as block timer agreement, though existing Ankara Broadcasting Network studios will keep the name. On October 23, 2010, ABS-CBN Corporation officially announced that the integration of their UHF TV network operations as well as Ankara Broadcasting Network has been completed and the two entities will merge into one under the name Studio 23 Network and will operate under the business name of Studio 23 Incorporated. Tama ba itong nabasa ko sa Wikipedia?
I will have to confirm that information po, Your Honor. But I know it's in our financial statements, Your Honor, but I will just have to look at it again and review it. I think you're referring to a 2010 financial statements?
Ito lamang history muna ng Ankara at saka ABS-CBN. Nakalagay rin sa Wikipedia, on October 23, 2010, ABS-CBN Corporation officially announced that the integration of their UHF TV network operation as well as Ankara Broadcasting Network has been completed, and the two entities will merge into one under the name Studio 23 Network and will operate under the business name of Studio 23. Tama ba to o mali?
I think mali po siya. I would have to check the information if it's in Wikipedia because we do not maintain the Wikipedia of ABS-CBN. Those are probably contributed information by you.
Next question. 2016, 2017, 2018, nagbabayad kayo ng block time sa Ankara.
That's correct, Your Honor.
What about 2019?
We still pay, Your Honor.
Pero ang nakalagay rito, On January 24, 2019, ABS-CBN divested its 49% stake in Amcara to one of the majority stockholders, Rodrigo B. Carandang, who is also the chief of TV5 Network Engineering. ABS-CBN has also stopped paying block time fees to Amcara based on their 2019 third quarter financial report.
Your Honor, you're referring also to a Wikipedia
No,
information.
I'm asking you, noong 2019, nagbabayad pa ba kayo ng block time sa ABS-CBN Corporation? Sa Amcara?
Yes, Your Honor. I think what happened then was in 2019, after the divestment of ABS-CBN, Amcara po is no longer a related party, kaya po nawala sa disclosure.
What about prior to the divestment? Nagbabayad kayo sa Amcara?
Nagbabayad po, Your Honor.
2019, hindi na.
Nagbabayad pa rin po.
Up to the present?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll verify that. Ay, nawala na yung aking notes. Okay. Then let's go to Republic Act 7966. This is the franchise of ABS-CBN. And I will be referring to Section 8 of your franchise issued by Congress of the Philippines. Under Section 8, ABS-CBN shall pay a franchise tax equivalent to 3% of all its gross receipts of radio, television business transacted under this franchise by the grantee. Simple lang ang tanong ko, nagbabayad ba kayo ng 3% gross receipts?
In lieu po of the franchise tax, ABS-CBN po pays value-added tax.
Where did you get that?
I don't have the details of the law, but I refer to Attorney Carag po to explain why in lieu of franchise tax we're paying VAT.
Your Honor, because when the VAT law was passed, it superseded the franchise tax provided in the legislative franchises of telecom and broadcasting companies, Your Honor.
When was the VAT law approved? It passed the VAT law.
To contextualize your query, Your Honor, so before the passage of the VAT law, I would assume that the company has paid the franchise tax, Your Honor. But after the passage of the VAT law, then the VAT took the place of the franchise tax, Your Honor. So I think it was, I cannot exactly recall, Your Honor. I think it's in under the 1997, in 1997, Your Honor.
1997.
I'm not sure, we have to check again, Your Honor.
So
Because
it is explicit. With the passage of the VAT law, nakalagay ron yung prangkisang 3%, yung nakalagay na 3% na dapat nyong bayaran ay hindi nyo na dapat bayaran because of the VAT law.
That's correct, Your Honor. In fact, the 3% is more favorable to the taxpayer, Your Honor, but because of the VAT law, the taxpayer has no choice but to pay a higher tax of 12% VAT, Your Honor.
19.
When the VAT law was first enacted, Your Honor, I think it's 1997. So
1997.
yeah, we have.
And your franchise was issued when?
1995, Your Honor.
May we request confirmation from the Associate Commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue regarding this issue?
BIR.
Good evening, Your Honors. With permission of Mr. Katigbak, the taxes that is being paid by ABS-CBN was based on Section 119 of the tax code, that is tax on franchise. In lieu of the 3% franchise tax, they opted to pay the value-added tax. They have the option to choose whichever they want to pay. And that option belongs to the taxpayer or to ABS-CBN Corporation for that matter.
So that is expressly provided under the VAT law?
Yes, Your Honor.
What
Tax
section
code,
in particular?
Tax code, Your Honor. Section 119, Your Honor.
Okay. And more or less, what would be the percentage of the VAT?
The same, Your Honor. The basis is 12%.
The
But
basis
of course,
is?
they can always deduct. Your Honor. Your Honor.
The
Am I
basis,
clear, Your
please.
Honor? Am I clear, Your Honor? Do you hear me, Your Honor? Yeah, the tax rate, I'm sorry, Your Honor. The VAT rate remains the same, it's 12%, but as always, we can't hear you, Your Honor.
Oh, please continue.
Yeah, the VAT rate, Your Honor, stays at 12%, but as always, the taxpayer can always deduct the input tax from the 12%.
So what would be the basis of the 12%?
Yeah, the VAT law, Your Honor. The tax code, Your Honor. It is clearly stated in the tax code that the VAT rate is 12%.
Okay.
But again, Your Honor. But again, ABS-CBN Corporation or any radio and television broadcasting companies for that matter has the option to choose whether they will opt to pay the 3% franchise tax or the value-added tax. And that is clearly stated under Section 119 of the tax code, Your Honor.
Ano po ang base noong 12%?
Yes. The gross sales, Your Honor, the gross sales.
The gross sales.
Gross sales or gross receipts, Your Honor.
So kung merong gross sales na 1 billion, 12% of that would be
the output tax, Your Honor. So the 12% should be based on the gross receipts, and that is called output tax, less the input tax, Your Honor.
So to shorten, let's
Yes, Your Honor.
assume that the gross sales is 1 billion.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Multiply by 12%, so that is 120 million, Your Honor.
Okay?
And they can always deduct the accumulated input taxes based on their purchases and other expenses, Your Honor.
So
To
how
arrive
much will
at
it
the
be?
net VAT payable.
Okay? Could you please give us a comparison of the...
Yes, just like-
We will request the ABS-CBN to show to us the value-added tax, the VAT tax, in lieu of the 3% gross under the franchise. Can you do that, compañero? The tax expert.
Your Honor, are you asking for how much was paid for value-added tax? This is the VAT returns that ABS-CBN prepares on a monthly
what year?
basis. We do this po every year. For 2018 po, we paid 942 million in value-added tax. In 2017, we paid 1,250,000,000. In 2016, we paid 1,482,000,000, Your Honor.
Could you just give us that document?
The VAT the VAT returns po?
Yes.
Sige po, for 2016, 17, and 2018.
18. And we will just want to have a confirmation coming from the Bureau of Internal Revenue regarding the amount quoted by the representative of ABS-CBN. Associate Commissioner?
Your Honor, can I request po ba na pwede po bang yung annual VAT return or you still want the monthly VAT return?
No, only the annual.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Is that duly received by Bureau of Internal Revenue? Stamp received by the BIR?
Meron po kaming, what you call this, payment form, pero electronic na po ang payment. So hindi na po siya stamped received by the BIR.
Shit.
Yun po yung pwede kong ibigay na
Okay.
payment form. But the payment form po is monthly, and then there's an
Then you
annual
just
VAT return.
consolidate
Okay, sir.
for every month, 12 months in 1 year. Oh,
Attorney
the
Visera.
young lady is raising her hand.
Your Honor, I just want to state that the Supreme Court has confirmed the liability of ABS-CBN as subject to VAT in one case. No, that's the case of Quezon City and City Treasurer of Quezon City versus ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation, which was decided in 2008. And that is pursuant po, Your Honor, to Section 118, which provides for a 10 million threshold of gross receipts. That's why ABS-CBN is subject to VAT.
Who are the parties to that case?
The parties po are Quezon City and City Treasurer of Quezon City versus ABS-CBN.
And who filed the case in court? In the court of origin, who was the one who filed the case, ABS-CBN, against the Quezon City government?
I think it's
no,
ABS.
You are citing a record. There are only two parties.
Yes.
The plaintiff and the defendant, or the petitioner or respondent. The case is started before the regional trial court. And according to you, the parties are ABS-CBN and Quezon City government. So my question is very simple. Sino ang nagdemanda? ABS-CBN Corporation.
Yes po, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Who won in the RTC?
Your Honor, I have to provide the look back into the case because I don't have all the details, Your Honor.
But the trouble
Yeah.
is that you cited a case before the Supreme Court.
Yes po.
If you will just be reading the decision of the Supreme Court, then you will know the parties. The court ako, where the case originated. Kung sino nanalo sa RTC, kung sino nagdala sa Court of Appeals, and who brought the case before the Supreme Court.
Yes po.
That's the job of every lawyer. So ngayon, hindi mo alam yun. Kung sino nanalo sa RTC, kung ABS o Quezon City government.
I don't know.
You don't know. Ikaw nag-cite ng kaso eh.
Just lang po to state about the liability to
Oo nga,
pay
pero
the VAT.
sinasabi nga natin, decision niya ng Korte Suprema.
Yes
Ang tanong
po.
ko lamang, sino nag-file ng kaso sa RTC? ABS ba or Quezon City?
My understanding, Your Honor, is ABS-CBN.
ABS.
Yes
Sino
po.
nanalo sa RTC?
Your Honor, unfortunately, I don't have all the details,
yun ang problema
but I
natin.
can, look at it and
Pero kung
inform
binasa
you.
niyo yung kaso na sinited mo, you can answer all these basic questions. Panyara, sorry. I have to be honest with you.
Your
What's the
Honor,
case?
Your Honor, if I may say something lang po, regardless po dun sa VAT returns that you're asking, we submitted it po together with all our other submissions.
Okay, we'll verify that.
So it's with COMSEC na po.
So it's on a month-to-month basis.
Monthly VAT return, quarterly VAT return, and then the
Is
annual.
there a consolidated yearly return?
It has to be added po, Your
O kaya
Honor.
nga,
Kasi
kami pa
returns po
mag-add.
ito.
Kaya nga sinasabi ko, para madali tayo, yearly na lamang.
Sige,
Okay?
sige po. But the VAT returns po, Your Honor, are with COMSEC already.
Oo nga, kaya nga, yung yearly lamang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because you have been presenting voluminous documents here. Hindi lamang 3 filing cabinet na. Then we go to ABS-CBN convergence. And I think Carlo Katigbak would be very familiar with this. ABS-CBN Convergence. Based on the articles which I have read, you were the former president of ABS-CBN Convergence.
Po, matagal na po yan. But yes,
Ha? Matagal na.
po.
So ABS-CBN Convergence has also a franchise.
Expired na po.
Expired na. Ano ang prangkisa nila?
Telecoms franchise po.
Ha?
Telecoms franchise.
The
Multimedia telephony po. Yung,
Multimedia Telephony Incorporated.
yes po.
Okay. Pagkatapos ito, expired na.
Opo.
So you are no longer using ABS-CBN Convergence, its franchise, which originated from Multimedia Telephony Incorporated.
Expired na po yung franchise. We have suspended all services attached to it.
So you are no longer using this.
No longer po.
Okay. I will not ask on the alleged violations. I will be reserving that issue to Boeing Remulla. Then we have the ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, and I think this would be more interesting. Who will be the competent person to testify on this, to answer my questions here? ABS-CBN Holdings. So our favorite, Attorney Quezon. To refresh all your memories, this has been the subject of our inquiry regarding PDR.
Yes, Your
We
Honor.
started with Vortec sometime in 1999. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
At pagdating naman ng Setyembre, yung Vortec pinalitan natin ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And also in 1999, in the last quarter, specifically, in the last quarter of 1999, 132 million PDRs o 132 million shares of stock of ABS-CBN coming from Lopez Incorporated were transferred to ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oh, that's correct. And based on our previous discussions, binenta to in the sum of 46 pesos for every PDR.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oh, that's correct also. I reviewed the financial statements of ABS-CBN Holding, and I think the Bureau of Internal Revenue would confirm this. Not a single centavo has been paid as income tax by ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation mula noong 1999 hanggang sa kasalukuyan.
I'm not an accountant, Your Honor, but I'm not an accountant, Your Honor.
Who can answer? Because you have submitted the documents pertaining to ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Ang sinasabi ko lamang, yung ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, mula noong 1999 hanggang sa kasalukuyan, not a single centavo has been paid as part of any income tax. Totoo ba yun o hindi?
Mr. Chair, kasi wala po sa amin ng officer ng ABS Holdings
Hindi,
po.
pag-uusapan natin dito mga taxes eh.
Opo, pero ABS Holdings is not a subsidiary po of ABS-CBN Corp. Kung gusto niyo po, we can invite somebody tomorrow to come to talk about the financials of ABS Holdings. Hindi po sakop ng ABS Corp ang operations or financials ng ABS
Hindi, pero ang
Holdings.
sinabi niyo rito, yung mga subsidiaries niyo eh.
Hindi po subsidiary namin ng ABS Holdings, Mr.
Pero
Chair.
all the shares of stock ng ABS-CBN Corporation ay nasa ABS-CBN Holdings Company. Is that right? Corporation?
Not all the... In effect po, parang nasa taas pa po ng ABS Corp ang ABS Holdings.
Oh, alam nyo, kaya ako nag-antay rito para matapos na sana yung interpellation ko. Eh kung wala namang answer sa ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, all the documents were submitted here.
Congressman PD Barsaga, bibigyan po natin ng instruction ng committee secretary na imbitahin ang mga taga ABS-CBN Holdings, pero bukas na po natin magagawa yan at maaari mo pong ipagpatuloy yung iyong pagtatanong kung iyo pong mamarapatin bukas ng tanghali.
So I'll be the first one to continue about ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Isa na lamang. Pinag-usapan natin ang financial statement ng ABS-CBN Corporation. At binanggit ni Carlo Katigbak kahapon, more or less 11 million na ang TV Plus box na naibenta ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
9 million po.
Not 11.
Yung 11 po kasama yung Sky Direct.
Okay, 9 million. Sa pagbebenta, na sino ang nagbebenta ng TV Plus?
ABS-CBN Corp po.
ABS-CBN.
Opo.
So the sale is recorded in your books.
Yes po.
And is there any profit sa pagbebenta nyo?
It's largely sold at cost, Your Honor. It's largely sold at cost po.
Started. Pero nung ipagpatuloy nyo, hindi na at cost. You are selling it at cost or not?
Your Honor, we started selling it at cost, but in 2019 po, to be exact, siguro po may margin po na 10 pesos per box.
Yung at cost natin, magkano? Just for the record.
Nagsimula po ito ng 2,500 pesos per box. 2,500 pesos per box. Then bumaba po yung presyo niya sa marketo. At ito pong huli, binebenta namin siya at 1,499.
199.
Opo.
And you had a profit in that price of 1,499.
More or less po, hindi po kalakyan. Siguro po mga 10 piso po per box.
Piso?
Opo. It's not even enough po to recover the other expenses related to managing the DTT operations.
No, I'm just a little bit curious. Pero bukas siguro I have to discuss the issue pertaining to ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation because you submitted all the financial documents here and I would like to have some inquiries regarding ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Espanyero, hindi kaya to?
Your Honor, I'm just serving here as tax counsel for ABS-CBN Corp, Your Honor. So I don't have authority to represent ABS-CBN Holdings, Your Honor.
But based on the documents submitted to us, it is also SGB handling the financial statements of ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. With what accounting firm are you
I'm with a law firm, Your Honor. A law firm, Your Honor. I'm not from the accounting firm, Your Honor.
You are from?
A law firm.
Poblador?
No, Carag, Zaballero, Llamado, and Abiara Law Offices,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So, with that reservation, Mr. Chairman, I'll continue tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Opo, Mr. Congressman P.D. Barsaga. At kayo po ay natitiran pa ng more or less 10 minutes para bukas.
Masyadong maliit na yun. Marami kasi kaming off-the-record discussion.
Kung po may magpapadagdag, kung meron pa pong magbibigay sa inyo ng oras bukas, ay maaari nating idagdag sa inyong
I would
oras.
just express my gratitude to our resource persons, especially to the government agencies, officers of the government agencies, coming from the Bureau of Internal Revenue and from the PESA. So yung Big Dipper, meron ding mag-a-answer sa inyo. Who? The three of you. Okay? So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and to all our resource persons.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman P.D. Barsaga. At mula po dyan ay puputulin muna natin ang hearing na ito at ipagpapatuloy natin bukas ng 1:00 ng tanghali. At si Congressman P.D. Barsaga po ang kauna-unahan na magtatanong at inaasahan po natin na dadalo na bukas at iimbitahan po natin ngayong gabi ang mga taga ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. Ganon
Mr.
din
Chairman.
po, inaasahan po natin na si Mr. J. Sonsa ay magbibigay na ng kanyang pahayag bukas. Yes, Congressman Barsaga.
With regard to the news article that ABS-CBN for 2016, 2017, and 2018 has paid 14,394,316.66. I think the resource persons of ABS-CBN could give to us a breakdown of this 14 billion.
The committee secretary is hereby directed to get the breakdown from ABS-CBN doon po sa sinasabi ni Congressman PD na nagmula sa report mismo ng ABS-CBN na sila ay may binayad na tax na naghahalaga na mahigit 14 billion pesos.
And also, I would like also to request one more, Mr. Chairman. Nalimutan ko tuloy. I would like to request the documents pertaining to the compromise agreement between ABS-CBN and Bureau of Internal Revenue, which was the subject of a case before the Court of Tax Appeals.
Honor, yun pong sinasabi niyo pong 14 billion na sinabi sa TV Patrol, ang nagsabi po noon ay ang BIR. So baka hindi ko po mabuo ang amount noon. Kung yung pong present po nung group CFO namin, mabibigay ko po. Pero yung sa BIR po, hindi ko po maibibigay.
The Assistant Commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue is still around. Mr. Chairman, may
Yes,
I
Congressman
make the
Barsaga.
inquiry to the Assistant Commissioner who is on Zoom?
Opo. Assistant Commissioner of BIR.
Good evening, Assistant Commissioner.
Yeah, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Ang sabi ng ABS-CBN, ang nagbigay daw ng figure na 398,464,316.66 ay ang Bureau of Internal Revenue. What can you say about that statement of ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, with permission of Mr. Katigbak again, that figure was given by Mr. Kabantak sometime in 2019, sometimes in February of this year, and that figure is not complete yet. For the period beginning 2016 to 2019, the total taxes paid and remitted by ABS-CBN Corporation amounted to 15,382,423,364 pesos and 16 centavos. When the 14 billion something figure was given by Mr. Kabantak, we don't have the complete data yet, Your Honor.
Assistant Commissioner, pwede bang i-present nyo yung taxes paid by ABS-CBN and separately the total taxes remitted by ABS-CBN, such as the withholding tax, expanded withholding tax, etc. Because we want to know magkano ba talaga ang binayad ng ABS-CBN as tax coming from their own money to the government. At yun namang nirepeat nila because they are already withholding that, and that is not the money in reality of ABS-CBN Corporation. Did you get my inquiry?
Noted, Mr. Chair. We will do that, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow.
Can we expect that
Mr.
tomorrow?
Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
And what time? Before 1 o'clock? Because your office is very near
Yes,
Congress.
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will be waiting for that at around 12 o'clock.
Yes, Your Honor. With permission from Mr. Katigbak.
Okay, thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Congressman PD Barsaga. At kagaya po ng sinabi ko kanina, bibigyan ka po muli namin ng pagkakataon bukas na magtanong. At ikaw po ang kauna-unahan sa listahan na magtatanong bukas. At inaasahan na yung mga hindi masagot ng ABS-CBN ay masasagot na ng ABS-CBN Holding Corporation bukas. Sa mga nanonood po na mga kababayan natin, lalong-lalo na doon sa may mga panaghoy sa issue ng Meralco, sa mataas na singil ng Meralco, patuloy pa rin po ang Blue Ribbon Committee sa hearing na ito at sana po mabigyan po ng magandang resulta yung hearing po natin sa Meralco. Alam ko pong maraming kaguluhan, lalong-lalo na sa mga nabigla sa mataas na presyo ng kuryente. Ganon din po sa mga nagrereklamo tungkol sa hindi o mabagal na pagtanggap ng social amelioration. Patuloy pa rin po ang hearing po natin sa social amelioration at inaasahan rin po natin na magkakaroon po ng magandang pagbabago doon sa magaganap na susunod na proseso para sa social amelioration. At ganon din po sa ating mga kapatid na OFW, tsaka po yung mga locally stranded na mga Pilipino, inaasahan po natin na hindi lang po puro salitaan yung mangyari sa hearing na ito, ngunit yung resulta po ang mas hinihintay po natin na magmumula po doon sa mga pinatawag na iba't ibang ahensya, siyempre po sa pangunguna na rin ni Speaker Cayetano at ni Pangulong Duterte. Sa lahat po ng gusto pong masubaybayan yung mga hearing pong iyan, patuloy lang pong i-follow yung Facebook page ng Philippine Congress, gayon rin po ng inyong Kuya Jonathan C. Alvarado, paki-like and share lang po. Maraming salamat po. Wala na pong magtatanong ngayong gabing ito. Bukas ka na po, Congressman Barsaga. Hearing suspended.
Suspended.